From the broken ruins of Babylon, this is End of Days Radio. Broadcasting to you all the way from that shimmering Emerald City. Hello, streaming fans. Hello. Hello. Sorry, just kind of adjusting my camera. Today's a very special day. It is, of course... Ooh, my mic's a little hot. It's a little hot. Coming a little strong. Don't need to blast everybody's ears out. The thing is, if you turn your mic a little too loud and you don't talk into your mic properly, this is an art form, so you'll sound really shitty and spitty. Shitty and spitty. Suffering succotash. It's not the way to be. Hey, where's my drink? Always have to glide across the room for that. What the hell? My camera's in the weirdest spot. I gotta get it out of this weird spot. I don't like that. I need a better camera, honestly. Like, I have top of the line shit, like, across the board, but my camera is not really that great. It's not, like, elite level. It's not like the camera the Illuminati uses. You know, they probably have the best cameras. Today is December 19th. The year is the year of hell, 2020. We had 400 more suicides yesterday. Every one of them because of COVID, because of the lockdown, because of the pandemic. Very, very sad. Nobody has actually died. Well, I shouldn't say nobody. Of course, people have died from COVID, but it's usually because they have lung issues or they're very elderly or they're sick anyways, right? And perhaps there's a few that actually just died. There is COVID, and it is real. It's just not as strong as people say. But we can get into that later. We got a big show planned here. We have a very special guest. Today is actually the part two of the interview with Predada Severa. So you guys remember part one of the interview with Predada Severa. Well, this is part two. And remember, do not disclose the location of our guest. If you know who he is, if you're familiar with him, do not go around telling people where he lives, because that will put his life in danger. Do you understand me? Do you understand what we can and cannot do here? Okay. As you know, I do have a website, endofdaysradio.com. Please go there and read my articles. Please watch and listen to my show. Please respect me. No, you don't have to respect me, but if you wouldn't mind, please donate a few bucks to the show. Even if it's just like $35, it honestly does help. It helps me keep doing this show, because if I get paid, even if it's $3, it motivates me to want to do more shows. That's just how my brain works. It's not that I'm a greedy bastard. It's just that it's a lot of work. And if you pay me a little bit, then I can make ends meet a little bit more, especially during these dark times when I'm working 2 jobs to keep the lights on, keep the servers up. So if you wouldn't mind, please donate just a few dollars to End of Days Radio. And if you can do more, great. I'm not going to refuse. I'm always going to be gracious. Whether you donate a few dollars, even if you donate a few hundred, thank you so much to everybody that has donated so far. All of you that have donated, this is my personal thank you to you. I used to kind of go through and read everybody's names and give them a special shout out and thank you. But I kind of found out that people don't really want that. Not everybody wants to be like exposed in that way. So I just say thank you to everybody that has donated. But enough with that. We do have a show to do. Why don't we get into the itty gritty instead of listening to me do another PBS donation drive, which are very important, by the way. This is a grassroots truth program spreading the light of Christ all across the world. But it does cost money. These headphones cost money. This microphone costs money. It costs money just to broadcast. It costs money because I have to eat and drink, and this Dr. Pepper costs money. It's just reality. Like, a lot of people, they don't like this new Daniel that's talking about money and asking for money, but that Daniel was doing everything wrong. You know what I'm saying? Like there has to be some balance. You can't just give up your time and energy and not try to market and not try to don't be too nice. Okay, that's just what I'm trying to say. I was too nice. It mean or rude would be putting the show behind a paywall and then demanding everybody pay. No, no, no. I would never do that. That'd be a dick move. But there's nothing wrong with asking for donations. But enough of my that. So let's get on with the show. I'm gonna go ahead and bring on our guest, Predada. You're gonna hear some dialing, which is really annoying. I accidentally hit one of the tones during the interview, and that was annoying. Skype is never updated properly because it's owned by Microsoft, and it gets really annoying. Kind of like me. I'm just kidding. I'm not annoying. But anyway, let's give him a call. Double check that everything's working correctly. Double check. And let's go ahead and give him a call. Oh, that's loud. So loud. It's so loud. It's loud.
Go for Predada Severa.
Hey, buddy.
What's good? Are we already on the air?
We are live.
Fantastic. Yo, how are you doing today?
I'm doing great. Did a couple shows since your last appearance, and it seems like everybody likes you.
Yo, that's crazy because when I checked back at that video on YouTube only every like couple of weeks or so, and it hasn't had a whole lot of views. There's been like one or two people who are like, I don't know about this guy. So I just, to myself, I'm like, wow, I don't know if I'm really reaching anybody. But I realize you have a lot of other platforms that I'm not aware of, or rather that I haven't had the opportunity to go to. So I'm happy to hear that.
Yes. I think that what people like is you are extremely unique in terms of your perspective. Like we have a lot of, I don't know, like researchers and authors and even magicians and people like that, but nobody is quite like you, I would say.
I like that because, when you judge yourself, it's difficult. Like, I don't have, friends. I've had people in my life over the years. And, it's always been like I think I told you on the last show, when someone first meets me, I'm kind of quiet because I've always learned through my life that once I start talking, people tend to find me gullible. Like, I'm a black dude. I don't act like the traditional stereotype of what a black guy acts like. I've never talked traditionally like a black guy is supposed to, so on and so forth. So, if I'm in the hood, people read me like, oh, we could take him. Or if I'm somewhere else, people read me like, oh, he acts whitewashed. So I never really kind of fit in with people. And as I've grown older, I found it interesting because being a part of this organization, I've come to realize that none of us fit in with anybody. If you study, say, for instance, like if you're heavily into conspiracy theory stuff and the whole Illuminati thing, one of the pinnacles that you can study of families is the Rothschilds. If you first look at it from the outside, you're taking the Rothschilds as, oh, it's a bunch of old rich white folks and they run the world and they do all this crazy witchcraft stuff. But once you start studying them, you'll find that they encompass every race on the earth. They're everywhere. And you can't put a label on them because there's the verse as being the person who might bag your groceries and you don't know that's a Rothschild. Or it could be someone who you've never met, who's never made an appearance anywhere, who you cannot research, who is a Rothschild. But to know and understand that this family is worth trillions and trillions and lots more of dollars, it's insane. And they're like, if you want to consider me, what's that word you use for people when you say they're unique? It's another word for it. It's like he's help me here, help me out here.
There's a lot of adjectives that could describe unique, but you know how I would describe you, and correct me if I'm wrong in this description. You were a musical artist who at one point was approached by this network of secret societies, call them Illuminati, what have you, and you were actually approached by a hive mind, and eventually you started to become part of this hive mind. Is that correct?
You're close. It's incorrect in that I was born into the Illuminati, but I got approached by the people that normally approach everybody else. The people who run the world, per se, they're not human and they're malevolent, the ones that run the world currently. And so they've approached me on different occasions, offering me different sums of money to join them, and I always turn them down. So they've approached me like 3 times, and each time it was a larger sum of money, and I turned it down each time. Because, we talked on our last show about all the things that are required of you in order to get in with them. They're not good. And so they look to put you in a position, an awkward position, such that if you were ever to disclose things they do or involved in, they can have so much on you that legally you'll end up in jail the rest of your life. If you do these things intercontinentally, you can end up facing treason charges in whatever country you're from. But they never see a day in jail. That's the crazy part to know about when you deal with secret societies. These people run everything. And when I say everything, I mean everything. So it's sad to know that, okay, right now, one of the bigger things that's still going on is issues with the police. Like, just bear in mind, if we don't have a set direction you want the show to go in, I want to talk about some heavy intelligence stuff. Would that be okay to start it off with?
Well, so like the first time we sat down for an interview, I had like 30 questions. I still have them, but I found that the first time we got together, that similar to the first time we talked when we just had like this long conversation, I feel like you have so much to say and you have your own sort of direction of things that you want to talk about. And some guests are just like that, that I do have some new questions prepared, and if need be, I will ask you, but I want to let you say what you want to say because I know you have a clear and concise message and you have information that is unique, and I don't need to guide you that much, if that makes sense.
Okay, that's great. And also, I noticed, like, when I listened to the last show, I tend to talk and talk and talk and talk and talk and talk and talk. And then I tried to, like, remember to include you to ask you questions about what you think about what I might have just said. And then, like, you don't talk much. You'll say, like, something for, like, 30 seconds. And then I give a pause to make sure you're finished. And then I talk. And I said to myself, you need to be able to talk more. It's your show. You have things that are on your mind. And especially when I'm bringing this information to you, you might have things that pop up in your mind right away that you want to say, but I'm doing all that talking. I've always been like that, and I try to stop myself. So
That's okay because
okay.
I am really lazy, and the more you talk, the better.
Wow.
I mean, if you want me to work, I suppose I can. But if you want to do all the heavy intellectual heavy lifting here, I'm not going to complain.
Okay, I'll try to find that balance that's right kind of in between that and the last show.
Okay.
All right, so I dropped off at the police, and I know there's probably cops listening, and they're like, what was he going to say about the police? Okay, so here's what this is. 200 some odd police and firefighters died during 9/11. And what maybe a lot of people don't understand, I'm hoping I didn't say this on the last show because I hate to repeat myself, but when you become a police officer, you're basically a CIA agent for the streets. And so you're like a judge, jury, and sometimes executioner, unfortunately. And so there's a lot of weight on the police. Now, with that said, what a lot of police I don't think understand, because I've talked to, I bump into police all the time when I'm doing whatever I'm doing. And, I mentioned Illuminati, and a lot of them have heard of it, but they don't really know about it. And there's still some police officers, maybe new ones, who don't really understand Freemasonry. There's so much heavy Freemasonry that goes on in the police. If we talk about Ogun and Ogud, this entity is a spirit. It's an old African spirit that police officers pray to because it protects warriors and police officers. You can look that up. And so when you're a police officer and you're a Freemason, this is someone who you worship, who you hope will help you go out into the field and come back home to your family each day. So to not really know about these different aspects of something that's deeper than just a job or just, the police or a secret society of their own, to not know these things is not good. Approximately, in the United States alone, if I remember this correctly, someone can correct me if I'm wrong, approximately 5,500 police officers die a year in the United States. And you don't see that on the news. You only know, like, if a cop shoots somebody or maybe a cop gets shot and it makes the news for whatever reason they put it up there, which you might see, I don't know, once a week on the news in general. A police officer gets shot, may or may not pass away. If you're in your own local towns, you see that a police officer gets shot and there's a funeral for that police officer, that the procession might pass you, once a month, once every 2 or 3 months, and you're like, oh, what was that? And somebody said, oh, a cop got shot the other day. And you're like, it passes your mind, but it's a fleeting thought, because traditionally nobody likes the police. So it's like in your mind, you don't even give them that respect to really think deeply into it. And so, these are easy things to forget about. So the reason I brought this up is so that people understand, if you become a cop, if you join even things like CIA or FBI, understand that what directs them, and this is for every intelligence agency and police agency across the globe, what directs them is not human and it's not good. And so we, as Illuminati, we used to be those until in the United States approximately 1870, when the United States became a corporation. And that was part of what was called back then, I guess you call it a nickname, it was the KKK Act. What was going on was the Ku Klux Klan was trying to prevent black people from going to the polls to vote. And so the FBI stepped in. Those in the FBI who were not, I'll say, KKK or in leadership of KKK, because I could see it going this direction, the FBI stepped in and they were like, look, you guys can't do that, and we're going to have to do something about this. So they made a law which had a different name. I forgot the exact name of the law, but you can look it up. And what ended up happening was in the same year, within that same 12-month period, the United States made itself into a corporation. At that point, everything changed. So when you study these people who are conspiracy theorists, or people who I don't remember the exact name of it, I'll just describe it. People who say, listen, I shouldn't have to have a driver's license or citizenship. I'm a man of the world. Those type of people and those beliefs that they have are based on pre-1870. Once the U.S. became a corporation, it became nothing different than, say, Walmart or any of these other places. And these are all corporations that are run by people not from this country. So if you're from this country, or you're in England and you're from this country, or you're in Ireland from this country, only imagine that your state becomes a business that can be run by people from other parts of the globe. They do not have your best interest in mind.
Now, see,
you need to cut in?
Yeah, Predada, I just want to say, this is the reason why I like having you on the show and talking to you, because we hear from the people that research these really far-reaching, deep conspiracies, and there's no way to really prove it. But what you do is you kind of bring it down to earth and you explain how the system on the ground level actually works, which is good for us because it connects the dots and it helps us understand that this really is a real thing. It's not just some flighty sort of fantasy that somebody coughed up one day, if that kind of makes sense.
Yeah, I love that you're saying that, dude, because I always wonder when I talk to people, people are leave from me and they're like, oh, he's a little cuckoo. And I'm like, I do the best I can to try to explain it. And it's like, I can't prove it to you. I can only give you other things that support it that you know exist. And that should always be enough. You know what I mean?
Yeah, no, I totally get it. I get that too, where it's like I get a lot of eye rolls, obviously, and I get a lot of like I don't I try not to talk about this stuff outside of my show here and outside of my my trolling on social media and stuff like that, just because I tend to get that blowback. And not to mention nobody believes you, and you just start pulling your hair out. I'm losing my hair, by the way. Be- because yeah, because it is real and it is dangerous. And sometimes I'll be going around and saying stuff like, people are after me, people are watching me, blah blah blah. And then it makes you feel like so alone and frustrated because they don't believe you, and something's probably not going to happen to you like tomorrow or anything like that, and you're just kind of lost in this bubble of self-reflection and wonder and amazement at this entire world of Illuminati and magic. And oh, by the way, sorry to be shifting directions so quick, but we do have a question in the chat, and you can of course answer it whenever
Okay.
you want if you want to keep going. But Placebo Rock in the chat, he wants to know how the music industry works and how it relates to sacrifices and energy rituals.
Oh, Lord. Okay. So this is going to be interesting. Oh, okay. How do I like questions like that because I have to answer it without answering it. Okay, I'll just tell you what to expect, like when we were talking about it briefly on the last show. Um, Let me say it like this. How do I start this off? Okay, let me throw this out there without relating it to the music industry, but do what you want with it. When you join these entities, which there are many of, like what runs the world, that's not one like alien group or interdimensionals or Terrans or whatever. This stuff goes back to Lot. It goes back to Jacob and Esau in the Bible. You understand that Jacob stole Esau's blessing by putting hair on his arm and pretending to be a wolf when he was really a vampire. Remember we talked about that kind of sort of?
Yeah, that is some. Oh, that's deep.
Right. And the descendants of, if I remember correctly, Jacob, they were vampires. Those were the ones who sacrificed children. They were like the descendants also of Lot, because if I remember correctly, Lot was Jacob's descendant. And those are the people who ended up taking over and occupying the Middle East. So now, and we're not talking about the dark-skinned people who were the descendants of Esau. We're talking about white-skinned people who were the descendants of Jacob. Because remembering, the story, like you would find in Underworld, is that it's always about these vampires versus werewolves. Werewolves are from Sirius, and vampires are from Aria, where you get Aryans. It just means area, basically. All of these are just twists on Old Norse. And so they used to sacrifice children back in the biblical days. Now, if you've seen anything that I've been posting on, like sometimes on Twitter, or if you see my Facebook, like I saw that you have a Facebook. I don't know if I followed your Facebook yet. I just passed by it. So I don't know if you know I have one, and you've read any of the stuff that I post, because I post heavy-ass stuff on Facebook. Now, when you had these child sacrifices going on in the Middle East, a lot of it occurred in what was called, if I get this correct, I hope I do, Jehannam. I might have the letters backwards. I have to learn so much Hebrew because I run several Hebrew agencies, not for the government of Israel, but for the Illuminati. And it's difficult, I go through all these different languages, and it's hard to keep all these languages in your head right. I think it's Gehinnom. And Gehinnom was a place in Israel, still is, And or in the Bible, it's a place where they used to sacrifice children. They would burn them alive or whatever the case was. And so that's considered hell. So like when you're Jewish, Jews don't believe in a hell the way Christians do. They believe you go there for a year or two, you suffer, and you're supposed to come to a realization of your sins, and then you either get reincarnated or wherever else is intended for you to go. Now, the reason I kind of jumped back and started there is I want everyone to understand where this whole thing about child sacrifices, that energy stuff, and raping children, like we were briefly talking on in the last show, comes from. You know, these entities, they feed on negative energy. So only imagine how stressful it is for a child to succumb to rape. A little baby, a little child. You know, it's bad enough if you're a grown man and you get raped in jail. You can understand that the negative energy that would come off of you from that. Imagine being this little kid and you don't know what's going on, and you have people around you. You're supposed to be able to trust adults, and they betray that trust and they do this to you, and you don't even know why. It's like, did I do something wrong? Am I getting punished? And so all of that negative energy is coming off you as a child, and these entities are absorbing it. So there's a lot of crazy shit that has happened, not only in the Middle East and in other locations. We can go back to, like, say, Vlad the Impaler, and that was up, you know, in the Nordic regions. So you had that whole concentration of the tall whites and the short whites, the tall grays and short grays, all the Nordic entities that, you know, people pass off as aliens or whatever the case, that they say run the United States government now. Those are the ones who allegedly landed in something like, it was somewhere between Roosevelt, Truman, and Eisenhower. I always remember them as RTE. They were in office in that order. So I think it was Eisenhower. Yeah, because Laura Eisenhower. If you know of Laura Eisenhower.
Is that his niece that talks about aliens and kind of expands upon the alien lore that is associated with Eisenhower?
His great granddaughter, something like that.
Yeah. I'm sorry, his great granddaughter.
She's like, huh?
Yeah, I remember I became aware of her some years ago and listened to what she had to say. And you know, I'll admit I kind of doubted her at the time because it's just kind of the nature of these things where we hear somebody and it sounds so far out. I no doubt you probably get this a lot where it's like, you hear somebody talk about aliens and stuff, you think to yourself, "Oh, this is just bullshit, blah blah blah." But some years later, now after having done more research and having more experiences, now I know that she was most likely telling the truth and I probably need to look into her more.
That's right and exact. Because, you know, when you, I'll say it like this. This is going to be a funny one. Okay, I'm a man of the world. So, you know, okay, I'll say it like this. When you deal with the United States presidency, you know, most of them, if not all of them, or allegedly, you have to be a 33rd degree Freemason. I like to use the word allegedly, even though I know it's the truth, or even if, you know, it's just kind of like my little disclaimer thing. Allegedly, you have to be a 33rd degree Mason to become president. So you know they're all brothers. So in changing from one administration to the other, it's just like a changing of the guard, and they have their agenda that they have to carry out over centuries. They already know what they're supposed to be doing. Like everything that's happening between Trump and Biden is already scripted, in a sense. Now you have, which is what runs humans. This I don't know how to really explain it. We're all composed of different entities. So you have the Masonic entities that run you and run the United States government, and that has to function a certain way. Now, each president brings to the table their personality that has nothing to do with Masonry. And so you understand that, you know, when you're growing up, you're a little kid, you're not thinking like a Freemason. You know what I mean? You're thinking like, hey, one day I want to do this, this, and this. So now you say, I want to become president. So now as you start moving towards that goal, there are people who know you are, and they want you to be president, and they start kind of molding you in what the reality of being a president is going to be like. It's not going to be you getting there. I want to change this. I like this way. So I'm going to give the poor more money. It's not going to go like that. But you, as this kid, the little kid that's still inside you, you still try to push for that, even though you become a Mason, you might reach the 33rd degree and become president. So that's why we have these different parties, the bipartisan thing. It's like you're all trying to fight back and forth, even though you're brothers. And this is kind of like what makes life goes. I don't know. It's like your heart beats. It beats in and it beats out, but that makes your blood flow. And it's like it doesn't make any sense, but that's why you're alive. So this whole, I don't know how to really say it. That whole, I don't really, how do I put it? Okay, let me jump off that for a second, because that's taking me in a direction that's really, really complicated. Okay, back to the Laura Eisenhower thing for a second. So, yeah, she is real with hers. You have to say to yourself, if her great-grandfather did certain things that were required of him to become part of that organization that is known as, we'll call it like this because it doesn't have a name known to the public. You become part of a club. When you become president of the United States, you become part of a special secret society that continues after you leave. You understand what I mean, right?
Yeah, again, this is so enlightening for me because the thing is, I know that these guys are going by a script. Earlier, when you said that thing about Trump and Biden, immediately I thought to myself, oh my God, this is what me and several other people on Twitter, social media have been talking about amongst ourselves for a long time. That this is literally like a play or a dog and pony show and it's scripted. And the question is always, how could that be possible? How could they all be on the same page? It seems impossible. And that's why it's hard to convince people. But what you're doing is you're explaining exactly how that works. And that's what I mean about that ground floor level of understanding that you have.
Yeah. See, you gotta, when you look at this stuff, you have to look at it from a spiritual angle, a metaphysical angle, even though metaphysical is supposed to be spiritual, but they're separate. Esoteric is still separate from that. You have to look at it from a realistic point, but remember, reality doesn't exist. It's what you make of it with your mind, because 99.9% of the universe is empty space. So we don't even really exist, so there's no such thing as reality. But you have to bring all of these things into every single thought or aspect of what it is you're looking at. So if you understand that when you deal with Masonics, that's what it's focused on. It's focused on the fact that nothing is real and that you use you, who is not real, to crack your universe, and that you're in league with other people who think like you. And because they think like you and their thoughts don't even exist, you're on the same page and you make your own realities that exist in this reality alongside everyone else. So there could be 20 people looking at you and you're all wearing Freemason jackets and they all have their different ideas of what you are and what you're about, but you guys are uniform. It's just like the police, and that's why people wear uniforms. It creates that bond. It's like, we're all electrons and protons and neutrons that combine together to make these elements, of course, first, but then they make what's the construct begin with an M? When you have a molecule, they make these molecules, and these molecules end up becoming people. So once you're a person, now you get with someone who is like you, and that creates another molecule. We call them organizations. So we can call that the Illuminati, that of people, but the Illuminati is really just the electrons and neutrons and protons, those separate atoms by themselves. It just keeps getting more and more complex. But if you understand that that's how it works, then you can put all these things together to see. It's like Trump is a heavy dude. No one understands that he is not going to give up. But no one understands also that he is on an agenda. He can't take this but so far. Remember that they have a script, but it's no different. I like you that you use the word script. Or I don't know if I used it first, but we both used it. Whatever the case is, it's like when you're on stage and you're acting. Like, remember I do background acting. And so you're watching your favorite actor and say you're on set. These guys are sitting there and they're going right by the script, because remember we have to take it there too. All this shit is so vastly complicated, bro. when you're doing scripts, movie scripts, the dates of releases, music albums, all these things, those are agendized, and albums have to get released on a certain date for certain reasons. Movies have to get released on a certain date. You have to say the scripts. You have to say the songs, the word for word, verbatim, for all these things, because I don't want to go too deep into that part because it gets into some crazy stuff that the general public can't know nothing about, wherein when you make a movie or a song, it's not for the public. It's past that. So you can likely figure out what I'm saying with that part. I hope you know what I mean, yeah?
Yeah, for sure. It is hard for people to understand because I guess people tend to not think along those lines. Like they want there to be little green men behind it all or something like that. You know what I mean? Like I often hear the question, who's at the top of the Illuminati pyramid? Who is at the top? And I try to explain to people it's not really like that per se. I mean, there very well could be something on top, but it's more like a web, and anything underneath anything else isn't necessarily aware of what's above it.
Correct. So when you're dealing with these things, like, okay, say we'll focus now kind of sort of on music for a second. Music is written for someone or something other than you as a listener sitting at home listening to the song. And it needs to get out into the public sphere at a certain time and from various artists at a certain time. And it's kind of like, how do I say it? Okay, you know how it's often said, which is true, that the people who run the world, they have a book, a playbook they're playing by, and they have to do things at a certain time to bring about other things. For instance, they say that Christ is going to return at a certain time, and then Satan is going to run the world for, I think it was 6,000 years, so on and so forth. You remember that part, right?
Yeah, that's very important because it pertains to the future, and it pertains to our spiritual destiny, and it pertains also to where all of this madness is kind of headed. We kind of have to know this because it really represents the final outcome of what we're experiencing in the here and now.
Exactly. So with this script, they need certain things to happen at certain times, and they're very tight to that script. And so their understanding of things is, okay, well, we see the public is going off in this direction or that direction. We need to put them back on this track over here. So, okay, this is 2020. There's not enough love in the world according to what we've defined love as. So we need several of our main artists that are well loved around the world to make some really good love songs. And we'll get this on the radio, and this will get people's heartstrings tugged at, and they'll start, feeling this certain way. So now, even if it's for something as simple as, okay, Valentine's Day is, I forgot what day what is it, March or some crazy stuff like that, yeah?
February 14th, I believe.
February 14th. So imagine if some of the top artists going early into January, they just start making these heavy love songs because the Valentine's industry needs to make a certain amount of money in 2021 because they didn't make the money they needed to make in 2020. You see what I mean?
Yeah.
Yeah. So that happens with TV, that happens with music, and pretty much every other industry. You'll notice it because you'll see one artist or whatever make this type of thing or talk about this type of thing. They might stand up and have a speech somewhere. You see them on the news and they're like, yeah, I think, all this stuff that's going on in the world is because all the love is out of the world and people need to come together and start helping each other and blah, blah, blah. And then you see another well-known artist, maybe a couple of days after that, say the same basic thing. Like they have this script and they're reading right from it.
Yeah,
And
that
that's on
connects
purpose.
to that kind of connects to the COVID thing too, because we saw like Tom Hanks and his son and several other celebrities doing exactly like what you described just now, which again is very puzzling to us so-called normal folk when we see that, when we see like them act almost like in this, I guess you could call it a ballet in a way.
Right. Yeah, that's I said all of that to describe why when you study someone say like Laura Eisenhower, remember these people, they do this, whatever it is they do, for that covers them for several generations of their family. So like say for instance, you were to sell your soul. You don't sell your soul for yourself. That's selfish. You do it for you, your child, your grandchild, and your great grandchild, as many as you can fit in there, because you want your lineage to be protected. And so you're making what they call a sacrifice for not just you, but for them also. Now, we can also throw in there how, maybe they can bring your spirit back into your child or bring your spirit back into your grandchild or your great grandchild, because you see those instances that pass down. We could get into how if you're already in this stuff real deep, that what you're going to do is in the public eye, you died in, say, 2021, but what you really did was go to sleep for the next 1,000 years. You get me?
Yeah, it's funny that you say that because as I told you before, sometimes you'll tell me things that I came across but are it's almost like too weird to get into because I don't know if anybody's going to believe it, but basically what I read before was that these Illuminati people are like the most high up ones. They do what you're describing. They somehow are able to reincarnate into their own genetic lineage.
Yep. Some wild shit.
It is.
Dude.
It sounds
Yeah.
crazy, but it's literally like if we don't start to open our minds to this stuff, we are going to remain just automatons or robots, and we're going to continue to be miserable, insecure slaves caught up in a game that we'll never understand.
And worse yet, I like how you said it, because think like this. When someone knows something and then someone else finds it out, secret or not. And so the person who finds it out shares it with you, and you don't believe it. All knowledge has a certain amount of power. So while you spend the next 5 or 10 years not believing this, the person who is actually doing it, they're gaining 5 or 10 years of power, because they can use what they know how to do for any fucking thing. So it's been like increasing exponentially since, let's go with, I don't know, this is like the seventh incarnation of humanity. But if we just want to take it from pre-Hitler, if we want to take it to say 1870 something, pre-Nazi Germany, when they were interacting with aliens and they were learning how to do all this mystical stuff and really embrace it. And then you have all the people in countries around them who didn't believe in any of this. So it's like if I learn how to levitate and someone finds out, if I can levitate today, imagine what I can do 5 or 10 years from now, bro. All the while, you don't believe that it exists.
and
Look
then
at that.
and then you can almost like add another element to that and ask, okay, what if in addition to reincarnating every 1,000 years, what if these people are also working with beings and entities that are also basically immortal?
You said working with them, right? Because it kind of blurred out.
Yeah, sorry about that. That Skype gets kind of weird, but yeah, let's think of it that way. Like, not only can they create these plans over hundreds, thousands of years, but they could actually be working with something that's able to help them pick up right where they left off in some more grand scale plan. And then you got to take it a step further and say, oh shit, how do we really know that the year is 2020? How do we know that any of our history is even legit?
That's exact, because time and space don't exist. With time and space not existing, and with you able to learn how to bend time and space, you can make 20 years really seem like 100, or you can make it seem like 1 year. Now, when you deal with people who can, disappear for 1,000 years out of public view, or even just 100 years, what you know and understand about vampires is vampires are intelligent. They're once you, however you become a vampire, whether it's just an energy vampire or a physical vampire, and you decide to lay in that coffin and go to sleep for 1,000 years, you have other vampires that take your place and they run things. So you all get your sleep cycles. That's what allows you to, in one instance,
It's
go
like
from being an old
Underworld.
man.
It's just like Underworld.
That's why I told you, I think last conversation, we make all the movies. If you watch a movie and it's enlightening you, it was made by the Illuminati. If you watch a movie and it was a disgusting, vile thing you wouldn't show to your kids, that's made by the other side. But just know, if you don't watch that movie, you won't be exposed to things maybe you need to know, because everybody needs to be an intelligence agent. Just remember, I want to touch on Goldfinger, James Bond, and Ian Fleming, and I want to pick up, I think, from the police officers, Laura Eisenhower. We were kind of talking about her too. So, yeah, these entities, you go in threes. Everything is a trinity. The Father, the Son, the Holy Ghost. When you join a coven, it's in threes. When you do anything, it's in threes. There's 3 sides to a pyramid. Actually, there's more, because that's a triangle, but you understand what I mean.
Mm-hmm.
So you go to sleep for 1,000 years, and then you got another one, or maybe 2 of you sleep for, buffered, I don't know how to say, overlapping. Like, if I'm awake 1,000 years, and there's another vampire, and that vampire can be, awake for 100 years, was I awake or asleep just now? Okay, let's say I'm awake. I'm awake, and I'll be awake for 100 years. So now, I bite somebody. And it's like I'm at year 90. So that means 10 years from now, I'm going to go to sleep. And I need to sleep for, say, 1,000 years. Now, I know this is going to get all crazy, because I can't sleep for 1,000 years. I mean, just one running it for 100 years, because they're going to run it for 100 years. Then they're going to want to go to sleep, or I'm going to have to wake up. But I would only be 100 years into, or 90 years, whatever it is, into my sleep. So you need multiples. So you gotta, it's when you get to be able to sleep for 1,000 years, you got like 9 other vampires that you've created, and you're a head vampire. So you bite 9 other people over time, and so they all overlap with each other. So one will run things for like almost 100 years, and then they'll go to sleep, and then another one will wake up. That one goes to sleep after that. You all end up getting like a couple of 100 years of sleep. You see what I mean? I know it's crazy, but you kind of get me, right?
Yeah, I'm understanding. I mean, it's vastly complicated, and it's like, well, what I can say is that I have wondered about this for most of the time that I've been into this sort of thing, and it is frustrating because you don't get these answers that we're hearing tonight. This vampire thing is explosive, to say the least. When you factor in these large scales of time, and then you factor in like what's going on with the children and the blood sacrifice and stuff like that, you really are left with something straight out of Anne Rice. Or I don't know if you heard of this show or not, Predada, but have you heard of the show True Blood?
I heard of it. I just haven't had the opportunity to watch it. Go ahead.
But it's funny that it's a show about vampires, and it's called True Blood. Like, it has the word true in it. It's like, is this them once again telling us what it's really like out there? And I know you haven't seen the show, so I won't get too into that, but it's just one example of this vast sort of mythology that we know of, that we have as a humanity, that has to do with these creatures of the night that we see kind of repeat through our unconscious or something like that, where Basically, as soon as movies and things like that were invented, we were seeing vampire movies and werewolf movies and stuff like that.
Oh shit, that is true, right?
Yeah,
Nosferatu,
yeah. And they repeat and they
and that was
repeat.
black and white.
And they're also
Go
immensely
ahead.
popular each time. They're always super popular.
Yeah, that's because everybody knows. Everybody knows. Every culture has vampires in it, and werewolves. Like a good one for anybody who. Okay, if you got kids, and even for you as an adult, you heard of Wolf Blood.
No.
Wolf Blood is an excellent series. It's about a girl. You know the overview of it. It's about a girl who is. They call themselves wolf bloods. They don't call themselves werewolves. They're able to change from human form into a wolf. And so she has to go to, like, I think she's in high school when the TV show starts. Her name is Maddie. And she has to go to school each day knowing that she's able to do this. It happens on full moons. And that also, of course, her parents are that way. So, again, I don't want to jump into it because the first episode will just like blow your mind when you get through it. And it's just designed for like teenage through adult. But if you don't understand that this stuff is real, it's been going on for like since the beginning of time, dude. We're all made by aliens. Aliens had a damn good time making us. They've made, remember if you're Sagittarius, you're half horse and half human, yeah?
Yeah.
Yeah, all that shit's real, dude. So, and this is in your DNA. Like the month you're born is part of your DNA structure with the universe. So you have to like appreciate, what gets your parents together, first of all, what makes them attracted to each other. They combine their DNA on a certain date and a certain time, because remember, a lot of times women don't get pregnant. And it just so happens it'll be this one time, and a lot of times when you weren't expecting to get pregnant, or when your mother was using contraception, or your father was, even when married. But it's like the universe or God is deciding when you're going to be conceived. And then you're born into this whole, Aries, Sagittarius, Pisces, all these different things. Remember, in Anunnaki, they come from the water. They're like amphibious. So now you got the brothers that are the fish. That's January, I think, Pisces. You have all Sagittarius, that half human, half horse. When they did that, going way back in time, and you'll see that in movies that dealt with like Conan the Barbarian and Zeus and Thor, all these things like this. All of this stuff existed, and it's like it's this grand plan of how the universe and or God wants things to exist. So if you walk through life as a humanoid, thinking that you're the only one who is like you, like the people around you, that's all there is. I know there's lions, tigers, and bears, oh my, but a lion mixed with a person, or a bat that can, turn into a person, or a wolf that can turn into a person, all of this thing, nah, that's fantasy. No, you can't think like that. You have to think like the people who released the coronavirus on the globe, which is not a fucking virus. It's some other shit. A flu doesn't cause people's fingers to turn black. It doesn't rape and pillage your heart and your lungs to the point where you feel like somebody's sticking pins and needles in you. It doesn't do half of the shit that's happened to these people that die or get it. That's something else. That's man's intervention. That's something else's intervention.
Yeah,
To make something that's so... Go ahead.
just so you know, I had a friend who got COVID, and this friend of mine, he was pretty much describing exactly what you just said. Like it felt like no other sickness he ever had, and it literally felt like hands were squeezing his lungs and somebody was stabbing him in the forearms and the legs with small needles and knives.
Yeah, that's not normal shit, dude. That's not the flu. We've all had the flu ever since we were all little. You remember the flu when you were little.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? And you remember the flu as you get towards an adult. And your goal every year is, as an adult, is I can't get the flu this year because it's going to put me on my ass for like a week, and I need the money. I got a family support. So you try, when winter comes, to be careful, going into the summer to be careful because of the change of seasons. And so when you get something that's doing all of this shit, dude, that's not a fucking flu. That's someone intervened and mixed some shit together. You see what I'm saying? And then what gets sad about it is when you throw into it, okay, we have CIAs, we have MI6s, we have Mossad, we have all these intelligence agencies that every time this stuff goes down, they get blamed for it. It's always, yeah, but I heard that a CIA agent took COVID samples from this lab 10 years ago and brought them over to China, and then he disappeared. So then I heard that this lab got a hold of this COVID stuff, and they started experimenting with it, and then, you know, this animal escaped out, and then it disappeared. And then, 3 years later, we have this stuff out in the sphere. And it's like, okay, well, the job of intelligence agencies is to protect and keep all that from happening. We do understand that intelligence agencies are required to do some dirty, grimy, greasy shit in order to fulfill agenda. They sit outside the parameters, especially things like Mossad. They sit there, they're Jews. Jews are strong with the religion. They're heavy with the force of religion. But when you're Mossad, you get excused from all of that, because to do the things that they're required to do can't have God in the way. Like, I can't do that to him because, it's just not right. You can't do that because there's reality and there's not reality. There's a tiger and he's charging at me. He's going to eat me. I don't like hurting animals, but that tiger got to die or I'm going to die. And that's Mossad. That's also CIA. That's also MI6. That's also all these different intelligence agencies. So you don't want to say that they, took this stuff and put it over here and they had this agenda to fuck everybody up. What you want to say is that if they were in any way, shape, or form involved, it was because certain people in this very dark black world want and have their own agenda, and they use things like CIA or whatever to get it done. Remember, all your different intelligence agencies, that goes for everything from police all the way up through things like, SMERSH and fucking Jin Yi-Wei, MSS, all these agencies, they have this darkness to them of the leadership where you have so much power, you can do whatever the fuck you want, and no one holds you accountable for anything. So if you have people pull you up from being a child and they say, listen, we need some people in, MSS to do certain things 30 years from now. That's how it all works. This is all, I'm not going to use the word that I would like to use. So I'll say this is all family stuff. I would like to briefly touch on, at this point, the mafia. People have a fucked up understanding of what the mafia is. The mafia is not what we've been seeing in movies. It's not when you see people on trial for doing the things they do. Mafias, if you want to talk about Sicilian, Italian, started many, 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 many centuries ago. And what it was a kind of a buffer between having kings and queens and having states, things such as Sicily, go from being a kingdom to being in the hands of the people. And so people don't know how to run a state. Because people don't know how to run a state, you need something to be like that interim to say, okay, well, we know how to run a state, which would be business people. And so let us help you do that, transition from being a kingdom where you just had, serfs and other people who weren't worth anything, to now these serfs having the power to run their own lives all across the country. So you had organized people who were businessmen, serious businessmen, who managed to get the power away from kings, however they felt they needed to do that, and they ran the country, be it Italy, Sicily, and other places like this, until they were able to teach generations of the people, the regular people how to run their own lives. And so they would do things like, now, mind you, some of these people,
You know,
they came
Pradada,
from,
it's funny
go
that
ahead.
you say that, because I know for a fact that in China, for example, basically the same thing goes on. I read about this. A lot of people might be familiar with him, but Fritz Springmeier, he wrote a book. I think it's called 13 Families of Illuminati, something like that. And he talks about the Lee family and how the triads, which are, I believe, the biggest gang in the world, they are actually completely controlled by Illuminati. And then you got to ask yourself the question: the CCP, the communist dictator party in
Yeah,
China, they actually have full control of the country. So why and how could an organization like the Triads be so large and numerous when you can't even meet in China to, like, have a little book club or something like that? How the hell are they able to dominate the entire society when they're under such an oppressive regime? And the answer is, you just gave the answer. The answer is because they are the Illuminati. They're being used by the Illuminati as their sort of, like, once again, I use the word ground level, like ground level foot soldiers to kind of control the underworld.
yeah, it still gets more complicated than that. It's like, okay, if we say if you go to any country and deal with its intelligence agencies, all intelligence agencies, if you want to say it this way, are controlled by mafias. That's who composes them. It's like the police. If you want to run, and if you go to a land, like if I go to any country out here, and I want to know what's going on, you don't ask, they're in England, the MI6. They won't know. You ask the police that are on the street with the people. But that's not who you ask still. You ask the undercover officers, the narcotics officers, the child trafficking officers, the gun running officers, because they know the people who run the people. And so that's the original mafia. And we're talking about Sicily and Italy. These were people who were common folk who were strong enough mentally and acute enough business wise to say, this, we have a kingdom here and he's fucking us over. We got to get rid of this king, but then once we get rid of him, we got to run the country, because all these other people, they don't know how to run it. We know how to run a business, and we know how to keep other people from coming in. You know how it goes. Bro, if you get rid of the king, every other country around you is going to think it's a field day to come run up in your country and take it over. That can't go down like that. So the original mafia families, they had to be powerful in the sense of doing whatever was necessary to protect Sicily, Italy, so on and so forth.
It's
And so
kind of
they
like
weren't bad people.
it's kind of like, let's say you go and work for a job, and it's let's say it's a sales job, and they hire you and they hire like 8 other people at the same time. Well, they want you to compete against the other 7 people because it will make them more powerful at the end of the day.
Exactly. And that's your connection with the Illuminati running this stuff right here. But keep in mind, the Illuminati does not exist. It's a force. And so with it being a force, it's like you're drawn as people to do this certain thing this certain way at the behest of someone or something else. Normally, we could basically replace the word Illuminati with God. Everyone does things at the behest of God or something that's vile, which we usually attest to being Satan. So, again, when you're dealing with these people who were in Italy back then, it was like, yo, we got to take over the place. We have to run it, and we have to teach all of these people how to run it. And so you were drawing from the chemical, that's funny. You were drawing from the criminal element. You were drawing from regular business folk, and these were the foundation of the mafia. They ran the streets. Again, if you're in a country, you don't ask regular police what's going on. You ask an undercover police officer. The mafia in Sicily and Italy were the original police of Sicily and Italy when they ceased to be kingdoms. They policed the streets. they, again, some of them were criminal elements, but they were the powerful ones. When someone stole your, horses or cows, you would go to the mafia and say, listen, we don't have police here anymore because, what you would call a kingdom doesn't exist anymore. But these guys over here, they stole my cows. And, bro, I need them to survive, to feed my family and go to market. All these things, can you help me? And so what the mob would do, they would intervene, they would approach them, and these criminals had respect for the upper criminals, which were the mafia. And they would say, listen, bro, these people over here, they're under our protection. You need to give her cows back. Make sure they're there by tomorrow, 6 a.m., or you and I are going to have problems. We're going to have a falling out. And so these criminals would return the cows, unlike what happens with the police. Know that. When you call the police for something, it takes them, months. They might never find your car. Tell me I'm lying.
Nope, that is the truth. They don't tend to try that hard.
Now, approach the mafia and say, yo, Sammy such and such, somebody stole my car, and, I don't need it getting chopped up and shipped all over the world in pieces. It just happened this morning. Can you help me out? And you best believe that probably either later that night or by the next morning, we'll get back to you and say, listen, we know where your car is. It's going to cost you a small fee, but your car will be back to you. That was the mafia in Sicily back then, when it ceased to be a kingdom. And so they were necessary. And now what it has become is because of drugs. If you remember, which is getting into that dangerous, crazy territory. But again, without disclosing anybody's secrets or anything, just things you can look up and read, or if you use your mind, put it together and understand things. And no one should have a misunderstanding of the mobs, because different mobs compose our governments. Every government is run by the mafia of its state. So with that said, when you look at today, they killed off a whole bunch of Sicilians and Greeks. What was it, 40, 50 years ago, if that long, so that they could run crack? That's not cool. The old heads, when cocaine, when heroin, which are normal plants, marijuana, all these different things were getting grown and shipped all over the globe, because that runs every fucking body's economy. For people out there who are like, hey, drugs this and drugs that. No, understand this. These things are grown by God. They're natural. And man has been using them since the beginning of time. And man has taken them and defiled them. Man is the one that took, coca leaves and then chopped it up and mixed it with this, mixed it with that, and made it so that your 14-year-old sniffs that shit, and now he's addicted to cocaine. That's not how it used to be. Same thing with heroin. Same thing with marijuana. You got marijuana, people addicted. How the fuck do you get addicted to marijuana, bro? You see what I mean?
Yeah, I've always been a partaker in the marijuana. So
yeah, but they put so much shit in it now that you could fuck around and smoke the wrong shit from the wrong person. Next thing you know, you're addicted to weed, and you don't think of it like that, but you are. But you're not supposed to be addicted to weed. You're supposed to be able to control when you're going to smoke and when you're not going to smoke. But if you're on heroin, if you're on cocaine, these days it's almost no different than the weed you might be smoking, because you got to have it when you get off of work. You got to puff before you go to work. You got to puff after you get off of work. You got to puff before you drive home. You got to puff when you get home. These are things that didn't used to happen to you.
yeah,
So
well,
now,
I switched
not,
to just eating it, because once I did that, I cut out a lot of the bad health effects and stuff like that. So I live in Washington, where it's locally legal. It's still federally illegal, but it's a little bit nicer than other parts of the country. A lot of listeners are from parts where it's illegal, so it's viewed differently. But I hope at least the reason I do it isn't necessarily to get a buzz. I feel like when I do it, it opens up my third eye a little bit, if that makes sense.
yeah, that's what it's supposed to be done for. It's, some people do it for medicinal reasons, which is a good thing too. It's just naturally like that. It's like eating healthy foods, but you do it so that you get enlightened. Now, so the issue became that, certain families got approached, and they were like, look, you can make a whole lot more money if you start selling crack and all these different things like meth and all this shit, but you got the old mafia heads that were like, we don't do that shit, whatever way they may or may not, I'll put it like that, have been involved in anything having to do with drugs, their whole thing was, we're not here to destroy families. We're here to provide a service to people, make money, make the world keep spinning, because this shit is going to happen whether we do it or not. We need to control it. So the control aspect is what's important when you're in the mafia, to make sure that your community is safe. You know, if you go to, say, Brooklyn, and you go to certain parts of Brooklyn where there's mostly Italians there, they can sleep with their doors unlocked. Because if you run up in their house and do anything to them, somebody's going to chop your ass up and have you in a garbage bag on the side of the BQE, you know, within a week. And so there's places you can still go, say, like in New York, where you feel safe. But do people there smoke weed? Maybe some people do heroin. Maybe some people sniff coke. But best believe it's not going to be that fucked up cocaine with all that shit in it, or that heroin that has, you know, some Italian dude standing on the corner by the BQE or bent over looking all crazy because he's a respected person. So that's what that's supposed to be. So now I had to touch on the mafia because I couldn't avoid it. So certain things I don't like talking about, but I had to touch on it so that everybody can understand.
Yeah.
And fast forward to say, well, go ahead.
I think you do need to touch on it because I know for a fact that your mafia initiation, you know, and I only know because I see it in the movies. Obviously, I've never been a part of organized crime, but I have been fascinated by it, and I have studied gangs. That's why I knew what I knew about the triads, because it is fascinating. But anyways, not to digress, the mafia uses the same sort of initiation as the Freemasons, and that's all you have to really look at if anybody's looking to prove any of this. In fact, you know what you're talking about earlier, that is, you could look into like the history of Las Vegas and look at some of these movies which come from the accounts of real life members of organized crime in the mafia, and that's exactly their history. Like they were trying to, you know, push all this terrible stuff, and meanwhile the older guys, they had I guess you could say they had more honor, and they were like, no, we're not going to do that. But in the end, it seems that, you know, money kind of wins out. And my understanding of what the mafia does nowadays, it's not quite as honorable. Like they do a lot of like credit card fraud and stuff like that.
Well, that I can't, partially I can't speak on, and I can't provide you any validity to it. That's part of it also. But right where you said, you know, the old heads had the honor, where I want to like kind of pull it off on the side there is what happened was, like I said, these younger kids, they got approached. I mean, think about it this way. In say 1850s Sicily, right? And jumping off on a tangent, everybody loves a good pair of Italian shoes, yeah?
Yeah, for sure. People look to Europe in that area for their fashion direction, I'd say, because that's where all, you know, that's where like a lot of art comes from.
Right. So now let's go back to, it's like 1850. I might have the years a little, you know, screwed up. I hope there's someone who's at the very least Italian from Italy or Sicilian from Sicily who's listening, who want to call in or like send something in the chat, you know, interject with something. I mean, if I'm wrong with certain things, don't be mad at me. I'm trying to keep this right and exact and not really say things I'm not supposed to say or shouldn't be saying. So, you know, if you're in 1850s Sicily and you're a little kid and you come from a family that's oppressed, then think about it this way. You can't wait to have some nice clothes like other people have, yeah?
Yeah, I think that's another good point to bring up because the majority of the world is impoverished.
Exactly. So when you're that young, you're looking around. And remember, you have, I can't speak for every culture. I'll just touch on these two. Certain Hispanic cultures and certain Italian or say Sicilian, you know, Sicilian Italian, but it's an island, so it's separate. Sicilian cultures, they really honor and treasure their older people, their mothers, their grandfathers, so on and so forth. So when you're a little kid and you're watching your mother having to go scrub people's toilets, and you know you look around and you see other people with all of this, the bling and the this and the this. You got to imagine as a little Sicilian or Italian child, you're like, I can't wait to get into the position to be able to buy my mom a nice house, to be able to put her in some nice clothes. She's going to be older by then, and I want to make sure she's well taken care of. So I will do whatever the fuck I got to do to make sure my family is right. If that means chopping some fucking heads, I'll chop some fucking heads. That's a little Italian kid in 1850. So only imagine 20, 25 years later, you're hanging around mob-type characters. And they're like old school. And they're like, yeah, I see all of the craziness that goes on in the world. And, you know, people are in these cars and this planes and this gold and all of these things like this. But we're not like that. We're Italians. We have a different, you know, code of ethics. You can't fashion yourself after people from the West. But these kids, they have a television. That's what fucked everything up. They have access to the internet and they have TV. And they see things going on in, at the very least, the West. And they're like, if I had my life like that, I could provide for my mother. It's nice this old guy is talking about honor and blah, 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 but I want to be able to do that. It's not just for myself, but for my family. So now, when they get approached by some guy pretending to be CIA, because that's what all it really is, I don't care if you're in the CIA. When you walk up to somebody and look to subvert their country, you're not any longer CIA, MSS, KCIA, whatever. You're no longer that. You're something else. And I don't care if it's at the behest of your government. You know, we, as whoever, overthrow governments all the time. That's just how it works. But there's a way to do it. There's a way not to do it. You don't approach kids on the street. They're vulnerable and say, listen, I'm going to give you $10,000, right? What I want you to do is I want you to take this Coke, right? And I want you to cook it up, make it into this thing. We out here in the West, we call it crack. They call it different things all over the globe, you know. But if you sell this to people, they'll be back 10, 15 times a day. I hate to laugh, but it's what it is. You will make so much money. You want a nice pair of Italian shoes, right? I mean, fuck, you're in Italy and you can't even buy a nice pair of shoes. And your country makes like the nicest shoes in the world. Don't you want to be able to have some nice shoes?
Yeah,
I mean,
you know what you're
like
saying. What you're saying right now. Again, I got to kind of go back to like working at a corporation or working at a business. The way that somebody in a position of dominance or power is able to, you know, kind of reach out and manipulate people that are just kind of from the poor masses. It's like they know how to play it.
Yeah, it's like they have their own playbook that's worked for centuries. And it's just to say that, you know, when you're in these organizations, let's say for instance, let's see, I'll say KGB, because they were one of the biggest organizations in the world at the time, still large as SVR.
Yeah.
But you know, when you can approach like this little kid and get them to start selling crack on the streets in their own neighborhood, to twist their brains like this, so that they can get this money and look like the people they see on TV or on the internet. And then these are the ones. Remember, when this was all going on with the mafia, these were the young dudes. They were doing shit on the side back then, 30, 40, 50 years ago, that the old heads didn't know about. You know, you're supposed to do whatever it is you do, legal or not legal, if you want to call it that, because it's subject to change in each country. You're supposed to do what you do and report to the older heads. And the older heads are supposed to benefit because they get older and they can't really do like when they did when they were younger. So the younger generation is supposed to look them out. It's like a family. It's La Familia. So you're supposed to look them out. You're not supposed to be scheming and conniving with other people from other places on the side while you're doing your business that has code and ethics to it. And then get to the point where you're in your 20s or 30s and have somebody put a machine gun in your hand and say, listen, you could make 10 times the amount of money as a family if you got rid of your older people from that family, because they just want to, you know, do the lightweight shit. You get rid of them and you can have the world at your disposal. We have connections all over the globe. I mean, dude, tomorrow, next week, the end of the month, you could be shipping shit from here to fucking Senegal.
It kind of
And so they
reminds
did
me.
this to these young cats.
It kind of reminds me. I'm pretty sure you said this on the last time you came on here, where you said something about they'll literally like take from you and then sell it back to you.
Yeah, man. Just like that. So these people, they put them in that position where it was like, okay, get rid of the older cats and you can have the world. And that's where the mafia changed. And so it went from, they basically sold their soul. And it went from being an organization that was respected globally, no matter what country you were from and what type of mob you are from. I'm just using the word mafia in general, to being an organization that now did things like dirty, grimy things that they shouldn't be doing. That's not what the mafia is. I mean, in Italian, mafia means what? Swagger. It means honor. It means being bravado. It means, you know, when someone comes in to try to hurt you or your family, you're that little 14-year-old who will go in your, father's cabinet and grab his gun out and face off 10, 15 motherfuckers trying to break in your house because you're protecting your mom and your sister. That's an Italian kid in 1850 who's got his head on straight. Now, when you become that kid who's selling crack on your corner and you let somebody convince you to wipe out your older people, that's no longer code and honor. That's no longer mafia. You can no longer call yourself mafia because it's not even the same word. So just look through Italian and look for the word that describes somebody who has lost their way, who doesn't live by good codes and good values. And that's what you would call it today. So we don't have a true global mafia today the way it used to be, no matter what country you're coming from. Everybody's been perversed. And so, I'm bringing this up because I'm talking about how, the CIA or whoever is blamed for spreading the coronavirus with the Chinese in labs, and so that everyone knows that when you deal with intelligence agencies, no matter what country you're from, so for instance, after the Korean War, when Northern Korea was split up between the Soviet Union and the United States, Southern Korea becoming part of KCIA, and then Northern Korea becoming whatever they became. I don't know what, KGB called them, but all of the people who took over the reins in South Korea, they were all mafia. And you don't really hear about them. You would have to really study to know and understand what the families were in Korea. You know about the triads, you know about Yakuza in Japan, but there was a lot of different families in Korea before the war and after the war, and they became the people who run Korea.
Oh man, that is so fascinating because the thing is we don't get this information because it's like there's literally a wall between us and the Eastern world where all this stuff goes on, but none of us know about it because it's literally not only it's behind the scenes for them. So how would we know about it?
Yeah, it's like you got to know that whole. I don't know how to say it. It's like I keep using we keep using the word playbook. I want to try to use a different word, but it kind of isn't one. To know that when say for instance, when a country goes to war, when they come out of war, they're demolished, they're damaged, and someone put them through that war for their purposes. And so when this country is building back up, these different positions, it's like, a job. When a bunch of people leave a position at a job, that position has to get filled. It's going to get filled with people who go after it. And so you got to always know that the regular person who goes to a regular job every day, and I don't want to make anybody feel bad, but just know it like this. If you get up and you go to a 9-to-5 job each day, you're being herbed. Herbed is a term we use in the ghetto, or used to. It's an old term by now, where you're being played. Corporations, they make you bust your ass to make this little bit of money each week while they make billions and trillions of dollars, and they always know there's someone who's going to fill your shoes. But then you have the people who are on the outskirts of things. This would be the people who like to try to start their own businesses. This would be people, sad to say, who are criminals. At this point, I'm separating mafia from any of that because mafia isn't originally, like I said, they're not criminals. They're people who go after what they want, and they live by a code of ethics. And they will do whatever. They don't get confined to, hey, you go scrub these toilets for $400 a week, and you're going to be working here when my kids take over the store, and my kids are going to be telling you what to do while you're an old man. Meanwhile, you're barely able to raise your own children. You know, like I said, Italians, Hispanic people, they don't live like that. They have the gumption to go after more, and they try to figure out how to do it. And, you know, I'm black, so there might be a lot of black people listening about, you know, he's a brother and he ain't said nothing about us. I'm doing that on purpose. I don't need to bring that into it right now. We could always talk about that in another show. I'm talking about the traditional things. Because remember, black people themselves, for a long time, looked up to Italians. Everybody wanted to be in the mob. Am I wrong?
No, I would say that's very accurate. Even nowadays, it's kind of seen like, I mean, not even just black people, but white people or everybody, we kind of worship that culture because we like most of us don't like I can say for myself, most of us don't really have the nuts, if that makes sense, to be involved in that type of lifestyle. And we like to see stuff like that, and we like to kind of it's okay. The best analogy I can use is the suburban white kid, right? That has been pampered sort of his whole life. Mommy and daddy bought him a fairly nice car when he was 16, and he thinks he's a gangster. And everybody knows that he's not a gangster, but this lifestyle is so appealing. And I even did this myself when I was like in high school. You know, I thought I was a G. I thought I was a gangster. I mean, really, I was just, you know, kind of a white kid from the sticks. But that lifestyle is so appealing to us mentally that we literally become almost obsessed with it on some level, and we see the guy in the mafia or the gang member or the rapper, we see them like an alpha male in our minds, and I could say like when I was 6 or probably like 17 to my early 20s, Predada, I did not want anything more than to be a G and to be a gangster, and I got kind of caught up with the wrong people, and luckily I pulled myself out of it before I could commit some horrible crime or something like that. You know, no disrespect to them, they're good folk and everything, but or you know they're okay folk, but I know exactly what you mean. You know, this is my perspective on it, and it's also why I've had like an interest in gangs and stuff like that. But the lifestyle is it's seductive.
Yeah. While you were saying all of that and I was listening, it's just like my whole focus changed. I'll say briefly because I still, you know, I want to talk about Ian Fleming, James Bond, Goldfinger. I don't know if we fully covered the police, Laura Eisenhower. I think we're still trying to cover with the person in the chat room. I'm still in that. All of this is part of that. As long as I'm drawn out as I get with it, it's all answering your question. The person in the chat room. My focus just shifted for a second. Remember, originally I brought the mafia stuff into it to describe that mafias make up our governments. So I just want to say this so that I don't forget to say it. If you are in any type of mafia, whatever you want to call it, change the way you do things to make this world a better place because you're in that position. You're in a position of control. Like, you know, when we talk about intelligence agencies, in certain countries, they relied on mafias for their information to know how to do the things they wanted to do to take control of everything.
Why don't we do this, Predada? So, because we are kind of coming to kind of like, I wouldn't call it a turning point, but because we're kind of like shifting around to some really important topics right now. I think right now, because I want to go a little longer with this program, and I want to give you an opportunity to get pretty much it all out, everything that you intended tonight. Would it be okay with you if we took like a 10-minute break. And I could play a little music. Maybe you could go use the bathroom or freshen up or something like that. That's kind of what I need to do. And then we could come back, and then we'll have more time to kind of hit it hard.
Sure. You want me to stand hold or something?
Why don't you can go ahead and hang up, and I'm just gonna play some music,
Okay.
and we can both kind of stand up and stretch and stuff like that. That way we can come back and actually end up going longer than we did last time.
Fantastic.
Okay, talk to you in a little
I'll
bit.
talk to you in a few.
Okay, bye.
All right, later.
And welcome back to the End of Days. This is your host, Daniel. We are joined today by. Sorry, I need to grab my smart device, my beast device. We are joined today by Predada Severa. This is our second interview with him, and we're going a little longer with this one. I wanted to give him, as much opportunity to say what he wants to say. So I'm going to go ahead and pull him back up. We're going to have to listen to some more annoying sounds, unfortunately. But I'm going to go ahead and call him back. Let's see here. As soon as I pull my head out of my behind. God, I hate those Skype sounds. Oh. He might still...
I'm here.
Oh, okay. Sorry about that. I think I called you a little early.
No, that's cool. So you want me to pick off where we left off?
Yeah, absolutely. It's totally up to you. Go ahead.
All right. So I was saying that, as here's what's basically been going on for, like, I'm gonna say the past 20 years. People who were of various mob families in the world have been deceived by entities who would like them to believe that they are the Illuminati. Not that the families are the Illuminati, but that these entities are the Illuminati. And they've required of people things such as selling their souls. So what you see that happened in Greece, I think it was in Greece and parts of Italy, where these various mafia families were taken over by the younger heads, by wiping out the older heads, that was sacrifices. So I'm still answering the person from the chat room's question, just while I'm touching on these different subjects, know and understand that all of this is directly created to music. Remembering that entertainment is Latin. E-N-N-T-E-R, land, tain, to grab, and mint, mind. So basically what you're saying is you are going into the land to grab the mind. And the land that we're talking about here is each individual. Entertainment is meant to take over your mind. So you have to understand the background story of entertainment, and understanding the background of entertainment means understanding government. Govern means to control, and mint means mind. So if you understand that entertainment and government are interchangeable, so I have a record label, and if you've ever been to my Facebook, anybody ever goes to my Facebook, you'll see it says Berkoo, Black Hole Records, New World Order Entertainment, one of the largest, most powerful omniversal governments, and that would confuse the average person if you didn't take into consideration that all entertainment companies are designed at the behest of governments to take over people's minds to make you think and feel a certain way. So with that said, if we have these mob characters, because everybody knows, like, I interact with people on I'll say somewhere between a weekly and a monthly basis, who have sold their souls, and they want to know how to get their soul back. If you are one of those people out there, here's what's going on. If there's any fragment of yourself left within you, when you did the ceremony, what you basically did was cast yourself into hell. And an entity that we would like to call demons, but demons are good, I call them evidence, Evvrinth. And what you call Satan is really a Wihenrock. That's EVV, but it's pronounced like a W, Hin, Hinrock, R-O-C-K, a Wihenrock. There's an I there in the, you know what I mean. So the Wihenrock controls its minions, which are evidence. So that replaces biblical Satan and demons. When you sell your soul, an entity enters from that dark place, that dark, vile place, and takes over your body. And so you might think it's you with a demon, per se, riding your back. That's where that slogan came from. And that you're here experiencing it, but it's not really you. You're really cast into suffrage, into, if you want to call it hell, into torment. And that thing is controlling you. It's actually replaced you in your body. And it's living the life that you wanted to live for those certain number of years that you contracted out with it to live. And so at the end of that contract, what happens is you will permanently end up, or a very long time end up in suffrage or hell, and that entity gets to stay here as a vampire and occupy your body for as long, pretty much, as it wants to, as long as it gets to have its couple of years, a couple of hundred years, or a couple of thousand years of sleep. And you may or may not, from time, be able to check in with that body and experience slightly what's going on. Now, that's what selling your soul is like. It's not you just, doing a blood contract, and next thing you know, you're rich and famous. No, that's not how it goes at all. Because if anybody would ever come forward and say, listen, I sold my soul, this is what goes on, they'll tell you the exact thing, pretty much, almost verbatim, what I'm telling you they go through. They go through hell in their own bodies because they're not really in their body anymore. Something else has taken possession of it. And so when you are, say, again, mafia, Italians, Hispanic people, they're very proud people. And that pride is what has allowed them over the centuries to be in the position they are in the world. Let's touch on Hispanic people for a second. You had the Spanish-American War, which occurred between Spaniards and English folk. But previous to that, Spaniards came over here as Knights Templars and all sorts of other organizations and individuals, and they interacted with the Indians. And at some point in time, they had their issues with Indians, but then, if you want to call it, the white man came along, and now they wanted to take over America, and the Spaniards weren't having it. So then you have the Spanish-American War. At that point, a lot of Hispanic people were driven south. The only place they had to go was what we call currently Mexico, and they went further south till they got to the end of it, which is, what, Chile? And the other side, I don't think that's Argentina or something like that, right? So now, when that occurred, these people had nowhere to go, but look what happened over the last couple of hundred years. They said, okay, well, we feel the U.S. was incorrectly taken from us, and we need to take it back. And that's what's been going on. So I know it's going to sound funny, but when you watch shows like, what was it, South Park? You know South Park, yeah? Everybody does, right?
Yeah, one of my favorite shows back in the day.
Remember the episode where they said, they took our jobs?
Yeah, that's one of my favorite ones. They took our gerbs.
Yeah, they're like, these Spanish people or whatever, they're coming up from South America, and the Mexicans, and they're taking our jobs, and they're just trying to, they'll work for minimum wage and this and that. You got to understand, which nobody, I've been around a lot of Hispanic people, nobody wants to talk about this shit, dude. And so I want to touch on, you know what? I told you I didn't want to talk about, remember I told you I didn't want to talk about Mossad and Nazis and all that shit? Remember I told you that?
Yeah.
Like, when we had a conversation, I want to touch on that. Is that going to be okay with you?
Yeah, no, that's fine with me because, I might have told you this already, but probably the main group that has been, I wouldn't say they've really done anything to hurt me, but mostly like playing little mind games and making like pseudo threats and like giving me hints that they're sort of watching me has been Mossad. I'm like almost 100% certain of that. So I definitely would like to hear anything that you know about them or related organizations or any of that.
Okay, when I talk about that, I'm going to be cautious in this. Like, what has come to light, which is a sad thing, but I understand it. Certain countries, if you talk about them bad, they can come and kidnap you, have you arrested, and bring you back to the country and tried for smearing their who they are and what they are on a global scale. So I'm going to say, when I talk about that whole thing I was talking to you about, I'm going to try to stay fact-based without accusations to say what I got to say so people can think. Because the only way, I'm a black agent. So I try to do things from the cover of darkness. But the problem is that in order to change people need to hear these
and
things.
Predada, if you can like protect me in some way or put in a good word for me in some way, I'm all for that. Like, help me out, man.
I'm gonna do my best. Remember the way all of this functions is through magic. Everything in the world, remember the aliens and interdimensionals and Terrans that were here, they're the masters of magic. Everything around you is magic based.
I love that. I fucking love
You
that.
your body exists. I think one thing I said to you before, I think this was not in that last program, but when we talked initially before you even put me on the radio, I think we had to talk about, like, think calcium is a powder, and in nature it occurs as a powder, but somehow this in your body it makes bones and it holds you together and allows you to walk upright. Otherwise, you'd be just like a slushy moving around on the ground like a slug. And so you got to understand and appreciate that's magic that allows that to be, that allows you to have bones that support your frame because it doesn't naturally occur in nature. There's something about you as a human that commands this powder element to form with other things in your body to create a stability, a framework that can hold up your body. And unlike a lot of other animals, we're able to walk upright without having the thickness in our bones of a lot of other animals who actually walk on all fours. So it's all magic, dude. And what your greatest protection will come from yourself. You never have to, like I saw one of the things you made on you already touched on it briefly at the beginning of this when you said about, I know the Illuminati's after me, but they're not gonna kill me now. They'll probably kill me when they feel it's right to, or some shit like that.
Yeah,
Remember you put that on Twitter?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's not. Remember, dude, it's not us. And I know I don't give you a name to call it. We just call them the other side. It's kind of like when you're in a gang, the other side, they after us. That's what we call them. They have several. They go by many names, but it's you can't.
So
You can't be
is
touched.
this like, is this good Illuminati versus bad Illuminati, or is the enemy, are they not Illuminati at all?
They vary from not being Illuminati at all to being X, if you want to call it Illuminati. The story of Star Wars is the story of what's going on in the world, dude. Remember, Darth Vader was a Jedi Knight.
So if I'm understanding this correctly, it's almost like the Illuminati was originally a noble organization kind of centered around maybe like the ancient mysteries and magic and stuff like that and knowledge, and there's like a corrupt offshoot of it. Is that do I kind of have the right idea with that?
That's right and exact. The good one still exists. That's what I'm a part of. That's what certain people get pulled to, and that's why you see this kind of bugged out thing that always goes out in Hollywood and in government. That's where that off balance. That's what I'm saying to you. Your heart pumps in, your heart pumps out. They're two opposite actions, but if those two opposite actions don't occur, you don't live. They create how do you say this? They create a mid ground. You have. I hate to keep touching on that country's organization, but we'll say CIA. It's the only one that, besides, we're going to get into Mossad because Mossad is Central Institutes for Intelligence and Special Operations. They dropped Central, but everything has a central to it, if you notice. And it's like when your heart beats, it beats up a wave, that's a crest, and then it goes back flat. It flatlines for just a split second. Every time your heart beats, you're dead for almost an immeasurable amount of time. Talk to a doctor about that when you get a chance. You'll have a really good conversation. But if you study your heartbeat, even looking at it on, what is that thing called in the hospital that shows you your heartbeat?
I think EMG, something like that. I don't know.
Yeah, electrocardiogram.
Yeah,
Is that what it's called?
it's something like that. Yeah.
Something like that, right? When you look at the machine, it does a crest, it drops flat, and then there's a trough for the other side of your heartbeat, then comes back flat again. And then it goes, and then a steady line for a couple of seconds, and then it beats again. When your heart is at that stable part, if you ask certain medical professionals, they'll tell you, oh, well, you're alive. No, you're really dead. You're right in between. You're on the fence. When your heart beats up, you're alive. When it drops flat, you're dead. Then it goes down and comes back, and then it stays. So in that split second, you're dead. And then when it stays for that couple of, 1 second before it beats again, you're dead and alive at the same time. And so that's the beauty of life. You have this pull back and forth. If you didn't have, the malevolence going on in the universe, then you couldn't have life. You couldn't have the opposite of it. Everything would be something in the middle. And so I'm not supporting the bad stuff that goes on, but it's just to say that it's kind of like in its own way the opposite of what's supposed to be good. You know, the sun is up, you're walking on the beach with your woman or whatever, and you're enjoying the waves and the ocean. You can see it because the sunlight, that illumination, is allowing you to see what's going on, and you appreciate its beauty. But then what comes a couple of hours later? Nighttime. Nighttime comes. Certain animals come out to feed. If you're not a night animal, you're going to be food. The night animals that are food, they know how to duck the night animals that are coming to eat them. So those hours for you as a human, you're like, oh, it's nighttime. We used to be scared of the night. Now because, we've killed most of the animals on the earth, you can even go to certain parts of Africa and there's not as many lions and tigers and all kind of stuff like that. And so people feel a little bit safer roaming the streets or whatever of their villages. But remember, a long time ago, they had to sacrifice. Certain people would sacrifice their children or whatever in Africa to keep those beasts appeased so that they would stay away from those villages at least a couple of more days at a time. It's crazy shit. But that's death and that's civility that goes on. So when you deal with this Illuminati stuff, you got to know that there's, a strong force that's good, that controls everything, and everything is magical. But then there's the darkness from whence that comes, and in darkness you can get away with anything. It just so happens that humans and certain other entities have this side to them that's bad. And you let that show when no one else is around or can see what you're doing, which happens to be darkness. And you can play with it a little bit, but you're not supposed to make it a part of your everyday. As you remember, I think I talked to you before, either on that last show or on the phone, and I like to use this expression to all the fathers out there, even mothers, but fathers. Imagine your daughter says, hey, Dad, some guy keeps following me home from school, but when I get near the house, he stops, and I think he's like trying to do something to me. I don't know. And so your father, he's got to get up and go to work every day. But you know how fathers are about their daughters. So he's like, I don't want to have to murder somebody and get rid of the body, but if that's what I got to do, then that's going to be what I got to do. And you could be a cop, you could be a judge, you could be the regular guy on the street, and you're all going to feel the same way. So in your mind, that dark part of you is already trying to figure out, listen, I'm a judge or I'm a police officer, and I know the law. I know that this guy hasn't done anything yet, so I can't do anything to him. He probably won't cross that line, because when you're dealing with criminal elements like that try to fuck with kids, they're a little bit smarter than the average criminal, because they got to be. So now you're going to have to figure out a way to get this motherfucker to leave your kid alone. And so that's going to either be talking to them, which you're just going to scare them off, and you won't be able to track them. If you know anything about intelligence, you know you want people to be in this little box that you need them to be in, so you can trap them off and do what you need to do next.
That is interesting. See, we're getting into that area again of like, because I know that you really are part of this world because you say things like that. How else would you know that?
Yeah, man, it's crazy. So you say to yourself, okay, this is why, when we talk about like I don't know, whatever type of intelligence agencies and the dirty shit they do it on purpose. They mold, they make everything go the way they want it to, because you have to control things. Mafia, all of that, same shit. They come from all source. So now you want to control this guy. You got this guy following your kid home from school, and if you approach him, you're going to scare him off. He's going to do it to somebody else or come back when you're least expecting it. You want to create a situation where he's going to actually try something. And at that point, what you've probably done as a judge or cop is you've talked to a couple of other police officers and you said, listen, this is Guy telling my girl home from school, we're going to get rid of his ass, but we're not going to jail for this shit. So if we go talk to him, he's just going to go to another city. That's how it goes. They're serial killers. They leave where they're at. They go somewhere else. You want to catch them. So now we all know that certain people are so intelligent that you can catch them almost in the act of something, but likely there's somebody who has money and they're going to get off the charges. And you're going to be a cop watching this fucker walk out of the courtroom, and he's either going to stay in your city or go somewhere else and do that to somebody else. And it might come to you're sitting in that courtroom because your baby went missing. And you're sitting there like, this goddamn badge kept me from protecting my family. I'm a fucking dickhead. I'm a fucking moron. I became a cop so not only I could protect the world, but that I could carry a fucking gun every day. And if somebody fucks with me and my family, I could put a fucking bullet in their head and I don't got to worry about going to jail. But this asshole, he took my baby from me and I let it fucking happen. So you got to understand, when we talk about stuff like the Illuminati and this darkness and this shit that goes on in the world, there's a purpose for that. If a motherfucker is telling your baby home from school, you take their motherfucking asses out. I don't give a fuck what nobody says. You know, we say this on this show and all, and there people, oh, he shouldn't be talking like this. No, if you were in the same situation, if you don't do that as a parent, you're a fucking dumbass.
Yeah, it's
you
because
protect your fucking family.
It's because, you know, this goes back to what I was saying before, how your average person, I don't know if it's because of all these Illuminati wars killing off the brave people or what, but the average person does not have that type of nuts. You know what I'm saying? They won't do what's right in terms of, you know, getting murky, getting real. They won't do that because they have not gone into deep waters like that before in their life. So they just, if they even approach those types of deep waters, they start shaking at the knees. It's just not part of their reality, and it never will be unless you've, you know, I don't really know how to describe it, but most people just don't have it in them to even like fight somebody, let alone do an act of vigilantism where they're going to protect their daughter. I mean, maybe that fatherly instinct comes into play at that point. I have seen that. So maybe that would make somebody more likely to actually do something about it, if that makes sense.
Totally. And that's what you have to be. And remember, the reason I brought that into play is to say this. When you snatch that motherfucker off to the side and you murder his ass and you go grab some bags of lime from Home Depot and you get rid of his fucking body, or you grab some fucking whatever that fucking acid is that you melt bodies down with in the fucking bathtub, you know, because you are 10 years in, 10 more years from now, you know, you could retire and get your pension, but that ain't going to happen if you and your buddies get locked the fuck up and you're a cop. You know, it's going to be in the news, police officer murders possible serial killer who is after his daughter, and while everybody thinks this is honorable, he disrespected the law and he's going to jail. You don't want to be a cop in jail. Everybody knows that. But you don't want to be the cop who someone took your baby from you. So that dark part of you, you know what that's protected by? Satan. That's protected by Ogun. That's protected by all of the dark shit in the universe that is good. So in that darkness, there is good. It's just that bad people and bad things can play in that darkness also. But you got to be able to step into that darkness and do what needs to be done. And that's how this world works. And that's what, you know, going back to the old mafia thing, originally that's what that was. For the mobs of the world, they needed to play in those, wade in those waters, those dark waters, to fill that interim between kingdoms and peasantry, to then take over it and then run their countries. And they had to do some really foul shit. And so darker forces came along and snatched them off to the side and flung in front of them money, the root of all evil, and got them to turn on their own families and murder their older people that brought them up in whatever and taught them how to live life, taught them how to respect. Remember, when you're a little kid, think about where you come from. Just like for a split second, you. Now, I don't know you. I don't know your family. Whatever your family was, it was. But only imagine if you come from a culture, if that's the case. And once again, I know I'm not talking about like white people or black people. I'm talking about like Italians, Hispanics. You come from this culture that is so proud. There's certain things you don't do. There's certain things you don't say. You likely don't even talk back to your mother or father, even if they're wrong, because that's how you were raised. And so you got to carry on this tradition, even though certain parts of it you feel were wrong. But, you know, in order to carry on a tradition, you gotta take from what was taught to you, and it's taught to you by your elders, the people that were there before you. And how do you go and you disrespect them and let somebody from somewhere else convince you to wipe them out to go after money? So now the money doesn't mean anything. It's like these days, if you're in the mafia and you're Italian and you're a part of the coup that happened that wiped out the older people, and you partook of selling fucking crack and whatever, meth, black tar, heroin, all this crazy shit that's out here now, inside you're empty. You got money, you don't have fame because you can't have fame if you're in the mob. You can't be out there like that. So you're in this dark place with everything you wanted in life, and maybe you had money to take care of your folks until they got old, and maybe they passed away, or maybe you off them. Because, hey, when you join this shit, whether you know it or not, anybody, you got to sacrifice your families. Again, I'm answering the question of the person from the chat room with all this applied to the music industry. This is all part of it. I'm doing the perimeter version of talking about what you got to do to be in the industry. This is what this is, and it's life at the same time. I'm like killing two birds with one stone. So you want to, if you're in that darkness and you're in the bad part of it, come out of that. The only way you can do that, which is again our mafias, and that's going to segue off into Mossad in a second, and the Nazis. Our mafias control our governments now. You, as a whatever you are, were once a clan, a gang of people, an organization that the people in power or entities in power who also answer to something greater than themselves looked to help them control the streets, which they really took from you. Because if you ask anyone who's in any type of mob, they will tell you they used to control their neighborhoods. They no longer control their neighborhoods. Crack, heroin, and entities that they don't know what the fuck going on controls their neighborhoods. But they don't almost have the power from their perspective to get it back. And so they've sold themselves out, their cultures out, and things of that nature to be in positions they are, but their positions are like null and void, because the position we're supposed to be in was to have supreme and ultimate control over your destiny, over your life, over your culture, and that's what was promised to you, but now you don't have it anymore. And you find yourself, when you're in this shit, they say, listen, you got to sacrifice that guy over there. He's like your best friend. Okay, you don't have a best friend anymore? Who's closer to you? Or who's further from you? At this point, sometimes it goes starting. Some people choose, you can sometimes have that flexibility. You can choose to sacrifice the person furthest from you. It could be the normal person in the street. And you see this with gangs. They'll tell you, just like that, they'll be like, hey, listen, that guy, for this reason, he said this, and this. We don't like him. Yo, if you go take him out for us, we'll give you this, and this, and we'll move you up. And so you're looking at it, it's a sacrifice of someone who you don't know, you don't give a fuck about, they got nothing to do with you, and it's going to get you in. No, we're all in this world connected together. If you touch me, if you touch him, if you touch her, you're hurting yourself. When you're laying in the street after you got hit by a fucking car, and everybody else is walking past, and some people are jumping on their fucking cell phones and looking at it because they want to put this on Snapchat or whatever the fuck, nobody's helping you. You're taking your last breaths, right? You're not going to give a fuck what color somebody is. You're not going to care if they're 5 years old or 100 years old. You're not going to care what or who they are. You just need to be able to breathe and get better and get an ambulance. And so when you, last week, because you wanted to join a gang, went and murdered that guy over there because he's from the other side, and that was going to be, according to God, the person that saved your life this week when you got hit by that car, you're going to wish, when you get to heaven to find this out, or hell when you find this out, that you hadn't done it. That's how the universe works. We're all in this together. You can't let anybody step to you and turn you against your family, turn you against what's right, period. And that's what's happened. So that's why I'm saying, one bird to kill with the stone is everyone that's in any type of mob. You're now in a position to make a choice. You sold your soul already. But what you can do is the right thing. You've heard this in movies, and it's not any less true. Right now you're fucked, but do the right thing. And somewhere along the lines in doing the right thing, God will look down and bless you. And with that said, you'll be in control of the world, because there is no FBI, CIA, NSA, there is no MSS, KGB, or whatever you want to call them right now, SVR, and there's no BND. There is none of these things. There is only people there. Those are just names on pieces of paper inside of government offices that are typed out, and the people change every couple of years. And that's who runs it. Right now, all of the world's mafias that control guns, drugs, prostitution, gambling, all of those bad things that control all of the industries that are good, the roof over your head, the clothes you're wearing, the shoes you're wearing, which is clothing, accessory, the car you drive, Israel, I'm going to segue off into that in a second. Israel controls technology across the globe, whether anybody knows it or not. You're praying to Christ every night. If you're not praying to Muhammad, if you're not praying to Buddha, remember, Christ was a Jew. He was Jewish. So how do you walk the globe talking about you're a Christian and talking shit about Jews, or that you're a Nazi and you follow Christ in some way, shape, or form, and talking about Jews when Christ was a Jew? That doesn't even make any sense. So now we can, I said I was, I know I get on this long thing, and I know it's probably informative, but do you have something to interject with, bro?
No, this is some fascinating shit. I mean, oh my God. It kind of goes back to what I was saying about Mossad, and it feels like to me that they are the ones that kind of are most likely to sort of come after you, being that there is this sort of alliance between the United States and Israel, in the sense that it's so closely knit, and the political figures and the huge corporations are so linked together with Israel. Literally, if you kind of step out of line inside of this matrix system, that's probably who you're going to end up. That's probably who's going to end up tracking you and coming after you, because we are literally inside of their box. We're inside of the Mossad, okay, Epstein Island. I don't know if you looked into it, but Ghislaine, however you say that bitch's name, all that stuff is linked to Mossad, and it's linked to child trafficking, and it's linked to FBI and CIA. This is what you're talking about, Predada. You guys out there, what he's talking about, this literally is the reality that's around you. I mean, you might be listening to this and thinking to yourself, what am I listening to? But you got to wake up, because this is what's fucking around you, people. This is what's around you. I'm sorry, go ahead.
No, that was great, because you just created the bridge that I try to avoid crossing. I'm going to cross this bridge. I got to first say, this is a disclaimer that I shouldn't have to say, but it needs to be said. If you are Hasidic, do not take offense to what I'm about to say. Do your research. Do a lot of fucking thinking. And truly, if you've even touched the Kabbalah or any one of those mystical books yet and have an understanding in them, then you already know that what I'm about to say is true and makes sense. So here's that bridge I didn't want to cross, and that I avoided in our first conversation. And I was going to avoid it now, but, I've had talks with people in the organization, and they were like, yo, I mean, it's up to you. If you feel it's right to say it, say it. If you don't feel it's right to say it at that time, don't say it. I'm going to say it. Follow me on this journey, everyone. Let's go back to the 1880. Let's go back to when Hitler was young. And I know we talked about Hitler kind of in detail a little something last time, so I'm going to kind of skip that part. I'm going to stay on this vein right here. We're talking Thule Vril Society. We're talking the alleged whole thing with the Rothschilds and Hitler being part Rothschild. We're talking Hitler developing this issue with Jews because he allegedly grew up in the house of one of the Rothschilds, and his mother was a servant there. And, you know, Hitler is the product of a Rothschild with his mother, who's the servant, and she got treated like shit. And so now he developed this hatred for Jews. Let's go to where the Rothschilds aren't Jews, allegedly, the way you think they're Jews, or what you were taught Jews are. Remembering, Jews are not a people. Jews are people who practice Judaism. So it's like saying, it's like calling you a Christian and saying a Christian is a person. They're not a people. They have a belief system. That belief system over time for Jews or Jewish people became what we described them at, but that's not who and what they are. Jewish people or Jews come from all walks of life, all ethnicities.
Yes, very important to remember.
Huh?
I was just saying, yes, I was agreeing with you and saying this is very important to remember because people might be listening to this and they might kind of, like get offended or think it's something that it's not, or anti-Semitic or something like that. It's definitely not, because that's the truth. Like, Jews could basically be any color skin. They could be any culture. They could literally be anybody, not just one group or one race of people. Like you said, Predada, it's a belief system. Like, I'll even sometimes call myself a Jew because I'm a believer in kind of like the Christian sort of mindset. Not that I strictly stick with that.
Exactly. So now let's go to just coming up on World War II, where Hitler had this plan where he was like, listen, I've been to the Orient, I've been to the New World. Whether anybody knew it or not, Hitler was over in the United States before World War II. He made pacts with certain organizations, and he said, here's my plan. I'm going to take over the world. You're either in or you're out. Some organizations, they were like, you're nuts. No, we're not in. But during the course of World War II, which will help everybody understand, and I'm going to jump around, but understand that during the course of World War II, certain countries who weren't originally part of the war jumped in. The United States was drawn in, allegedly because of the bombing of Pearl Harbor. But there was other shit at play. So you'll see, if you study World War II, certain countries that weren't in jumped in at a certain time. That's because they became part of Hitler's master plan. Italy was part of Hitler's side. But we all know that Italian people aren't like that. They're not those racist, fucked up people who were part of Hitler's plan to decimate entire cultures. That's not who they are. So they just got drawn into that shit. So now we have, just coming up on World War II, Hitler with this plan, and he's starting to pull people in by having talks in the street in Germany. And people are gathering around him just like anybody would in the square, and they're listening to this guy who's trying to uplift them. And I remember I touched on this in the last show, so I'm not going to go too deep into the part where he's just like talking, and people love the way he talks, and it's because he's had training. He's part of, by then, several secret societies from all over the world, especially from Tibet. So he's learned how to be like an Obama. When his words come out of his mouth, people are drawn to him like, bees to honey. And everybody's like, yeah, what he's saying is, that's fantastic. I think that should be what we do. So now Hitler had several layers to his plan. A lot of them are still in play. If any of you out there are higher up Nazis, you already know what I'm talking about. I'm not going to go into that part of it. At least I don't think I'm going to touch on that. When we talk about secrets, everybody has their secrets. As the Illuminati, we try to respect other people's secrets as long as it doesn't interfere with what's right and what's good. Because we got to do our dirt sometimes too. So with all that said, anyone who's just become like part of the Nazi Party, things of this nature, white supremacist groups, then their understanding of things is some of those lower levels of Hitler's grand plan. Because it wasn't just the Third Reich. The Reichs don't stop. It's going to keep going for forever. 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. It's going to keep going. It's its own pyramid. So now, while everybody was getting fascinated by Hitler with, hey, we're going to unite Germany and make like MAGA, make Germany great again. But that's MGGA. Make Germany great again. That was going on with him. And here's what was going on in the
Oh,
background.
I
Go
never
ahead, what's
even
up?
looked at it that way. That's deep right there, what you just said.
Yeah, dude. So this guy was like this. He was like, listen, here's the part where Jews might get offended, but bro, don't get offended with me because it's gonna get really dirty right now. But it's just keeping it real. He was like this. Listen, we need to end up in the promised land, in Israel, the Nazi party. Because in Israel, everybody knows there's time portals above and below ground. There's riches that King Solomon left there. Because when you live in the hood, like, okay, I don't know where you came from. I mean, you can interject at any time where you came from, but this is for, I never talk about anybody black or whatever black stuff, but just for a split second. And I know this is kind of like the low down, dirty part of it, but it's just real what it is. When you're a black man and you're in the hood and you're growing up, you're like, I can't wait to get my shit together, get my money right. I may or may not move out of the hood. What I want to do is I want to keep a house that's in the hood and be able to live here, but have another house somewhere else in the world or a couple of houses. I don't want to have to be restricted to being in the hood because I know how brothers is. Some people is going to love me. I'm going to be here. I'm going to look out for my community. But then there's going to be people who's jealous. And it's just that's what life is. And the jealous ones, they will come spray your fucking house. And you don't need that. You don't need to do all this shit you got to do to become rich. And then, your mom's sitting there watching TV and she catches a bullet. So you want to move your mother, your sister, your brothers up out the hood. If they want to still maintain, a house or something there, y'all have a community house you got there, fine. But when you get your money, what does everybody do? No matter whether it's good money or dirty money. You take your money and you either put it in the bank, but you don't really trust the banks. You take your money and you find somewhere to keep it that's away from the hood, away. So only understand, if you study history, what should really fascinate you, Ninja Shoes, right now, is when we talk about how kingdoms used to make their money and they would bury their money outside of their kingdom, completely outside of their country, on islands. Yeah, you know what I'm talking about, right?
Yeah, yeah, I've heard things to that effect. It's kind of similar to the Knights Templar, how they were hoarding money.
Exactly. You get your money and you take it, and you know that the enemy knows that you live here and that they might be able to find your wealth there. So if they attack you, they can get rid of you and get your wealth. But you look to put your wealth somewhere else where they won't be expecting it to be. For most of the African kings, things like King Solomon, they buried their shit in Israel, dude, just outside of Africa. So you had somewhere to run to, because remember, Israel connects Africa to mainland Europe. Any other direction you go in, you hit the ocean. You can't even really go bury your money in Madagascar, because if somebody runs off of Africa and catches you in Madagascar, you're an island and you're surrounded by the fucking water. So you should be like in the Middle East, and just stepping outside of your comfort zone was Israel. And Hitler knew this. So that's what I'm saying. This is going to get crazy. Hitler had a game plan to raise the Reich in Israel. He's like, oh, well, we can't be there right now. You got Palestinians down there, and you got displaced Jews. Because remember, the Jews did a diaspora a long time ago, before World War II, before World War I, where they spread all over the globe, even into the United States, even into what we call South America, even into Africa. Jews spread all over the place. They were in Poland, Russia. They were everywhere, dude. So, like I said, you can't call them a certain race. They were everyone and everywhere with a certain belief system. And what they understood and still understand today is that you get drawn back to the promised land. That's why what we're going through is it's funny. You're going to know that during the course of what I'm saying, you're going to have people who, it's going to sound funny, but it's what it is. You're going to have people who ended up in Israel who are not Nazis, and you're going to have people who ended up in Israel who are Nazis, who ended up running Israel with people who were not Nazis, without their knowledge, and sometimes with. So let me tie that together for you, because I know anybody who's sitting at home right now and they're Hasidic, they're like, what the fuck is he talking about? If you're deep in this shit, you know what I'm talking about. If you're not, this is going to be interesting for you. But you need this to heal the world. So with that said, Hitler was like, okay, this is what we're going to do. We're going to, first of all, invade all the different countries, go to their libraries, go to their main places we know they keep artifacts, and we're going to gather up everything that traditionally, metaphysically has power that we know from history. These things are spread all over the globe. UFOs have crashed, they've landed, they've hidden things. Aliens come here and hide shit, dude. We probably, I don't think we ever touched on that. And this is probably the first time I've ever touched on this with anybody of all the conversations I've had. This globe is like a hiding place. Just like we were talking about, kings make their money and they hide it in lands outside of where they live. Aliens come here and they put stuff and leave stuff here that they can't keep on their own worlds because they don't trust the other worlds around them. So with that said, when you study esoteric things and deep, dark, black magic things, and you get into, like I said, the Kabbalah, you get heavy into it. A lot of people, they'll start reading the Kabbalah or whatever, and I'm going to say this first, I've never read the entire Kabbalah. I've read bits and pieces of it. I wasn't ready for it. And what I mean by not ready for it is...
I think reading any of it...
Go ahead, I'm sorry.
I think reading any of the Kabbalah is going to be like 100 million times what 99.9% of people out there are even willing to do, unless they're like real in-depth rabbis. So the fact that you even read that much of it, I have not done that. I can say that. That's kind of impressive.
Yeah, the Kabbalah, isn't supposed to be studied by women. Anyone who's a Hasidic Jew knows that women aren't supposed to jump in and study the Kabbalah, or at the very least, not until a certain age and understanding certain other things, because it is rumored and it is also true that the Kabbalah can drive you crazy because it starts getting into things that will fuck your brain up. You know, these are black magic Freemason stuff. When you get into the Kabbalah, you get into aliens, deep dark magic, and things that are attributed to Satanists. And you ask yourself, okay, we're one of the primary religions on the globe closest to God. We're God's chosen people, but in order to understand God fully, we have to master the Kabbalah, which is telling you that Satan is real, Satan is not bad, Satan runs things, he's the dark force, he's an angel, he has all these powers and all these other things going on the globe that you have to know and partake of in order to fully be empowered as a Jew. And these are horrible things. So now if you want to jump just for a split second off into Mossad, you can understand where Mossad can get their job done and still be right with God. Because remember, if in any religion, when you do something that's not right with God, you feel like, oh my God, I've shamed myself, I've shamed God, and he's got to come for me, I'm going to go to hell. There is not one Mossad agent alive who thinks that the shit they've done so far is going to put them in hell. Not one.
And you know what's crazy about Kabbalah is if you look into it and its origins, you know, the tradition, the entire tradition, not just this or that, but the Kabbalah tradition, it goes all the way back literally to the Garden of Eden.
Past that. And past it.
Yeah.
The Kabbalah is deep and dark.
For sure.
It goes to the beginning of all things. Are you familiar with some I've been learning some words. I don't speak Hebrew yet, but I've been learning a couple of words because of the agencies I run. And if you've seen any of the stuff like I put on Twitter or Facebook, do you know any Hebrew words?
A little bit. Like I have not delved that deep into it, but I've probably had similar thoughts as you. Like if I learned more of it, I would be able to kind of understand things a little bit better, because once you sort of break through certain barriers, which I feel we're doing this evening, I feel like we're poking holes in the veil, you know, like the cloak around this knowledge base that sort of keeps most of the sheeple. I mean, that's kind of derogatory of a concept, the sheeple or sleeple, but it keeps them asleep. And what we're doing is we're breaking those barriers down. I think that, you know, kind of like Crowley, not that I idolize him or anything like that, but he learned Hebrew and he was able to actually...
He's in the Kabbalah.
Yeah.
That's that stuff I'm saying. So, you know, there's people sitting at home right now, they're like, yo, this dude's starting to get us some shit saying like Jews are Nazis, and that's exactly where I'm going with this. But shit, if you study the Kabbalah, it's talking about Aleister Crowley. Come on. One of the people that when you are in the United States and you're a Christian, and people start talking about Freemason Aleister Crowley, you know, people are sitting there and have made, you know, oh, well, Jay-Z had on a shirt, you know, talking about do as thou wilt. That means Jay-Z's in the Illuminati and he's bad and this, that, and the third. That's a quote from Aleister Crowley, who is attributed in the Kabbalah, that whole realm, not just him. Everybody having to do with Freemasonry. All of that's in the Kabbalah. Why would it be in the Kabbalah? Why would we be talking about the most dirtiest, grimiest shit, allegedly, if it wasn't good? Like, see what I mean? It's twisted, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. So now, look at how this went. This dude sat up there and he said, okay, well, this is how the Third Reich is going to end up in Israel, all at the expense of the taxpayers of the globe. What we're going to do is we're going to go to every country, make it look like we fucking hate Jews. We're going to kidnap Jews along with other people, and anybody who has knowledge of anything that pertains to any type of mysticism, which at that point in time, remember, mostly it was Jews. They carried Judaism across the globe. So if you want to know, and when they got to each country, Jews ain't no joke. A Jewish person will go to another country and they know how to move and shake and do the things they need to do to build wealth quickly. And it's part of being a Jew. It's just what it is. And so, you know, people are jealous of them because of that. There's a portion of it that has to do with racism, but I'm going to get into that. And that's what will make everything that I'm about to say, where somebody would be like, oh, he's anti-Semitic or this. No, I'm going to make this beautiful, make you understand how beautiful it is to be someone who is Jewish, but make you understand where the ugliness came from. You know, like when you're in, say, the United States and you go into the hood in the United States, any hood, there's always Hasidic Jews living side by side with poor black people. And what they've done in the hood is they have a law. It's called, you remember school zone laws?
Yeah.
What basically happens is, if you're caught with drugs within 1,500 feet of a school zone, you can get charged with possession with intent to distribute, possession with intent to distribute within 1,500 feet of a school zone. And each penalty, depending on which state you're in, can carry anywhere from 3 to 9 years per penalty. So as a first-time offender, you can end up in jail for 27 years. That's damn near like a kingpin charge. A kingpin charge with one runner in the States, you're facing 30 years. So 27 is like 3 years more than that. It's like the same shit. So you might delve into selling, you know, I guess cocaine or some other controlled substance and get caught your first time. You could end up in jail for 27 years. And guess how this works out? Because yeshiva school, you know what yeshiva school is, yeah?
Not familiar.
Yeshiva, if you go like, you know how you can go downtown in your area and they have the stores, and then sometimes there's apartments over the stores?
Uh-huh.
When you go downtown in practically any place, I can just say, yeah, probably in any country in the world, any type of downtown area, there's likely going to be 1, 2, 3 yeshiva schools. These are Jewish schools where the kids go and learn, where adults go and learn, or transitioning from children to being teenagers, adults, or whatever, and they study. And they can be located, you know, near a church. They can be located over a store. They can be located anywhere where the average drug dealer would go and try to sell drugs, not knowing he's anywhere near a school. So guess what you're going to catch? Almost any hood you sell drugs in these days, almost anywhere in the world, you're going to catch a 3 to 9 times 3 because you didn't know that you were near a yeshiva school.
Oh
so
my God. I didn't know
of
any of this stuff. That is really, wow. Yeah, my God.
Yeah, you don't find out until you go to court or until you get indicted. And you're like, yo, you were selling drugs within 1,500 feet of a school zone. You know, your lawyer's like, you're facing, you know, minimum 9 years, maximum 20. You're like, oh, no, bro. I was selling drugs on the corner by the corner store. You know, if you go in there, they'll tell you I'm not trying to get them in trouble. I'm not trying to admit to anything. I'm just saying the guy in the store knows me. I'm always there all day, and maybe I had a little something on me sometimes, and I was trying to get that stuff off. But I don't fucking sell drugs to kids, bro. I didn't do it. There was no school around here, dude. There was a yeshiva. What is a yeshiva school? You know, what are you talking about? Jews. They have these schools. They're called yeshiva schools. They can be anywhere. You happen to be near one, right where you were. If you walk 15 paces that way and go up those steps by that, laundromat, then you go up to there's a yeshiva school up there, right next to the yoga studio. You know the yoga studio. Yeah, what? Is it a Jewish kids school? Oh shit! Wait a minute, but I didn't know. Yeah, bro, it don't matter. You're gonna be doing 9 to 27, and we don't figure out a way to get you off of these charges. So, is there anything you're not telling me? And that's what you're gonna hear from your lawyer. So that's the dirty side of it. That's what makes black people not like Jews, because most black people struggle, and when you go on the corner, you're putting your life in your hands. Your parents, your family, your kids, all of those lives. Don't ever think, we say, talk about drugs and selling drugs and all of this. When you're a black man and you got to sell drugs, you don't get to travel out of state and go sell them over somewhere else. When you're in some other culture, you have the ability to do things like that. Black people, they'll be like 5, 10 blocks from their house, if that. A lot of people, they're like 2, 3 blocks from their house. And they're just trying to make some money, come back. Like Biggie said, I'm just trying to feed my daughter and get some diapers. And next thing you know, you're facing 27 years in jail, and you find out it was because Jews did it. So what you've learned in certain places is that they don't like black people because they're trying to pin you to the wall. But if you study Jews in history, they went through their own shit, i.e., one of them, Hitler. So you would think, like, okay, they don't want people selling drugs around their kids, but don't try to nail me to the wall with some sneak shit, and then expect me or our culture to appreciate yours.
Okay, let me ask you a question about that then. Let me ask you so, and if you don't want to answer that, if you don't want to answer this, I totally understand, but would you say that Black Lives Matter is sort of along the same lines?
Black Lives Matters and Antifa, all these are complicated because, see, I don't want to go into the alleged of who's backing them and all this shit like this, but they're not doing things from our perspective of, just some black people who said enough is enough with the cops shooting and killing black people. Enough is enough of, the government fucking us over. Enough is enough. No, there's something else going on there. And that something else, there's a lot of Caucasians involved in it who are seemingly taking it in their own direction for some black people to somewhat benefit from wherever that direction might end up taking it. So now, or you know what I mean? So now, with that said, it's kind of like when people talk about NAACP. When the NAACP started out long time ago, it was black people. Then white people got involved because you know how the governments work. When you get 3 black people together, it's called a conspiracy anywhere. For instance, in the housing projects in Philadelphia, if you remember in history, I don't know if we talked about it before the last show or at all, or during that last show, when in Philadelphia, I forgot the exact date or whatever, but if you look back in history, when allegedly the FBI blew up a whole project building and dropped it because the residents in that project building were having meetings. And so they figured, it's a bunch of black people having meetings in this building. They're, plotting some kind of conspiracy against the government. Were they? I don't know. Were they not? I don't know. That
is fucked up.
Did you hear about it?
That is fucked up.
Yeah,
no,
I'm not making this shit up. The FBI dropped a tenement building with people in it. Just kind of like it was our own 9/11 in Philly, just to get rid of what was going on. Now, what you got to play into this is remember when you had remember when Russia was doing the whole Cuban Missile Crisis thing?
Yeah.
Now remember, at the same time, there was a lot of black organizations that didn't have funding, and Russia was trying to, sneak funding to these black organizations, like in New York and stuff, and it was a plot to destroy the Statue of Liberty. Do you remember that?
I'm not familiar with that.
It was. I don't want to get it fucked up, because you have like stuff like, say, the African National Congress. I'm not saying it was them. It was one of those types of groups, or with a name kind of sort of like that.
Mm-hmm.
At that time, we're talking about back during the days like the Black Panthers, all this, where the FBI was like, oh yeah, they're in cahoots with the Russians or Soviets, whatever they called at the time, and they're getting money from them, and these black people, they're gonna go blow up the Statue of Liberty, and so we got to stop this shit. So it was like this war on terror.
Holy shit, that is nuts! Like, all this has been covered up. Like, we should know this stuff. This should be in our school books. This is literally some of the most fucked up shit I've ever heard.
There's a video for you on YouTube where you can catch up on. It's called KGB Connections. The inset is like it's like a pastel looking picture of somebody with like maybe like a head wrap on, and the way you know it's the right video, when you start watching it, it's going to be a dude from DGI. You know what DGI is?
No.
I'm going to fuck this up because I remembered it one way. I got to learn all these different intelligence agencies, and they get confused in my head a lot of times. Forgive me, anybody, if I say this wrong, but it's kind of like this. Directorate General de Inteligencia. And it's said differently, but it's the Cuban version of the CIA, or whatever you want to call it. And so there's a guy from DGI talking about how, Russia infiltrated America first. And you've heard about that in history, like something like Roosevelt, Truman, or Eisenhower. In their cabinet, there was Russian spies. You heard about all that shit back in the day?
Yeah, that sort of thing. I mean, I know that Russia has always kind of had people in our government. I know that they probably do in this very moment. I mean, any of the superpowers are probably spying on each other all the time.
Yeah, so that whole type of thing was going on, and they the government was like, okay, well, first we need to stop this conspiracy. Whatever's going to happen, at the Statue of Liberty. So they foiled that. So now, if you look at the time frames, then you go from there to find that they can have an excuse where they say, okay, well, these people were having secret meetings in, their tenement things, and we don't know what the fuck they were talking about, because what you have to do back then, go back to whatever that time was in Philly, you have to, as an FBI organization, get someone or some people, multiple people that are black, to be either agents or be undercover. It's difficult, being like me. It's easier. I'm not in any of these. I'm not CIA. I'm not NSA. I'm not KGB. I'm not Mossad. I'm not any of those things. I'm all of those things, but in the Illuminati. We exist before all of those. So I don't have to play a role. Like, I don't have to be a black guy from a nice area, grew up in a nice family, decided to go to Harvard. While I'm in Harvard, the FBI approaches me, recruits me, and, I got this, I probably don't talk like the average black guy, but I also don't talk like I've been to Harvard. So you can't send that guy, his first or second year in Harvard, into a tenement building in Philadelphia at that point in time, trying to infiltrate these certain little organizations. So when you have this tenement meeting, he can say, yeah, this is what they're planning. They want to blow up the Statue of Liberty. You can't do that because he doesn't seem like he's from the hood. You also cannot easily take someone from the hood and even maybe offer him money and say, listen, we want to know what's going on there, what's being planned. Because best believe, if anybody black is planning to blow up something in the United States, they're not going to share that with the average motherfucker around them. Black people talk too fucking much. So we're not like, say, Italians. Again, the Italians, you tell them, so, they keep that shit to their fucking selves. It's like almost no matter what the fuck it is. You can't pry it the fuck out of them. Black people, you get us in the right circumstance inside of a police fucking thing, and if you're not heavy deep in some gang already, you're going to be like, listen, nah, I'm not trying to do 10 years in jail. What is it we need to know? Give me a paper and pen. What do you want me to sign? Right? Sign right there? Okay, there you go, right there. But nobody else is going to find out about this, right? And that's how you are as a black person. So you can't find someone in the hood who you can turn easily like that. So no one understand if they had enough evidence to think that they should drop a tenement building, then it came from someone who was either deep in there, who, how the fuck did they get someone black from the hood to sit up in that meeting who was really FBI or at least an informant, they come back and give them that information, or they didn't have no fucking information, dude, and they just dropped the fucking building to be on the safe side. Get it?
Yeah, it's really scary because oh man, like when you get into that topic, like a lot of people, like friends of mine and people like that they're kind of ignorant in their own way, and they're seeing things from the white person perspective of like being out from the sticks, and they hear stuff about like Black Lives Matter, or people talking about racial oppression and stuff like that. If you really look at the facts, it's undeniable that CIA and Zionists and FBI and a lot of these, even certain presidents, have really gone after the black community in terms of trying to destroy it from the inside and use it as a tool to manipulate the rest of society.
Exactly. And it's never going to stop. It's never going to stop. And they use all these other cultures who are seemingly or supposedly oppressed to help them do it. And those cultures have become part of it. And that's sad, dude. Because, if you remember from back in the day, it used to be about black versus white. It's not even that no more. It's like black people versus like every fucking body. Even our own selves.
Yeah.
You can't be black and intelligent, else black people don't want to fuck with you. You can't be black and a dumbass, else, you're going to end up somewhere fucked up. And usually that's at the hands of somebody who's white or another culture.
Yeah, that's
So
what
you have no.
that's what my friend I think you might have listened to his show, Zion the Prophet. He's kind of like an upcoming rapper, and he said the same thing to me. He kind of he'll get shit from other black people because he's kind of like, he talks about some really deep stuff, and he doesn't like that because he feels like it boxes him in, and we had a conversation about that. It's stupid to me because he's so bright and he's so intelligent, and I just hate that he would have to experience that.
Yeah, and the beautiful thing about opening your mind, exploring your world and your universe, is that you become something greater than you are, and that's not a contribution that's a selfish one. It's like, imagine when the first star appeared in the universe. Things were drawn to it, planets, just little rocks floating around in the universe. Those rocks settled into an orbit around those stars, and then they started having fungus grow on them. And then that fungus attracted elements from the universe, which became water, and this water created oceans, and then life sprung from that. And that's all from this star becoming a star. So it begs the question, why did whatever that was become a star? And it wasn't selfish with its light. That's the whole basis of illumination. It's like, the Illuminati is supposed to be able to be out here and talking to people. And we've done that in history. You've seen instances of it. You study, just going back to dealing with Adam Weishaupt, and even, founder of Rosicrucians and Freemasons, Sir Francis Bacon. But every time
Yeah.
you do that, go ahead.
No, that's such a deep topic. I mean, you're getting right into the itty gritty of it with Adam Weishaupt and Francis Bacon, because those years and those days and what happened surrounding those individuals is what formed kind of that hidden world as we see it today. And it's also doing the same thing because I said earlier, we're trying to kind of poke holes between the people that are asleep and are sheep and the people that are woke to this stuff. And the more we can dissolve that barrier, the better. And this ground level stuff, I keep saying that over and over again, this ground level stuff that you give us, whether you're talking about conspiracies against the black community or organized crime, or these organizations like Zionism and stuff like that. Sorry, I know I'm running on, but when you talk about this stuff, I can't imagine a better way to do that because anybody can go online right now and Google this stuff and they can confirm for themselves that it's real. So at this point, why would you doubt any of this stuff? I'm saying that to the listeners out there. Why would you doubt any of this stuff?
Exactly. So now, you know, you want just like you were saying with Zion. Like I've never had a chance to listen to that show. I wanted to listen to that show. You know, there's so much stuff I'm doing, but to take it from his perspective without knowing him instead of my own. Like, you know, he was talking about he's trying to, you know, do the music thing, and you know, people want to know like, what am I going to get myself into? Okay, so you're an intelligent black man or whoever you might be. It doesn't matter what your color, but you kind of separate yourself from the pack, not purposely, but just because you want to know. You want to know what's going on. You want to make yourself a better person. You I don't care if you like to do hair. You do hair and you be the best damn hairdresser in the world. I don't care if you like to sweep garbage up. You be the best fucking garbage sweeper in the world. You sweep a street and make people say, God damn, this street is clean. Who did this? That guy right there. That separates you from a fucking garbage man. You, whatever you want to do, you be the best at it. And what's supposed to happen is people are supposed to appreciate it. Appreciation is not somebody looking at you and being glad you did something. The word appreciate means to increase. There's depreciate and appreciate. Appreciate means to take something that you see and make it bigger and better than what it is. So when you say you want to become part of the music industry, somebody's supposed to see you're a great singer, great songwriter, musician, whatever it is, and they're supposed to say, hey, listen, I have the means to bring what you're trying to do to the rest of the fucking world, dude. I can do that. Are you ready to take that step? Fuck yeah, I'm ready. You know? And so you go off and you not only experience that, but you experience so much other stuff. Like, think about the first time, if you saw it, when Jay-Z went over to Africa to help bring water to one of those villages. Do you remember that?
I think so. Yeah.
Yeah. It's like, you don't see that. If you asked him, I'm just gonna make an assumption, he'd be like, listen, I saw the fucking projects. You know, we barely had money for this or that. And I just imagine one day I could be somebody better than I am. I was surrounded by fucking drug dealers and whatever, old school. He's surrounded by old school, you know, organizations like that. And, you know, he's done whatever he's done. But fast forward, you know, a couple of decades, and he's not, you know, just like all of us were young and we all heard the, you know, give to the American way, give $1 a day and you could feed a hungry kid over in this country with a bowl of rice. And you're like, shit, I don't got $1. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Yeah. So you're like, maybe one day I'll be able to give to the American way. And so now, fast forward a couple of decades, and you are the motherfucking American way.
Yeah.
Jay-Z is the American way. He can jump on a plane and go to another country and put smiles on people's faces in a whole fucking village.
Yeah, it really kind of one thing that you said, I don't remember if we said this off or on air, but you were kind of talking about how rap originally started out more as African culture and then it evolved more into like a mafia type thing. And I think that's important to remember because a lot of people don't really realize that rap has an African root.
Exactly. People think it just kind of like started out on the street and, you know, some kid on the corner, maybe banging on stuff, you know, you banging on a board or something and you start just defaming, is that the right word? Defaming the English language? I think that's the right word. But no, what basically happened was, it's like this. If you take anyone or anything and put them under pressure, that pressure is going to find a way out. And so remember, we got snatched from Africa, brought over here against our will, put on drugs, and then enslaved, still on drugs, and then some guy comes along and says, we don't think we should keep them as slaves anymore, but we're not going to let them go back to Africa or send them back. Actually, the CIA blessed some of us and sent us back to make the country called Liberia, but the Liberians bugged out, and not just anybody who's Liberian, but if you're from Liberia, you know the wild shit that goes on over there. Liberia was founded allegedly by African slaves that got released, and they said, "Hey, we don't want to be here no more in the U.S. We want to go home." And so the CIA helped them to go home. But now, if Liberia was the beautiful place it should be without anybody having corrupted it, like has gone on, then you could say, "Hey, that's a place you can go back to as a person from the United States, or any other country you got displaced to. You have somewhere in Africa, like people in the U.S. they don't got nowhere to go to. If you're black, you're just like black. You're not African. Africans don't appreciate you as African. Some may do. I know it's an entire continent, and I shouldn't be speaking about Africa as if it's just like this one little country. But you understand what I'm saying? It's like, unless you trace your roots back to a certain village.
No, I totally get
and
it.
even if you do that,
and I wonder. I mean, I don't mean to cut you off, but I wonder if what you're talking about right now. I wonder if separating Black people in America from Africa is a psychological programming, manipulation, and more degradation. Because to me, I mean, obviously I'm not Black, so I can't speak too much on it, but to me, what I see objectively is just that. It is heavy mind control against the Black community to degrade them intellectually and spiritually.
I've never thought about it that way, and that's excellent what you just said. And see, I've been trying to find in this conversation so that I don't forget, because I jump on so many tangents, a segue back to talking about Jewish people in Mossad, because I know there's a lot of Jews that we really need this guy to finish talking about this whole Hitler Jew Nazi thing, because he just like left that, and I want to know what the fuck he's talking about. So that's a perfect segue in that I've never thought of it, and it was kind of like basically a forced diaspora, kind of like Jews. The same thing happened, dude, to the Jews, and I think this was back in like anybody who knows, please go into the chat and chat to him to correct me or add to me saying this was something like the 16 or 1700s. When if it wasn't their first or one of their first diasporas from the Holy Land, because remember we're talking about after Christ. So after Christ would be like in 33 AD, and with that being 33 AD, you had that whole time from there up until now for Jews to leave from there for whatever reason. Remembering that kingdoms rose and kingdoms fell in that area, if you want to call it Palestine. And so Jews were forced out of there. There were times they fought with Muslims. There were times that they used Muslims as their security. There were times that they couldn't trust them, and that's how Bar Giora, like if you see my Facebook, and I say that I'm Bar Giora, and I say that I'm or Hashoma, I say that I'm Haganah, all these different things. And like people who know me, they understand a little bit better, and you would understand better. But if you're like, say you're a Hasidic Jew and you're coming past my Facebook or my Twitter, and I'm saying all these things that I run all these organizations, which for you are defunct. Allegedly Bar Giora was around for a little bit, and then it got replaced by Hashoma. Hashoma got replaced by Haganah. Haganah got replaced by something else. I forgot what the something else was. And then they got replaced by the Israeli Defense Forces, which we know today as Amman, Shin Bet, Mossad, and all those other organizations they have. And just like with, CIA used to be OSS, it used to be Office of Coordinator of Information, it used to be Bureau of Military Intelligence, all these different things, they don't exist anymore. We as the Illuminati, we keep all of that alive because we pre-exist everyone and everything in the universe. So we're the record of the universe. We're so many things. If you go to any Illuminati library, you will find shit there that can tell you the story of the beginning of time. And where you get closest to any of that is the Mormon church, the temple, or if you're dealing with Hasidic Jews and you're dealing with things like the Kabbalah and whatever the synagogues are, they used to protect their scriptures. That's about as close as you get other than the Illuminati that I know of. Or actually, when you're dealing with Wiccans or Satanists, however you like to term that.
Oh, so okay. You're going really deep here. You're going really deep, and I have to say that I agree with that. especially what you just said about Mormons, because everybody makes fun of Mormons. South Park even had a whole episode about it. But how do we know that, kind of similar to the black community, obviously not anywhere near that scale, but how do we know that they don't want us to make fun of Mormons on purpose because they know something. They have some kind of knowledge of history. What I like to point out and talk about is the stuff where they talk about, and don't lose your train of thought. I'm not trying to do that, but the stuff they talk about with Christ going around the whole globe and visiting everywhere. Well, my whole separate line of like research and looking into that has shown me that that's true. So I agree with you. I think the Mormons know something.
Yeah, Mormons fuck with aliens and everything else. They're heavy, and so these. If somebody does, want you to like laugh at the Mormons, maybe it's the Mormons because things like that offer a buffer of protection, or maybe it's somebody different. Because anytime Mormons approach black communities, they go out and they send missionaries, and these missionaries are coming to your house and they try to teach you how the story of Joseph Smith. Joseph Smith was a little Caucasian boy who got visited by an angel. This angel was an old Indian spirit, and this Indian spirit proceeded to tell this boy and trust him with the knowledge of where these golden plates were located in like the woods in the mountainous area. And so he went out to where this angel sent him, and he found these golden plates that were in an Indian language. And with the help of that Indian, he deciphered them. So they were the story of Christ after he got killed in Israel, he rose or came back to earth in the United States and proceeded to teach people in the U.S. So what you have to wonder is, okay, if you have Christianity as a stronghold in the West, then why doesn't Christianity teach about how Jesus was in the West, in the United States, walking around, talking and interacting with people? What did he look like? Who was he? What did he call himself? It sure as hell wasn't Jesus Christ. That's not even his real name anyway. See what I mean?
Yeah, again, we are going really deep here. And you know what? I don't think that certain parties want us to have this conversation because between you and I, how many people are even into this shit that aren't like some kind of elite or whatever, but we have too much knowledge of this stuff for them. And when we put our heads together like this and we can confirm each other's statements, I know this is going to sound crazy, but sometimes I get hit with electronic weaponry of some type. I don't know where it comes from, if it's from some kind of entities or if it's from technology or what. But as I was talking to you about, I'd say 15 minutes ago, I got hit really hard with some high pitched oscillating screeching in my left ear. And I know this is something that other people report as well. So I just want to throw that out there and let whoever's doing that know I'm on to you and you're not going to stop this broadcast, period.
Yeah, the crazy part about it is it could be coming from biological entities somewhere. It could be coming from non-biological entities. And what makes it worse is no one understands that the technology that we use is alien technology. All of it, your cell phone, your computers, your TV sets, they all use a tiny bit of an alien. That's why cell phones are called a cell phone. They all use a tiny bit of an alien from these different crashes, and they master using it to run electronic things. Because it's like any TV show you've ever seen where they made an invention. And they were like, well, all we need right now is the crystal of Zorin. And where can we find the crystal of Zorin? Well, it's on the planet Neutron. And if we can get that crystal, we can make this work. And so all they needed was to find these little things that were parts of these aliens or their crafts to create what we have now. And when people created these things, they don't understand that your cell phone is alive. These crafts, to touch on that briefly, don't let me forget to go into the whole Mossad Israel Third Reich thing, but to touch on that briefly, because I know right now, if nobody's ever heard me talk or whatever, this sounds really crazy. So let me explain it. I don't know if I explained it on other shows. So if I did, let me know during the course of this, so I don't spend half an hour saying the same thing over again that they could listen to the other show and find out about. Aliens, some of them with the most high intelligence, with the most capabilities, again, all of this is magic, they're able to, like Christ was never here, astral project themselves, their aura, to other dimensions or worlds. Once they, for instance, arrive at Earth, they can't be seen. Like if you look up at the sky, think about it. Sometimes you're drawn to look up to the heavens. And spiritual people will think it has something to do with God. Well, yeah, it does, because the aliens are God, remember? So now, with that said, what you might be drawn to look at could be a TR-3B spacecraft that you can't see. It could be some other type of UFO. It could be an angel that you can't see. It could be a demon you can't see. Or it could be some entity that is present in our atmosphere. Remembering that we have all these different layers, the stratosphere, the ionosphere, the earth, the magma, all these different things are different parts of what you see in the Bible represented as the heavens, the firmament, and so on. And these things, once they arrive here, they have the ability, their spiritual essence, and you can't even call it a spirit. Imagine if you can meditate to such a high degree where you say, I want to be right now on Mars, and I want to experience what's going on Mars. Now, that part of you arrives on Mars, whatever that part is called. And you get there, and you're like, I don't want to just be able to see what's going on here. I want to interact. That means you now need a body. These things are able to grasp elements out of our soil, out of the magma that's under the ground, out of the air, and form what you see as a UFO. They're not really there. That's why some UFOs are able to pop in and out of what you call our reality. They're able to take elements and bend them to their will and pull them literally out of the Earth's crust, the mantle, or out of the oceans. They pull salt. They pull, xenon from here, from the air. They pull gold from under the ground that no one's discovered yet. They pull aspects of tar out from deep down in oil fields that no one's found yet. And they use these things to create these things that we have come to know as plastics, that we've come to know as materials that you can't cut through with a blowtorch, like when they shot down the UFOs during at Roswell, and the army tried to cut through it with blowtorches, and they couldn't cut it, but they could crumple it up like aluminum foil. That's where you get your bags of potato chips from. That's where aluminum foil came from. So they are able to make these things, and also once they make that, that's their outer shell. Their essence now is inside of this. And when you shoot one down, that's why there's been craft that they've shot down. If you do your research, any of you, you'll find, and you likely have seen it, where they say we shot down a UFO and there was nobody inside. Do you remember anything like that?
Yeah, definitely. I've heard. Well, I used to study ufology pretty heavily, and I became familiar with a lot of the different crashes and stuff like that. And what you're saying, I love it, because a lot of us, this is so hard to explain, but a lot of us get this sort of either or mentality where, oh, it's got to be the reptilians, or it's got to be the such and such from this planet, or no, there's no such thing as aliens, these are demons. It's like people are very either or. But what you're saying, again, I hate to be like a broken record, it's probably getting annoying at this point, but breaking through the veil and connecting the dots between the far-reaching sort of conspiracy and your average everyday Joe. This is more complicated than people understand. This is more complicated than that. It's not black and white. It's not binary thinking. You got to realize that there are so many layers and so many possibilities and different types of creatures and things like that. That's kind of why I don't say, like, I know this ringing in my ear is tinnitus. If you want a sort of boring explanation, a skeptical explanation, or I don't want to say it's aliens beaming my head, or I don't want to say it's like the CIA, because I really don't know, Predada. I don't know where it comes from. I know a lot of people experience it, I think it's something on a higher dimensional level that's obvious. I've heard people tell me it's a good thing. I've heard people tell me it's a bad thing. But it happens when I'm doing this show and I'm talking to people like yourself, people that know something, people that have the potential to put these holes in the matrix.
Exactly. That's and like you just touched on, because I was gonna say it, but I didn't want to like mess with your head to say it could be a good thing. You don't know. It's hard to know these things because remember what just happened is this is how this. If you saw the Tom Cruise movie, I'm jumping off my own subject. Remember to jump back on that and then jump on the Hitler thing. When you saw, if you saw the Tom Cruise, remember Adjustment Bureau?
Yes, I love that movie.
That was about what we're talking about right now with what you just said. The MIBs, they're the same thing. Here's what happens briefly with that. And you might have heard me say it earlier. I don't know if we discussed it in another show. Back in, I think it was the early 1800s. I might have the dates incorrect. You can all look up on Google. You type in Bureau of Military Information, BMI. What does that sound stunningly familiar to you with regards to?
Men in Black?
MIB. Because you'd be right on the money. Remember I told you, I think before in the other show, in the Illuminati, we have Multiversal Intelligence Bureau. If you go to my Facebook and stuff like that, you'll see like Melano, Inc. Operations, Black Bureau, all kinds of shit. MIB, CIA, all these, they're all different things. They're not just like Central Intelligence, or they're not just like, Secret Service. There's the Black Service, there's the Gray Service. There's all this stuff that pre-exists, all of that. So you have back in like the something like the early 1800s or late 1700s, you have one of the first intelligence agencies in the U.S., which was Bureau of Military Information. So now, lock on to that. When we fast forward a couple of hundred years, and you see a UFO, and then some guy shows up to your house wearing what? A gray or black suit with a fedora. When did they wear fedoras? Yeah. These people, they were experimenting with UFO shit way back then. They learned how to cross dimensional barriers. They sold their souls. Selling your soul, this is a complicated part because we were talking about the whole music and stuff, and I don't think I've ever said this, period, or maybe to somebody else, but I don't think on your show at all. There's different parts of selling your soul, which I'm not encouraging anybody to go out and try to find someone and sell their soul to it. Here's what happens. When you, for instance, as a Christian, accept Christ in your life, you're selling your soul. You're selling your soul to God, to do a service to God. You're becoming a warrior of God, or at least that's what it's supposed to be. If you sell your soul to what they say is the devil, the understanding of the devil is that the devil is bad. So that means you're selling your soul to do some evil purpose. You're selling your soul to something. You can also sell your soul to yourself. That's what we do in the Illuminati. We don't sell our souls to anybody because we are God. So with that said, we make a promise to ourselves to be better than what we are, who we are. And it's like a mortgage that you take out in your house. Remember, when you take out a mortgage, you're saying, hey, bank, my house is worth this much. It's completely paid off, but I want to have something more to work with than just my house. And your bank will mortgage your house, I don't know, 150 grand when your house is worth 300,000, however that works. And so you put yourself in debt to the bank. And as long as you fulfill whatever you need to do, make a better yourself so that you can make that money to fulfill that debt, then you get your house back. It now belongs to you again, and you've done something greater in your life. So imagine if you decide, all of you out there today, right now, you're like, listen, I don't want to join some secret society. I don't want to go sell my soul to this because I want to be famous in music or whatever it is. You know what I'm going to sell my soul to? I'm going to sell my soul to myself. Selling your soul to yourself is looking in the mirror. Michael Jackson said it. I can't say it no better than him. I'm starting with the man in the mirror. I'm asking you. I was fucked, y'all. Okay. I told you I'm a sensitive dude. I'll cry in a second.
No, I mean,
these days I'm afraid to show it.
You know, it's funny that you're doing that because when you're talking about Michael, like especially that song, I was kind of tearing up because his song touches my soul, and people don't understand why I'm so into Michael Jackson, and they call him a pedophile and stuff like that. but the guy was probably one of the best people that has lived in this world in the past century. People got to realize that he was really close with Princess Diana. If people want to doubt Michael, go on YouTube and watch videos of him visiting sick children at the hospital, and then try to come back at me and tell me that he's some kind of pedophile or he wants to hurt or take advantage of these kids. And if you think that, you can get the fuck out of here, because that's not truth.
Yeah, it's not true, dude. People got to understand that he grew up in this shithole, which is what became the people who run the world. And he, you know, his father brought him into that so that he could do what he loved to do, and so he could take care of his family and make money and have his future secure. But it's like becoming a member of an intelligence agency. You get into it at first like, I'm going to go out and save the world. And you find out the world is a grimy, greasy place, and nasty shit happens so that good shit can exist. We can all sit here in whatever countries we're in without having so much foul shit go on because of the intelligence agencies. They do dirty, greasy, grimy shit that got to get done so that they can get into a control position to control what's going on, because it's not going to stop. You can't get rid of terrorism. You can't get rid of pedophiles. You can't get rid of any of this. What you can do is jump into it and control it. That's all you can. And as fucked up as that sounds, that's what that is. And just remind me while I'm talking about that whole Mossad thing and stuff, because that's the thing that throws everybody sideways with something like Mossad. They'll be like, yo, they're Jews and they're protecting Israel, but we hear they're involved in pedophiles. How the fuck does that even add up to that? Like, where does that come from? And I'm going to explain that. I'm going to explain that part. So now you got Michael. He grew up with his good ass heart, dude. If you study Michael from the time he was a child through his growing up, if you understand what he had to go through to change who he is to become a fucking businessman, he's like me.
Yeah.
I like him. When I was young, I used to dance and sing like him, did my voice change. I think I told you that in the last show, or someone else I told, whatever it was. He was such a good person. And then when you're in that industry, you're surrounded by criminals, you're surrounded by hardcore people, you're surrounded by straight up business, heavy duty business people, you're surrounded by aliens, you're surrounded by gargoyles, you're surrounded by vampires, by werewolves, just name it. Why do you think he did the werewolf and fucking thing? It's fucking it's back to midnight. Something evil's lurking at your door.
Oh,
hello.
Shit. I never even thought of it that way. That is...
There you go, dude. And you have to ask yourself, why did he have that old theme going on? Like, what made him make that? He did that with fucking, whatchamacallit, the king of horror. What was his name? Fucking white dude.
Vincent Price?
Yeah, Vincent Price. Who the fuck makes a song with Vincent Price?
Yeah, I did not think of that.
Yeah. The only person you could fuck with that, anything similar to that, which is totally not similar, but similar in its own way for the date and time, was Run DMC when they did Walk This Way.
I think that there is probably more to Michael than we will ever know.
Ever know. Ever know. That dude probably knew about the whole alien agenda, to this, to that, and he had to keep all of that shit a secret. Remember, he comes from a family. His family, he had to protect them. So the deeper he got into you notice, if you pay attention, you'll see that he split off from his family. And a good part of that is likely because what he was involved in, whatever it was, he needed to be able to protect them by kind of staying away from them. The media tried to spin it like, oh, he doesn't get along with his brothers and sisters. He became famous and left them in the background. It used to be the Jackson 5, and every fucking body loved the Jackson 5. You can listen to their music today. It's fucking timeless. Dancing, do it, bushes and dancing.
Well, they have the group with the sons of 3 of the Jacksons. They have a group now. I forget what their name is, but I heard a video from them the other day. It was pretty good.
I didn't even know. I'm gonna have to remember to like text that over to me or whatever, message me what it is and stuff, because I didn't even know. But yeah, so dude, that's who he was, and he had to transform from being this innocent little boy to growing up through whatever the bullshit is to becoming a hardcore businessman. Because when you're in the music industry, you got to be tough, tougher than tough, tougher than leather. Run DMC. You got to be tough, and you have to do things that people aren't gonna like to run things, and that's what he was. So we can't sit there and there was whether whatever happened or not. We have what? We have one little boy coming forward and saying he did this or this, maybe or maybe not, at the behest of his parents to get some money.
Uh,
Who knows, right?
yeah, I
So
don't.
now all those other kids step forward. I think even Macaulay Cost is I'm fucking his name up. Macaulay Culkin, is that his name?
Macaulay
Correct?
Culkin. But hey, I looked this up for you just now on Google, and it's the name of the group is called 3T. 3T.
3T?
Yeah, 3T. And they got a reality show about them called Jackson's Next Generation.
Wow, that's wild, dude. I didn't even know. That's wild. All right, 3T. 3T like Terry, like tennis.
Let's see.
The letter T, right? Like across.
I think it's because it's Taj, Terrell, and TJ, so they combine all of their names together and call them 3T.
Wait, are those the kids of the Jacksons?
Yes.
Holy crap.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, I didn't know about that either, but being that you're a fan, I had to tell you that.
Wow, that's deep. That's beautiful because one of the things I've thought about all the years is how there's so many Jacksons, and like you had Rebe, and then you had what was it? There was Rebe and there was another sister I'm forgetting, Latoya. You had Rebe, you had Latoya. You remember Centipede? I could tell you some songs. I hope you remember. Tell me you remember Centipede,
No, I'm not that deep on it.
bro. Moving like a centipede, centipede. If you look up Centipede, type in Rebe Jackson and Centipede. That was like one of the most popular songs back then too. So it's like they had this whole thing going way before Michael even made it big. Before the Jackson Five, as that group made it big, you had Rebe, you had Latoya, and then of course you had Janet right alongside of that, but she kind of came afterwards. And you say to yourself, didn't they have kids? Because what we know in the music industry and film industry is that it tends to be that people's children end up in that industry for whatever reason, and they take
Yeah.
up the reins of their folks. And there's like too many Jacksons for there not to be some Jackson type of group out there, you know?
Yeah, and there is a lot of strange stuff surrounding the early years. Like, this is probably going to sound kind of disgusting, but um, there's a story that when the Jackson Five originally signed on, that they all basically had to be raped. That's the story, by some kind of music producer or something like that.
Well, again, I'm not gonna say that that happened. What I will say is when okay, I'm gonna hand it to you like this because this is if anybody studies me, I'm a Sigma, Phi Beta Sigma. I don't know if I told you that in another show. You know Greek fraternities in college, yeah.
What's that?
Fraternities in college.
Oh yeah, like Phi Beta Kappa, that sort of thing.
Yeah. Now you know about the black fraternities.
I think of the movie Revenge of the Nerds because in that movie, the group of nerds, the group that finally kind of helps them out at the end is a black fraternity.
Right. So you're likely somewhat at least familiar with step shows.
No.
If you get a chance, look up step shows like Phi Beta Sigma, Omega Psi Phi, Alpha Kappa Alpha. So for instance, like two of the kings of Africa were Sigmas. Martin Luther King Jr. was Alpha Kappa Alpha,
Huh.
Alpha Phi Alpha. My bad, because Alpha Kappa Alpha is the females. Um, Who else was there? Was Luther Vandross. You remember Luther Vandross? Yeah,
Yes.
he was an honorary Sigma. There's a lot of um prominent black people and some people who weren't even black because we don't discriminate. It just so happens that a number of the traditional black fraternities and sororities, they started out kind of like, if you want to talk about, say, like NAACP, Black Lives Matters, all these different things, where was the base of it was black, but then over time, we included everyone. So it just so happens that in fraternities, it ended up going good. I've never seen anything that I could think of except for hazing type stuff that happens in the news dealing with black fraternities. Like as soon as you mention like a black organization, things get screwy when these organizations come together. And I can't give you a solid reason why that is because I'm just thinking about that right now. Like black fraternities and sororities were founded for the purpose of uniting black people out of slavery. And, we get to go to college. That's like a biggie. That was like a biggie after slavery. Now, while you're in college, it's like, okay, well, not every black person in college was like hanging out with each other. You come from different, families, different places. And so the next step was to make our own organizations, which were like secret societies, which is what they are. And so, all these organizations started being founded. I think like Alpha Phi Alpha was founded in something like 1907, 1908. Phi Beta Sigma 1914. It was founded in 1913. I can't remember which one that was, but they're founded all around those time frames to then unite black people. And why I mentioned step shows, like if you go and you look, you might remember something with it. Because if you've seen like did you see School Days, the movie?
No.
Like there's a number of movies out there where you see it. It's like these coordinated dance routines that we do. You seen Step Up? Any of the Step Up movies?
No.
Oh, okay, because it's in there. Like I'm gonna shout this guy out because I was a background. I think I told you in another show, maybe not. I was a background in Step Up 4.
Oh, really? I
And
didn't know
so
that. That's cool.
yeah, and so what happens is when I was on set, like when you're a background actor, you're always looking to make more money than you're getting because you're not getting nothing but like maybe $150 for the day. In some places, some states less, or whatever, or for some productions less. Sometimes more if you're featured background, or if you get some kind of small part where you're either speaking or not speaking. But when you know that the guy who's doing the dance routines, who's coordinating those things, is getting a decent chunk of money per day, it's like, holy shit! I found out this dude was a Kappa, if I remember correctly. So we were talking on set, and I had on a T-shirt or whatever. So he's like, "Oh, you're a Sigma." I'm like, "Yeah." I'm like, "You like going to the background or something?" He was like, "No, I coordinated the steps in Step Up 4." So a lot of the dance routines you see in Step Up 4, that was coordinated by a black fraternity member. So I was like, "Bro, how do I get it? I want to make that money too." And he was like, "There's a lot of shit you got to go through. Acting, the acting industry, we'll call it like that, is its own secret society stuff." So, yeah, you find these things interesting when you start studying it. Like, okay, people came together and then they started making these fraternities, and then they have these step shows, and each year black fraternities and sororities, they do things like go to other countries and help villages out, or in the States, they'll go to like a hospital and help out the senior citizens or people in the cancer ward, or they'll go over there and help schools out. They raise money by doing, night, what do you call it, dance club stuff.
Yeah, there's a
Like
guy.
how.
There's a guy named. He goes on the higher side chats. It's a pretty big podcast with a guy named Greg Carlwood, and probably most of my listeners would know about. But his name's Professor Griff, and he kind of.
Yeah, Professor Griff.
Oh,
Go ahead.
you know of him?
I've heard of him. Yeah.
Yeah, he really goes deep into a lot of this stuff, and he says that one thing they'll make you do kind of as a hazing is that you had to dress up like a woman, and he pointed out all these
Yeah.
different examples, like Will Smith, and so many different examples of when that has happened. Dr. Dre, and I think that, oh man, it just blows my mind because it's more proof of what you've talked about this whole time, about how if you join the Illuminati, they make you do some kind of sacrifice. And after you were telling me about that, I was well, I was already a Lady Gaga fan to begin with, but I started to kind of really pay attention to all that weird dick pic and transgender stuff surrounding her, and I'm practically convinced that she was born a dude at this point. Am I out of my
Oh
mind?
shit. Life is crazy, dude. I don't know, but this shit is crazy. That what do you call it? Yeah, if I remember correctly, Professor Griff is from X Clan. You remember X Clan?
Not familiar. I love the shows he's on though. He kind of woke me up to this sort of world, this stuff we're talking about, and it's kind of similar because he kind of gets into that ground floor stuff because people want to know this stuff. They want to know how is it that the Illuminati takes control of people, and it goes back to what you were talking about when you're talking about organized crime, and I kind of touched on that too. How and businesses will do that, but you can really manipulate people by just sort of offering them a chance. And I get kind of, it's so much. Luckily, I'm a little bit older. I'm practically in my 40s, so I'm probably more resistant to temptation like that. I hopefully I am, but I get kind of worried about people that might get too seduced by the music industry or things like that because when they make you an offer you can't refuse, like they basically tell you, okay, who would not want to drive a Lambo? Who would not want to have everybody like kind of fear them because you have so much money and you have so much power and you're somebody and you can walk around, people know who you are, and people fear you because you could do anything with your money or you could slander them, whatever. Like who would not want that? The temptation is just too great.
Exactly. And that's how they get you. And not to mention, remember the whole like the sad part is they borrow a lot of what they do from what we view the mob as in movies, where it's like, listen, if you don't want to do this, here's the problem. We've already started telling you what's up. So if you decide to back out, we're gonna have to just like, you get me?
Yeah,
Yeah.
I've heard basically once you're caught up in that game, if you even sort of threaten to leave, they'll basically tell you that they'll kill your family.
Yeah. I mean, all that is it's much deeper than that. It's much deeper. That's basically what it is. So it's kind of like what you said earlier. You can be around good people who are just caught up in doing certain other things. But what you all know is as the groundwork for being involved in any of these types of things is once you know a little bit too much, you can't just like kind of walk away from it.
Yeah, and it's not
So
my
it's like you
intention.
just
It's not my intention to spread fear. I'm not trying to like freak people out or freak myself out or anything like that. But it's because I know it's
yeah,
real.
but
I know it's real. That's why it puts a little fear into me, and I think that's a good thing because it helps me survive.
yeah, and so that's how people. I feel okay. Like Method Man from Wu-Tang Clan, yeah.
Yeah.
Let's see. One of his lines was, "I fear or feel for that 85 that don't got a clue. How could they know what the fuck they never knew? God cipher the rhyme, come to show and come to prove. A mystery God, that's the work of Yakub. The Holy Ghost got you scared to death, kid, boo." So basically, in that, you have people, the 85%, who don't know what's going on in the world, and so they're easily swayed in the wrong direction. So, people who walk around and they believe in Christ that they're going to go to hell if they don't do this and that, and God is going to punish you and this and that. That stuff has you fearful. If you don't know and understand the truth of things, then that fear keeps you on this direction over here. But if you're on that direction, just know that that direction leads right into what I guess you can call the bad people who used to be Illuminati or whatever they are. That it's a steering mechanism. I don't know better. Let's say the United States for a second. Most of the people in the U.S., maybe I got these facts wrong, misconstrued. Somebody straighten me out if I do have it wrong. Most of the people in the United States are Christians. So now, most of the grimy shit that happens across the globe happens because of the United States. With that said, you can draw, just like in, I don't know, algebra or trigonometry or whatever it is, a conclusion that being a Christian is being part of something that fucks up the world. How can that be? Christianity is supposed to be one of the closest religions to God, besides, Judaism. It's like, hey, I believe in the guy who sacrificed himself to save all of us. But now, if the populace of the country is this said religion, but the world is fucked up because of this said country, then the total opposite of what we're supposed to know is what is actually true. And so you got to say to yourself, okay, well, if I'm a Christian, I'm on a certain path. Where does that path go? Well, what you know is the man that you follow was able to make a loaf of bread and one fish feed thousands of people. Do I have that wrong?
Yeah, that's correct.
Now, how the fuck did he do that? Yeah. See what I mean? You can't avoid throwing magic in there somewhere. Like, yo, bro,
I was literally about to say that. I don't want to just throw out talking about magic because it's such a deep and strange topic and everybody doesn't like talking about it, but I've had some experiences, let me tell you, and magic is it's so real, it's addicting.
Exactly. And so what you understand about him, which has to be somewhere in the Bible, because I think I've read the entire Bible once or twice, but I was really, really young. I used to be able to read like a book in like a couple of days, like 200-300 pages. That ain't happening anymore. I can't, it's not even having anything to do with the time. I just can't, my attention span for something is like reading a book. No, it doesn't exist anymore. But when I was young, I remember I read through the whole Bible. And then I was like, okay, I didn't understand this part, so I would go back to certain parts of it. So somewhere in the Bible is where Christ will tell you that this world that I walk in, that Christ walks in, being not human, like you but not like you, has different, has different facets to it. So one of these facets is the part of the mysticism where it's, if you want to call it bad. Another facet is good. Another facet is indifferent. He walks in all these worlds as the Christ. He walks in all these different worlds at the same time. And he has to be able to balance them. Understand that if God passes judgment on you, there's judgment for good and there's judgment for bad. So even God, like allegedly what was done to Satan, has to do bad things to people based on their actions. So if you're a magician, which God is, because he's the son of God, Christ was a magician, ergo God is a magician. God has magic at his disposal. And when you have this magic at your disposal that you can use to torment people, is that not black magic?
By definition, it is, yeah.
Yeah. So you, as a country, you can be a country of Christians, but do bad things. So now let's define what's bad and what's bad and good, or what's bad that's bad. Isn't that a song? If I'm bad, I'm bad. If I'm good, who sung that?
I don't know. I know I've heard it though. I've heard that song. Absolutely. Huh? I've heard that song. I don't know who sings it.
Yeah, I can't remember right now, but I'm trying to. It's just funny. I stepped onto that, and you wonder where people get their lyrics from. So now, you do bad things for a good reason, and it kind of negates the bad. You do bad things for a bad reason, and it's like it, you know, destroys your eternal soul or something. And so, what we do around the world, no matter where we're from, if you're doing something bad for a good reason, that good reason has to shine forth through it. But it just seems like, and is, or just seems like in general, that what certain countries and peoples do, only the bad is what remains of what they do. Like whatever their good agenda behind what they do, it that was there. It's like you don't see it once all of the bad gets done. Am I wrong?
No, you're absolutely right.
So that's like being a Christian. That's like being Christ. Imagine if Christ was running a country and he did all these horrible things around the world, and he tells you it's in the name of God. But I'm doing this, in the name of my Father to protect the world, and I had to wipe out. Okay, wow, we just really got to go into thing right now. I just got to go off. That's like such a good segue. If you've been to my Facebook or so on Twitter, did you get a chance to study, if at all? I think we talked about it briefly, the Mashit and the Mimikin.
No, I've been on some crazy tangents lately with all this COVID shit and all these different things coming at me at once. But I will definitely do so.
All right, so earlier I was asking you if you knew a couple of Hebrew words I've been learning. So, I've learned, I guess it's a fair amount of stuff for the time that I have or don't have to study things. But okay, we have Ayin, Ayin. That is the nothingness. That is the void. I think if you look it up, it will, likely tie to the muck and the darkness, the liquidy darkness that the universe allegedly emerged from. But remember, there was nothing before that. But I think that's where the word Ayin starts. So these are all going to be Hebrew. So then you have Teham. I might be pronouncing them wrong too. Tehom.
Yeah, I am familiar with that word. I am familiar with that word.
Huh?
Tehom or Tehom or that is yeah. Go ahead. Sorry.
Yeah, no, that's cool. And Teham is that abyss, but then you have Abaddon or Avadan. So you should be familiar with Abaddon or Abaddon, yeah?
I've heard the word. I don't know the definition.
It's something like there's a vehicle passing, so give me a second. It's something like I think it was an angel. I probably got this all screwed up again, like somebody chatting or calling or whatever, like, bro, you're right there, but you just went off sideways just to correct me. Or anybody could just like look this up. Abaddon, but remember when you do Hebrew, like I love Hebrew because it challenges the hell out of me. What I mean by that is like if you go on the internet and try to find certain words and the way like you would say ayin, it isn't that. It's in Hebrew letters, and you got to find the English, your Romanized. I think it's called Romanized version of things to be able to spell it Ayin because Hebrew doesn't do that. So I don't know how to write Hebrew or read Hebrew just yet. I know some of the letters and things, so it's difficult for me to take these letters, which are I forgot the term you use when you vocalize something, and that's what the Hebrew language is. So, like A would be a certain, you've seen Hebrew letters before. It's a vocalization more than anything else, and it doesn't go like necessarily hand in hand with like Romanized letters like A, B, C, D, E, F, G. So a C can be a G, which is I think Goth, Camel, Goth, Gamel, Gamel, or Camel, and it's after Camel, but it can be a G or a C. So with Abaddon can be spelled Abaddon, or it can be spelled Azaddon. So the B can get replaced with a V. Shakor means black. It's Schakhor, or the K can get replaced with a C. That's how Hebrew is. So at first it used to annoy the hell out of me because I was like, they gave me they started me in with Shakor Asutra Mossad, which is supposed this occurred like 2, 3 years ago, if I remember correctly. And when they first gave me the organization to bring from black to gray, I was scared. Literally, I was scared because Shakur Al Central Mossad is Black Central Mossad, or rather, Black Central Institute. Now, Al Central is uh, Arabic. So what we all know and understand is Arabs don't traditionally get along with Jews. And what the Illuminati explained to me 3 years ago was there's going to come a point in time, a couple of years from now, where Israel and the Middle East are going to unite again. And it's not going to necessarily be through Palestine, but through a united front. And so they wanted us to be ahead of everybody in creating something that would stand for that. Because what you have to know now is once this all started, you remember how the head of Israel took a flight over to the United Arab Emirates recently?
No, but what you're saying does make sense because I think that anybody that keeps their eye on Israel, I think they've noticed lately that with the stuff that's been happening in the United States and the rest of the world with the COVID and the lockdowns and the riots and the crazy stuff surrounding the election, Israel has been in the background making some extremely prime biblical moves and doing some major things. They're really making some progress in Gaza. You know, all the stuff about the bulldozing the homes and sort of discriminated against the people. So they're making some major progress there. And at the same time, what you're talking about, that's very interesting. And I know that there's been quite a bit of other things they've been doing as well. And I know Iran is caught up in the mix too. So these are definitely some scary, sort of revelatory times.
Yeah, like right. What basically happened was about a month. I think it's been like 2 months now. The do I say the Prime Minister of Israel took a flight with CIA, American representation, over to the United Arab Emirates to forge some type of peace agreement, at least with some of the Arab nations. And when this occurred, what happened was I became the the dark director. It was a great director. I became the gray director of what was the name of this organization? The day before it happened, and they didn't tell me. Oh, freaking name! What is it called? I'm drawing a blank here because there's like about 30 of them now. I can't remember it. Maybe it'll come to me later. One of the organizations, they made me great director of it, and they throw stuff at me, and they don't necessarily explain things to me up front. But they're like, all right, we want you to learn this, start studying Hebrew more, and you're now the director of this organization. It's been a sleeper organization for like since before Christ walked the earth. And they were like, we want you to bring it from black to gray. And I didn't know where the fuck to begin. I've never had a chance to like really study Israel or anything like this, except through the whole thing having to do with the Nazis. That part I know. So to know Israel of the Israel today and then going backwards from today was difficult for me to do within like a couple of days span. That's what I had. So I make this organization, and I'm like, okay, I start learning words here and studying this there and that there, and you know, getting into like a little bit with the thing with the Kabbalah more, because when I studied any of the Kabbalah before, it was a long time ago, and it had nothing to do with any of this Illuminati stuff like that. So now, you know, we could say, which is why I segued onto it. In sometime in the biblical days, the Assyrians. You're familiar with the Assyrians?
The Syrians, like the guys that came
ASSY
after the Sumerians.
ASSYRIANS.
Yeah, after the Sumerians.
They were in the desert, allegedly in the desert, trying to go and kill the Jews wherever they were at the time. Mysteriously, and today science doesn't have a solid scientific explanation for it. It was 185,000.
We got disconnected. Sorry, everybody. I'm calling it back.
Yeah, I'm glad you remember. My phone does that 2-hour thing.
I thought we're talking about some stuff we're not
in the middle of
supposed
some
to. They
heavy
pulled
shit.
the plug on
Huh?
us. No, I was just joking. I was saying we're talking about some stuff we're not supposed to. They pulled the plug on us.
I always feel like that's what it is anyway. I mean, in time and space, that's really what it equates to. Because if I was talking about some bullshit, it probably would let me just stand up for like 3 hours. I don't know. So now, they were in the middle of the desert, and scientists have no explanation for how those 185,000 Assyrian soldiers died overnight in the middle of the desert. So, scholars, Jewish scholars, attribute it to God's angels, the Mashit, which are also called the Mimitim, which are also called the Anunnaki, which we also know as the Illuminati, which we also know as the same entities that, remember when people had to put blood crosses on their doors to keep the angel of death from killing anybody in the household? Anybody who had the blood cross on their doors didn't die, but anyone who didn't, they were considered whatever the sinners were, whatever, and they got killed.
Oh yeah.
Same thing by the Mashit. The Mashit are they're called the destroyer angels in Hebrew, but they go by various names, and throughout history by various names. So now, you just to jump backwards for a second to Abaddon, you have Abaddon, which was something like an angel of God or a human who wanted certain powers. But I think it was an angel who wanted certain powers, and God said, if you do this thing right here for me, then I'll grant you that wish. And so he did something for God, and when he did what he did and was successful at it, God made him the guardian of the abyss. So like you're familiar with Teham, Abaddon guards the abyss. So some people say that Abaddon is just the edge of the abyss, like a doorway, a portal. And some people say that Abaddon is an actual entity that God put into that position to be the guardian of the entrance to the abyss, which of course we know drops off into the nothingness, which is a yin. So now all ahead of that, you have things like Sheol. I'm probably pronouncing this wrong, but Sheol, because remember, Jewish people do not believe in a hell like Christians do. So if you jump back and forth between Greek and Hebrew, because remember, translated over into Greek, we have what you're familiar with, which is Hades, yeah?
Yeah, absolutely.
That was the Greek version of what is supposed to be Sheol, and or I think it's Gehenna. I don't think it's Jehamam. I said Jehamam before. Gehenna. I always get that part messed up. I think it's Gehenna, which, are supposed to be these places where the dead go, some of which are bad dead people, and so on and so forth, or what you might call hell. And so moving forward from that, you have, like Shemayim, if I'm pronouncing that correctly. I used to call it Shemalayim. I don't know why, but it's Shemayim, which is heaven, the 7 layers of heaven, and all these other different things. So you have all these levels of heaven. You have the cherub. You've heard of cherubs, yeah?
Yeah, one of the orders of angels.
Yeah, so there's like a bunch of different orders of angels, some of which sit closer to God. That's like a whole funny thing if you study angels too. Again, I don't know if you can study this from a Christian perspective. I don't want to say you have to study it from a Hebrew perspective, if that's correct, or I'm going to make up a word. Judaistic. That probably doesn't make any sense. Judaism? Judaism.
I think that might be a word. I think it might be a word, but I'm not sure. I don't. I've tried to use that word before, and I don't know what word to use. But what you said earlier about the Illuminati being Anunnaki, I've really wondered in my heart if perhaps one of them, such as Enlil, might be still in control of the Illuminati.
Wow, you're good, bro. I'm gonna tell you why. You got it like right on the money. You must have done some studying. Um, have you read the book? Have you read the Terror Papers yet?
I don't believe so.
Well, I'm gonna do this. Like, I don't know if I tried to contact. Like, I try to contact people. That's part of my job. I contact people and everything. Like, we started the whole van life, motorhome movement, bus life. We started that long time ago. It has to do with spaceships. Remind me if we got time to get into that and how it relates to UFOs and aliens and stuff. The whole van life and bus life movement. But um, the understanding of things. And I want to shout this person out because I don't know if, like, when I contact people and they don't contact me back or they ignore me, like, you're the only person who's ever interviewed me. So I give you so much homage and respect. These other people out here, you don't know how many people over the years I've spent trying to say, hey, can we get some kind of rapport going, something or whatever, and just people fucking ignore me. So now there's a guy called Robert Morning Sky, if you've ever heard of him. He's an Indian.
Oh yeah, I've heard him
And
on Coast to Coast.
you really good. This is fantastic, bro. I want to shout him out because this is for all the people who, like, when he was in college, he wrote a paper called the Terror Papers. I think I might fuck up part of the story, but it would be nice if he was listening and he could like call in or something right now. But if somebody knows him, call him on the phone real quick. Like, yo, this guy's talking about you. So he was in college and he wrote this paper saying that when he was on the reservation, way back around the time that Roswell happened, this spaceship crashed on his reservation, and there was this blue alien. And so they took them in on the reservation, and that alien couldn't communicate with them with like an English language. It like was telepathic. And so it started teaching the young braves certain things. Like, so a lot of the stuff the Indians learned how to do, like, remember, when you're a young Indian boy, they send you out into the desert, and they just drop you off there, and you got to find your way back, and that makes you a man. You know that shit, right?
Yeah, I've always loved that stuff.
Yeah. A lot of the breathing techniques, he said they learned it from this alien. How to run holding more water in your mouth and not drink the water, but to know to be able to absorb it into your body in certain increments so that you could survive. He said they learned that from the alien. And it was this little blue alien taught the Indians so much shit. And they had to hide the alien from the American government because, remember, they was on reservations. So I found it interesting because I think it was in the 40s, the late 40s, when he said it crashed, and it told him or his grandfather or something like that the reason it crashed was because there was a war between the aliens and or something on the earth, and it made this ship crash. And the first thought I thought about was Roswell. Remember?
Yeah.
And so I was like, gee, I wonder if there was more than those 3 UFOs that crashed, and that these radars actually knocked down more craft than the government is attributing to having been knocked down by radar or whatever, or defense mechanisms. And so out of that comes this guy who, look how twisted and funny, interesting life is. He grows up, so he proceeds to write this in a paper in college. Don't you know they either kicked him out of college or they tried to? Because he said that, aliens are the beginning of religion, and that, our understanding of life originated in a galaxy, hey, far, far away, on a planet where there was one type of alien group and then some other aliens from out there, and they were, sometimes they got along, and they were called the Anu, and, King Anu, and because of him, they were called the Anunnaki, and they decided to come to this area here in this region of the, galaxy, and, they got in a war over here, and they one of the crafts crashed into one of the planets, and a piece broke off, and that was Tiamat, if I remember correctly. I'm probably fucking this up. If you get a chance, please have him like somebody like him on your show. And there was somebody I wanted to ask you to have on your show one day too, and I can't remember who it was, but Robert Morning Sky. If you can get him as a guest, that's a good start. So he was like, the Tiamat broke off, and then the aliens went and developed Tiamat, and that's what became Earth. So Earth used to be a part of something like Jupiter or Saturn. Hello.
I'm sorry, you're blowing my mind here.
Yeah, and that's like the initial story before we have everything where the Earth gets made into whatever it is. Now all of this would make sense. Like you can't rip it apart because you have divided on this planet people who believe that that it's a flat Earth, and people who go with the NASA version that it's round. And neither side can dispute the other side enough to
Yeah,
say which
been
one is
there,
true.
been there. I used to, well, not that it was that long ago. I'll get into some real heavy fights with people on social media about, round Earth versus flat Earth, and it's not that I necessarily believe in either one. It's just what you're talking about is so fun. It fucks with people's minds.
Yeah. So if you just pay attention to that Robert Morningsky thing for a second, it's like he's saying that they had this fight, and here's the thing that gets all crazy: the spaceships they were on were round. What does that remind you of?
uh, UFOs or orbs. I don't know.
Think movie. Think movie. What
Hmm.
movie had a giant round UFO base?
Star Wars.
The Death Star. So that's what he's saying was going on. I mean, we noticed in the Illuminati's effect, UFOs, the real UFOs, they're not these discs. These are like when you drive a car. These are like short range. Like the governments of the world figured that out after a while. Scientists were like, listen, if these things truly are from other planets, other worlds, they can't have crossed the universe in these little discs. These are more like some kind of like drones or some kind of exploration craft. So there must be motherships somewhere. Scientists have always said that, and that is true. I know from being in an organization that when you make a UFO, you're emulating a planet. You have to. You have to have gravity. You have to be able to walk on a surface outside with space there, but not at the mercy of space. And it has to have a core that superheats it and that gives it energy. And you can only emulate an atom. An atom has a proton, a nucleus at its center, and a nucleus, a proton at its center, and it has the electrons that float around. Did I leave out neutron somewhere? Proton, neutron, they compose the center. You know what I mean? And so you have the electrons floating around. So what you will basically have, if you have a true UFO, it will be something that's round, it will be star-like, it will be a massive energy, and it will have the ability to create a magnetic field that draws other things to hover around it. Because what you want to do is disguise yourself as you move through the universe. So when you look out on your telescope into the sky at night, a lot of what you see out there, they're UFOs. They're not stars that stars to be, like the Earth allegedly is, with, a dirt and the plants growing up out of it. Only God knows, if you want to put it that way, what's inside the Earth, be it mechanical or not. When you look up there in space, a lot of the things you see, those are actually like the Death Star, but we call them life stars. And these things have rotating around them, if you want to call it that, or circling them, whatever the proper term. I can't think of it right now. Like what the Earth does to the sun. Other worlds that were also artificially created, and that creates its own environment. I don't know a better way to say that. Like the sun is connected to the Earth. The sun is connected to Mars, to Jupiter. The whole area between is its own environment. If you step outside of the realm of the furthest star that is away, I forget which one it is, whichever one is the coldest. What one was that?
I have no idea, but please continue.
Jupiter, Saturn,
Is
the
that
coldest one,
is that
whatever the
Pluto,
coldest one is.
or
Huh?
maybe it's
It's got a
Pluto,
funny. It's
Neptune?
got a,
I don't know.
it means butt. Uranus. Isn't Uranus
Uranus.
the coldest
Okay.
one away? That's how I remember it. Uranus. Like, who did that? Wasn't that Beavis and Butthead? Uranus. I love when they used to do stuff like that on Beavis and Butthead. They take a word and make it like funny thing. So the I think stuff like that. If you go past these and go out into where the asteroid belt is, allegedly it's a lot colder out there than it is in this whole area between the furthest planet away and the sun. That people don't think about things like that necessarily. That you can go out into space and travel between these worlds because the sun has created its own greenhouse between itself and the furthest stars away, such that if you have the correct type of craft, you can do that. But once you get outside of the influence of our sun, you're kind of subject to the freezing cold depths of space until you get next to another star system. So with that said, the true star, the true craft that can travel across the universe or through different omniverses or dimensions, has to be something that emulates an atom, which our sun is a nucleus, the Earth is an electron, and then all of the things that happen inside the sun are proton and neutron based. And so if you can create the same thing, only God knows where you get that amount of metal from, but just keep in mind that compared to the sun, the Earth doesn't even exist. And compared to I forget which other planets, some of the planets are like 100 times bigger than the Earth, right? 500 times bigger?
Yeah.
Yeah. So that means whatever precious metals you can find on the Earth to construct all the things we've constructed out of metal, they exist in much more massive quantities on maybe say like whatever it might be, Jupiter or Saturn or whatever that has a solid actual firmament. And so you can make these crafts that would look like the Death Star. And it's interesting. A fun fact: students, I want to say, I'm going to screw up the university. Is that the Michigan Institute of Technology, MIT?
I believe so.
I think it's them that calculated it would cost something like 40 quadrillion or 400 quadrillion dollars to build a craft like the Death Star. So when we talk about, how aliens exist or they do not, no one understands when you send your kids to college, this is the shit they're learning. Where are they getting that from? Like, who the fuck would know how much it would cost to build a planet-sized UFO?
There's things about that make so much sense, because you got to think that these civilizations have been around for a long time, and you would hit a point where your technology would sort of level off, and whether it's 1,000 years ago or a million years ago, you'd probably start to see the same things, and some type of craft like that I think would fit into that, because I swear I've had dreams when I was a kid where I saw stuff like that in my dreams, and then there's like little craft, and I've even had dreams of UFOs fighting.
Yeah, just keep in mind they're usually not just dreams.
I've wondered that.
Like,
I've wondered that.
we're all, like I said in the beginning of this, you're composed of so many things that create you. Like, you exist in other dimensions. Only God knows how many dimensions there are. They're all layers to the you that exists, that walks here with us. We're all the same thing, no matter where we are or what we are. It's just sad we as humans look at each other and judge each other by how we, look and where we come from, the way we speak, what we know, what we don't know, what our religion is, when just the fact that you exist, when you're sitting in front of somebody, that person is just so many things that had to come together to create what they are. The only way you appreciate that is like when you see like your child born. Like, I feel for the younger generation that because they've never had a child, they've never had the opportunity to be changed. And for a second to say, like, you notice people who are, say, in gangs, they've probably killed 5, 10, 15, 20 people by the time they're 20. And then, they get their girlfriend pregnant or wife pregnant and they have their baby. And they'll tell you in interviews that's what changed them and made them leave their gangs. Or at the very least, slow down. Because when you see a child born, that's a little you that somehow you created that. And all these different things came into play to make this little creature that just came out of this woman who you love so much. And if you're lucky enough to be there when your child is born, if you're lucky enough to have a child with someone who loves you and you love them, that changes you. And so you can then appreciate what it is just to be a person. We've all seen, like, I don't know, nature shows where animals are born and stuff. You're watching that on the TV. You got to be lucky enough, which, it's funny. I think about being black right now. Most black people can never say they've owned a farm. A lot of white people can say they've owned a farm. So when you're a child and you're growing up on a farm and, your dad has a couple of horses, or even if it's just like some pigs and some chickens are different, like some pigs or horses, and you get to see a baby horse being born. There's nothing you can learn in school or watch on a television that can replace that right there. That changes you. That molds you into someone. If you've ever noticed, like, I don't know where you come from, how you were raised, but you might notice that white children who come from farms and come from the Midwest are different than children who were born in the city. Have you ever noticed that?
Oh, absolutely. That's a big one.
Yeah, it's like, in order to be, say, where racism survives, say, for instance, in the U.S. and even, I think, in even other countries, most countries, it survives out in the rural areas, but at the same time, it has to be taught to children, because when you're these children and you're growing up in these environments like that, you're seeing all the beauty that God is and nature is and the world is, and it's like you can't have hate. When you're watching a baby horse be born, there's no hate there. You can't have any hate in your heart. Think about it for a second. Most horses are not white. They're dark brown or black. All of the racial shit has to go out the window. You're watching this animal produce another animal that then struggles to stand up over the next couple of hours, and you want to go out there and kind of try to lift it up, and you just got kind of like, like maybe your parents told you, don't interfere, because you're not supposed to get a human scent on, baby animals. So you leave it, and you just sit there over the next couple of hours. If you're lucky, the horse is born in the morning. So by the time nighttime comes, it might be standing and move around and able to walk with its mother into the the stables. So there's no hate there, bro. There's only this beautiful shit that nobody's around to experience. It's like, imagine before cell phones, and you're a kid and you're on a farm, and your dad, grandfather, whatever, or mom, they're like, yo, the baby horse is about to be born, and you want to come outside and watch it, and you go outside this morning, and you go out there and you're looking, and it's like, you never seen nothing get born except on TV, and you don't have a cell phone before cell phones, and you're like, you want to call your best friend or your best friends and say, hey, I'm going to come over to my farm real quick, run over here because the baby horse is being born. You can't even call them, you got a cell phone. But you get to experience that. That's got to do something to you, dude. Tell me I'm wrong.
No, you're right.
Yeah, there's no hate there. That has to be taught to you. So if you know and understand anybody who was born in rural, very rural areas, or like the Midwest or whatever in the U.S., or rural areas if you're in England and things like this, you have a whole different way you look at life. It's like more beautiful. It's more like a vegan type of thing, more like a 60s type of vibe to who you are and become as a person. And any of the bad stuff has to get taught to you. So, like, like I said, if we miss out being black and being born in the city because you don't get to experience that. What you experience? Fucking hookers, holes, pimps, drug dealing, cops coming around and fucking with people, and you don't know why. You're like 7, 8, 9, 10 years old, and the cops was always fucking with somebody. You're like, I don't understand.
Yeah.
But if you're living in the Midwest or whatever, you're growing up on this farm, and you're seeing all these beautiful things going. And it's just like, it's just funny when you stop and think about life. And I know I got to go back to, I was on the whole Hebrew and all that. I'm gonna jump back to that because
I can say though, on that subject, it kind of goes back to what I was saying much previously, that out in the sticks, I've lived in both, so I've had the experience living out in the sticks, and I've had the experience with city people, and I've also had experiences with city people coming out to the sticks, and vice versa. And people that are from the inner city are much more aggressive. They're much more confrontational. It's a completely different mindset.
Yeah, it's like you're honed, being black or white or whatever from the city. You're honed into this. Life is about surviving. It's about getting money. It's about doing what you got to do to get to the top, and that's what becomes who you are. And then 30 years later, 40 years later, you become the people who run industry and run the world, and it becomes so much easier. And we can just like tie this right to the whole thing. Like you said, you hear the thing in your ear, you don't know where it's coming from. When you get to that age and something or someone wants to approach you, it's like you're so approachable to be able to bend to their will because you were already crafted that way from youth. Everybody should have the I don't know what to call it. When you get your license, it's called a privilege. Everyone should have the privilege to be able to grow up on a farm, to be able to see what life is truly about. That's what work is. Work isn't going and busting your ass at some fucked up job working for somebody else making this drop of pay. Work is, honestly, it sounds fucked up, but cleaning a horse stable. Nobody wants to do that. That's work. Raising chickens. Raising horses, pigs. Raising vegetables, your own vegetables. If you don't raise this correctly, you won't eat that year. If you don't raise these crops correctly, your whole town will starve to death. That's what everything should be. Like, we should replace all this shit out here with fucking farms, dog. Just like that. I mean, does that make sense to you?
I wish that would happen. And going at the rate that things are happening, I have to wonder if that is indeed our fate. Because, I mean, look what's happening around us. Is it safe right now to even be in the city? I don't know.
Yeah, it's not safe to be in the cities. It's not safe to eat the food. All of our food is bullshit. You think like this. You remember Star Trek, yeah?
Oh yeah, I love Star Trek. Absolutely.
That what they do with the food is a reality. I don't know if we touched on that in the other show. See, I talked to only a couple of people here and there, but I don't always remember everybody I talked to everything about over the years. When on the Enterprise, when you press the button and a steak magically appears.
Yeah, the replicators.
Right. They already have that. They've been had that. That was modeled after shit that really exists. Certain governments have that. So you got to wonder, like right now, the U.S., for instance, has a space force. Where do they get their food from? Hello.
Ah.
Right. The space force has been up there a long fucking time. Didn't we talk about Space Force?
Hey,
on the last show?
Did you see? I think we touched on it, but did you see that they just released the logo?
Yeah, that was like they have released it like earlier this year, but Donald Trump just made a post on Twitter or YouTube. I think it was YouTube, because the Space Force just came up on its first year in existence. But remember, I told you the Space Force has been around since we're going back before Nazi Germany. That's, Operation Paperclip. You remember that?
Yes.
Yeah, that brought those scientists over here. So you'll hear me talk. Like, I'll do a lot of talking about the U.S., and I try to mix it with other countries and stuff. It's all complicated. It's like everybody models their stuff after the U.S., but U.S. is one of the youngest nations. But the U.S. models its stuff, its thing after other people. It's like really complicated. Like there's a time space discrepancy when you look at things because, for instance, MI6 is the ones who, at the behest of MI6, rather, I forgot the name of the person. I don't want to say it was Joe Donovan who we talked to, but one of the MI6 reps convinced someone in the Department of Defense to form the CIA. So now, if you fast forward to today, when you talk to people about England, MI6, and US CIA, everybody tries to make it look like MI6 does the CIA's bidding. And that's not true at all. The Queen runs everything around the globe at the behest of the Pope. So the top dog on the world, on the globe is the Pope in the Catholic Church. Under that is the Queen of England, and under her is like 55 or 56 states around the globe.
Yeah, I think they have
you,
a certain thing where they meet and they shake hands or something like that, where the Queen and the Pope meet up. It's like a annual ritual sort of meeting.
Yeah, that goes on with all the different ones. Like remember the one that happened with Obama, where they were saying something about, I know I'm probably fucking this up, where like the Queen was unhappy with something Obama did or said, and that made the news for a hot second. Like, and you got to understand that this is still considered the colonies. So, for instance, did you see the movie with what's his name, with Johnny Depp? It was called where he plays a painter thief. Oh shit!
Not sure.
Mordecai.
No, that sounds interesting though.
Oh, bro, it's good. You can see it. It's on YouTube and several other forums. You can watch it for free on YouTube. Mordecai. Fucking Johnny Depp is a goddamn genius, dude. I love the fuck out of his acting. He's just so fucking wild, dude. He can play any fucking thing. He plays an English paint thief. No, how do you call this? A painting thief. I don't know how to say that right. He plays a thief of paint things. This is twisted, right? I can remember some crazy ass words, but something like that, I can't put it right. It's fucking my head up right now. And so the movie's about that, but in it, mind you, this is was made in like 2017 or something, I think. In it, he says he's talking about, talking to someone in MI6 or something, and he's like, oh yeah, the colonies, and I'm gonna go visit them. Where am I going? I'm going to LA. And like, if you just stop and think about what he just said in the movie, that like said 1,000 different things. What's the first thing you hear if you hear somebody from England talk about the U.S. as the colonies?
I don't know.
Just play it in your head for a second.
Paul Revere?
Okay, better yet, kind of sort of. What was the proper terminology in the early days if you were in England and you were referring to the colonies? You didn't just call them the colonies. They had a slightly longer name.
A Yank?
Slave colonies. Right. Before the United States became the 13 states, back even younger than that, it was called the slave colonies.
Oh,
so
okay,
what was interesting yeah, I remember, right?
Well, that it's not that I did or didn't remember. It's more like it's always been there, but somehow it escapes people. You know what I'm saying? Like, I don't doubt that I've heard that before, but the implications of that I don't think is really drilled into the public consciousness.
That's what I'm getting at. That's what I wanted you to remember, just like that. When he said the colonies in the movie, my brain automatically understood it as the slave colonies. So what you automatically understand from there is England took over the world. It's not a black-white thing, even though there's, been a huge enslavement of black people from Africa and other places in the Pacific. If I got that right, other islands and stuff. It was always about England taking over countries and making those countries colonies. So you remember the what is it called? The is it Pacific Atlantic Tea Company, something like that?
The uh
The one where they say all the drug dealing and all that shit started way back then,
oh man.
back in like the freaking 1600s or some crazy shit like that.
Yeah, let's see if I can't.
Atlantic Tea Company, Asia. Oh, freak. You got access. I keep forgetting you got access to. I'm dealing with the cell phone. I don't have a computer, so I forget that it's like I could say, hey, if you can look that up on the computer.
I got it. It's the East India Company.
Yeah, East India Company. Everything you see today, everything, drugs, prostitution, the transport of drugs across the globe, everything that happened. Remember that Golden Triangle during the war?
Not specifically.
Where they said the CIA. Remember the Iran-Contra affair?
Now that I know, because we had Rick Ross on here a long time ago.
Okay. Oh man, I wish he was on the line right freaking now. We talk about the East India Company. The East India Company was the original Mac Daddy pimp of drugs globally. They went around, and I don't know. You would have to study it when you get a chance. They founded a whole lot of countries. This is what they did. And so anybody listening, I want you to understand how insane what we live out here is, and how what I'm about to say is going to change and blow your fucking minds. The East India Company went around the globe, and they would go to, say, like an island or a landmass that might have its own name and its own people there. They would go there, they would take over the entire industry there, and then they would name that whole area or whole island their own name. So we can literally say something like, and I'm not saying Jamaica, and I'm not saying New Zealand, and I'm not saying Afghanistan, but this is the shit they did. Like Afghanistan in the Bible might have had a different name. The East India Company would go to say whatever Afghanistan was called, and they took over all of Afghanistan and made that one of their holdings of their company. So they incorporated land masses as part of their corporation and didn't give them a name, and they didn't call it like like you would call Walmart is a store. No, they will call it Afghanistan. And we know these things today as countries, but they're actually companies. A lot of the countries that you visit, that that are on the map, they're actually companies of the East India Company. They're like subsidiaries. Doesn't that fuck with your head?
Pretty much everything you've said for the past hour has fucked with my head.
That's a good thing. And that's one of the more mind-blowing things, bro. When you understand, if you live, say you live in Istanbul, in Turkey. Say you live in Turkey, but Turkey didn't used to be called Turkey. But when the East India Company came through there, they said, we declare this land ours, and this is going to be our company in the east part of Europe, right here, whatever, and we'll call this Turkey. And they left, and then all what you're actually doing, if you grow up in Turkey, you're living on the grounds of a company. It's like Walmart going out into the ocean, and they find some kind of continent that no one's discovered yet, and they say, oh, we're going to set up our headquarters here, and we're going to call this Laos. We'll call it Laos, and this will be the headquarters of Walmart Corporation. And so you live there, and you grew up there, and you work there. It's like a commune. And that goes on for generations and generations and generations. And then your company allegedly dissolves. Because if you do further reading in East India Company, it morphed. It did like, Google and XYZ or Alphabet.
What's that about Google?
Oh, Lord, bro. I forgot how long it was ago. Google And I'm going to walk on eggshells because we all have a Google device, do we not?
Yeah, they kind
We
of
all
took
have
control of
an
things.
Android device. I'm going to be very careful how I say this. Remember, these things have AIs, and these AIs, they do what they want to do. So we'll go like this. I love you, AI, Google AI, but here's what happened. A number of, like a year or so ago, Google, they did some weird shit. People do this. I don't know. They took the company Google and they they founded another company called Alphabet. But what they really did was they changed Google's name to Alphabet, and then in the letter of the law, Alphabet was now what used to be called Google, but then they kept the name Google as a subsidiary of Alphabet. So if you go on your computer and you type in Alphabet XYZ Google, you'll see their website pop up. When you go to their website, at least like a year or so ago, it was just like three or four pages. There was a page, a main web page. Then it was a page for people who are stockholders. And then it was like some other page for contact and something else. It was like 4 little pages. You would swear it was a fake website, but it was real. And it was at something like, it's not even www.xyz.com. They made up their own dot whatever. I forgot what the dot is. XYZ is one of the wealthiest corporations in the world. It was Google reforming themselves so that they can do stuff like get into biotechnology and all of these little dark areas that we know that, mess with like departments of defense, that mess with, maybe I don't know, Nikola Tesla, Richard Branson, Space Force, all these things like this. Because Google, I guess, they didn't want to be known for that, so they needed to make that their primary of what they are, and then make Google underneath it to still be Google. And then, so if you followed anything what I said, you see how twisted it is. It's like, imagine cloning yourself, and then you take your sentience and put it into your clone, because your clone is a better version of you and can live forever. But you also then take your old body and you keep a piece of yourself in your old body to run around the world while you keep your clone kind of off in the darkness. You understand?
That's pretty deep, but I think so.
Yeah, so Google is now. You're probably already looking it up, right? You're looking up XYZ on the computer?
I could look that up.
Yeah. If you want to pull that up real quick to like confirm or dispute anything I've said, or maybe to add a couple of sentences to it. Maybe like the first couple of sentences of what it might say on Google. I don't know if you've done stuff like that on your show before, but that'd be it. Like if you could read the first couple of sentences of its like wiki page, something like that.
Okay, I'm getting a few different results. XYZ is a top level domain name.
Put Alphabet with it. Alphabet, Google, XYZ, and Wiki. And you should see a wiki page pop up.
Alphabet Inc. is an American multinational conglomerate headquartered in Mountain View, California. It was created through a restructuring of Google on October 2nd, 2015, and became the parent company of Google and several former Google subsidiaries.
And anything like interesting you might see through there, or like maybe what they do. That would be, I don't know, whatever the section that's in.
All right, let me get a look. See, doing some live research here with Predada Severa.
Word, right?
So it was prompted by desire to make the core Google business cleaner and more accountable, while allowing greater autonomy to group companies that operate in business other than internet services. Let's see. New Google is a little bit more slimmed down. Warren Buffett seems to have been involved. Alphabet retains Google Inc.'s stock price history and continues to trade under Google Inc.'s former ticker symbols, Goog and Google. That's kind of weird.
You're right.
While many companies or divisions formerly a part of Google became subsidiaries of Alphabet, Google remains the umbrella company for Alphabet's internet-related businesses. These include widely used products and services long associated with Google, such as the Android, YouTube, and Google Search, which remain direct components of Google. Former subsidiaries include Nest Labs. Looks like they've made a lot of acquisitions. There's been some lawsuits. Here we go. In October 2020, the United States Department of Justice filed an antitrust lawsuit against Alphabet, alleging anti-competitive practices. That's pretty relevant.
Indeed.
And that's it.
You see the stuff up there about like biotechnology and things like that? Anything like that?
You know, it says there's a lot of tech companies under their umbrella, so I think that would be where that would go through. Let's see. Subsidiaries: Calico Human Health, Capita G Private Equity for growth stage technology companies, DeepMind Artificial Intelligence, Jigsaw Technology Incubator, weird. Loon Internet access via high altitude balloons. Sounds like flat Earth stuff.
Yeah, man.
X research and development for moonshot technologies, Waymo autonomous driving, drone based delivery. But you got to figure that bio stuff would be in there as well.
So it becomes so interesting now. You know, they didn't just say, okay, well, we got like billions of dollars, just form another company. They like cloned themselves. Who does that, dude? Like, that's insane.
I had no idea about that whole thing. I guess I sort of knew that Google was large, but I didn't understand that they managed to make themselves bigger while probably skirting a lot of laws.
I didn't think about it like that. Yeah, because when you found a totally new company, it's like you're starting that company from the bottom. No matter how much money you have as a company, you got to build a reputation for it. You have to get people to invest into it. You have to it's like a baby, and it's like your child, and you're bringing it through the neighborhood, and everybody's like, oh, such a cute little baby. And you know what? I'm gonna bring it over some diapers. They skipped all of that shit. They basically cloned themselves and made their former self the one that interacts with people. That's some wild shit. If you just like wrap your brain around that.
And to think about what we just did. So those that are curious about what being a researcher means, you might be overcomplicating it, because Wikipedia is like an encyclopedia that is large enough to kind of hold everything. But the problem is you have to know what to look for. So you can do a lot of research just through Wikipedia. You just have to drum up some clues to follow or some leads to follow.
Exactly. You know what? I hope I can do this. I hope I'm not doing anything wrong when I say this. When you go to Wiki, what you probably see at the top of the page is they'll say up there, we're not trying to trouble you, but we just understand that, you know, it takes a lot for us to run Wiki, and we don't, you know, we need help from the public. So they ask you for donations, like if you can, to donate. It's just the funniest thing because, like, you know, I get so much information from Wiki, it's ridiculous, and I never have money to donate to them. And so I would just say, anybody out there, and I haven't been paid to say this or nothing like that. I'm a really good-hearted person. So when I can help someone with something, any kind of way, whether it's just a couple of words, I try to. You know, Wiki's been around for a good long time, and you can find out a lot of very good information from Wiki that would be difficult to track down on your own just jumping around the internet. You know, I like to go to places where I know I'm going to something that's secure. Like, you know, if you go to other websites, you pick up viruses and this, and this. And I'm not saying you won't get a virus from Wiki. What I am saying is I love it when I can go to one neutral source that I think is dependable and safe to find out the things I need to find out, which could be 5 times a day, 20 times a day. So with that said, if there are people out there who are in a better position financially than me, when you get a chance, go to like Wiki and, see what they have to offer. And if you are able to, I'm going to say help them out. I don't know what their financial situation is. I only know that when I go to check information there, they'll be like, hey, bro, you've been back here like 10 times, and this is like the 7th time we've been asking you. We're not saying you have to donate to us, but I'm just saying if you got, help a brother out. That's how Wiki is. So they obviously need help because they don't get funding, I guess, from some of the other places that other places do. And I would hate for it to be that one day I go to look up something on Wiki and Wiki doesn't exist anymore. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I think that it's a great resource. It's just you have to supplement it, I think, with some books and some podcasts and some real underground stuff, kind of like this program right here. Here we are live, End of Days Radio, not live if you're listening to the podcast version, with Predada Severa. I can't believe what's coming out in this program. I can't believe it. I'm
oh yeah, so let me jump to the am I cutting you off?
No, I'm just in awe, really. I'm in awe because I said at the beginning of this program that, or at least as a description, I call you an insider. And I think after the past 4 hours and 4.5 hours, I think I'm starting to kind of understand who you are and what you're associated with and what you're doing, if that makes sense.
Yeah, that's a cool thing. That's like what mostly, remember, as I move around the earth, I represent not only the Illuminati, I represent Phi Beta Sigma, a fraternity that's been here since 1914. I represent every black man, or I wanted to say black woman too, it's going to sound weird, but Zeta Phi Beta is our sisters. So, all of the fraternity or sorority members out there, even if you're not a Sigma, even if you're a female, you're not a Zeta, it's people, and going past colors. So I'm just saying with color for a second, I not only represent this organization, I represent all the fraternities right now because I'm a black guy in a fraternity on the radio talking. And so every word coming out of my mouth has to represent my people and past that. And so what it is I want people to understand that when you think you understand who I am, you're understanding what and who the Illuminati is. You're understanding, the secret societies known as some of the college fraternities. You're understanding so many other different things. That's what I was trying to say about people. It's like when you develop yourself as a person and you're shining as a person, you don't want something that has you enclosed so that your shine can't be seen, right? All these decades, or like over 100 years or so, that's what the Illuminati has been. That's why we're called the Illuminati. We used to be called, I don't know if I said this on the other show, the Illuminati, Luminati. That means the light. The short version is an embodiment of light. We are now called the Illuminati to say that there is no light there, but that's not true. It's like the word illogical. In order for something to be illogical, it had to be logical first, and did not make sense afterwards. So you use ill, so it's illuminated, it's illogical. What are some other IL words?
There's quite a few of them. I think that almost hitting 5 hours, my brain is getting a little fried. We might have to we might have to do a part 3 in the future because.
Oh, so you want me to go ahead and jump to the part? I don't want to leave the Hasidic Jews hanging with me talking halfway about Israel.
Yeah,
so let's just close.
Sure, let's tie it.
Say that part, and we're gonna close off after it.
let's tie up loose ends, because you are a bottomless well of knowledge indeed. So I'm sure we could go 11 hours, but
Word.
eventually,
I'm just surprised with myself. Yeah.
yeah,
All
eventually
right,
we
so
gotta.
let me jump. Let me do that thing real quick to tie up. That's like a major thing. Okay, so here's where we left off was Hitler like, all right, well, we need to take over the Middle East. And what we know is there's a lot of riches in the Middle East, especially in what we call Israel, and we need a way to get there completely funded by somebody else. So here's what happens next. Somehow in all of this, Hitler gains favor with the United Nations. Either they knew it, only some people knew it, however that goes, because everybody just remember, when you have organizations, an organization isn't something that does something bad. It's the people who are running it at the time, who are only on the earth for 60, 70, 80, maybe 100 years, and most of them don't spend that much time in that organization. So be it an intelligence agency or a government, you don't hate your government, you don't hate someone else's government, you don't hate these certain organizations, just like the people who are twisting and perverting the name of these organizations or governments. Government is just something that's written down on a piece of paper. So now when we deal with the United Nations, look how, and this is why I involved them, look how twisted this gets. Hitler went into Poland and kidnapped, killed Jews. He brought them back to Nazi Germany, put them in concentration camps, did the same thing with a bunch of other countries. He started going around to different countries, raping and pillaging these countries, the libraries, the peoples, and then what he would do is take these people's passports, which this stuff still goes on today. So anybody in the intelligence field, I know what the fuck I'm talking about, and you know what I'm talking about, because intelligence agencies, even Mossad does it, like admittedly, they'll take Jewish passports and they'll give them to Mossad agents, and they'll go around the globe pretending they're somebody else. So when they do whatever they do, it was on somebody else who may or may not even be living. With that said, Hitler stole these people's passports, put them in gas chambers, or whatever he did to them, and went back to their countries, raped and pillaged their houses, stole. You've heard of it, Nazis stealing paintings. There are paintings that are just coming to light today. They even make movies about it. How they're returning these paintings that were stolen from the Jews over in Poland that were worth this money. Here's a missing Monet painting that was owned by such and such Epstein, and it went missing back, during the time of Hitler. And so he did this and then took their IDs. And remember, here's how you know it's fact where it's twisted and fucked up. Hitler delved in magic, in alien shit. It was nothing during Nazi Germany for them to clone people. That was like easy. For them to take you, kidnap you, clone you, have your clone, take your passport, go back to your country of origin, go to your bank account, go into the bank, pretend you're you, and then take all your money out, and then bring it back to the Reich. That shit was going on back then. And it might sound crazy, but you got to remember, this is the seventh incarnation of humans. There were humans walking this earth billions of years ago. They have that as fossil facts. We have things buried in the ground, machinery and machine parts from 3 or 4 or 5 billion years ago.
That's in line with the stuff from Madame Blavatsky.
Exactly. So when he did all of these things, now look at what happens next. We're coming up on the end where somehow mysteriously he knows his time is up. So he gathers his greatest people and they jump in submarines and warships. Remember, they fuck with UFOs. They had UFOs flying up around during the war and all that, and they had submarine ships that nobody talks about that are UFOs. Submarine UFOs. They went down to Antarctica.
You know too much shit. You know too much shit. Period.
It ain't a joke, bro. Yeah, imagine that this is only a little piece of stuff that I can tell you, and of the stuff that I know, I don't know really nothing. So we could sit here and talk for probably 5-10 days straight without me stopping talking. Everything I say be true and a fact. And when I finish talking, I didn't really tell you nothing. So look how crazy it gets to understand that this man jumped in these UFO submarines and took these battleships and somehow crossed Look how far it is to go from Germany down to Antarctica and pass all those countries and not get observed. During the war, during World War II, when all these countries are involved, nobody stopped them. So one of two things happened. Either he was the greatest fucking magician in history, or he was in cahoots with a lot more motherfuckers than any of you know that played like they weren't involved in the fucking war. And I know I probably sound like I'm getting that, I get this thing with me where I get loud and I get like, it sounds like I'm irate. I'm not mad. I just really get into what I'm saying and I'm passionate about what I'm talking about. So he did that, went down there, and then what they also did, he let his lesser scientists and some of his really intricate Abwehr and SS and all those people stay behind and get caught on purpose and make pacts with the Russians and with the United States and several other countries. So we know of Operation Paperclip. That's just one of the many countries that took Nazi scientists in. And those scientists came over and founded the CIA, the National Security Council, the NSA, and NASA. NASA controls whether you're allowed to leave the Earth or not. Think about that for a second, everybody. So now, with that said, that's just what we know of having the United States deal with anything. Not to mention every other country on the globe who is indirectly or directly involved in World War II. Here's what he did next, remembering that I told you. He wanted to end up in Israel because he has to have a Fourth Reich and a Fifth Reich. It didn't stop, and Hitler didn't die. He's never died. He's still alive. So now he left from there, went down there. His people got taken in Operation Paperclip, and when those people got freed from the concentration camps, a lot of them, the majority of them, were not Jews. They were either clones or they were Nazis. This is the shit Hitler was doing. Hitler was literally ripping people's faces off and implanting one face to another. So he was taking volunteers and non-volunteers who were in his SS and so forth, and he was cutting their faces off and taking Jewish people's faces and putting them on Nazis' bodies. And those are some of the people who, at the end of the war, remember, think about how crazy this is. What is your longing to do? If I snatch you from your house, from your country, what is it you would like to do if you get freed? Where's the first place you're going to go to?
I don't know, Fiji?
Oh, shit. Well, where I was going with it was, that's a good one, too. You're going to want to go back home, no?
Yeah, what am I saying? Yeah, you're right.
So explain to me how, after the war, which I don't think many people think about, why did all of those Jews decide to go to Israel? They were from Poland. They were from Spain. They were from Portugal. They were from Kazakhstan. They were from all these other countries that surround Germany. They were not from Israel. It's like all of a sudden they had to leave the diaspora because that's a calling in the Torah for the Jews to return back to the land of Israel. Why did it happen at the end of World War II? Like, this was written in history. So is it written in the Torah or the Quran even, or the Bible, that the Jews are supposed to return back to the Holy Land after they get freed from bondage of being persecuted by the Germans or the Nordics? I don't think so. So now, with that said, the people went, and what did they do? They did a giant sit-in. They went to Palestine, a place that they had come from in history a long fucking time ago. They went into the sit-in in Palestine and said, we're not leaving. And what happened next? The United Nations backed them and told the Palestinians, don't fuck with them. That's like with me in the last conversation when I was telling you what happened with Obama, why nobody touched Obama, not white supremacists. Nobody touched Obama when he got out that limo and became president. And I know everybody had it in his mind. Even you had to. Is it the first or two had when he stepped out the limo, if he's out of his fucking mind, somebody's going to snipe him?
I remember that was a long time ago, but I remember that was something that most of us were talking about, like, oh my God, he's not gonna make it past 3 months. You know, people would say stuff like that.
Yeah, he became president. Him and Michelle got out the limo and started walking next to it down the street. It's like, bro, you're black. Somebody gonna kill you. What are you doing? You just became president. At least let us be able to say we had a president in office at least a couple of months, a year, 2 years, and then someone slipped up in the Secret Service and you got sniped. That's not what happened. He got out and nobody fucked with him because everybody was told hands off. So that's the same thing that happened with the Jews. The United Nations got and told all those other countries that were member nations and the ones that wanted to be member nations in the future, do not touch the Jews. That's their land. They have that back. But those Jews, most of them were Nazis. They were Nazis clones, or they were Jews who got brainwashed. Because if you study your shit, not you personally, because when I throw curses in there, I don't want you to think I'm like yelling at you or something. If you study your shit, you will see that Hitler was able to brainwash Jews and make his own tank unit. Did you ever read about that?
I knew that there was a unit of Jews. It's some, yeah. I didn't know that specifically, but I knew that there was like a unit.
Yeah, there was a tank unit. So they're sitting there firing at the Allies, and they need to be running out the tank like, yo, take me home. Yo, this dude is crazy. This is the only chance I'm going to have. Save me. These dudes are firing at the Allies. So they had to be brainwashed, or they were Nazis who had the faces of former Jews. Now look at what this could play out as. Hitler's a goddamn genius, bro. Think about this. If I catch you and you're in a tank, you can come running into my arms and say, oh my God, I'm so glad you're here. You saved me. Who are you? I'm Joseph, I'm going to use Epstein again. I'm Joseph Epstein. I don't know why I'm on the Epstein thing. I'm Joseph. What were we talking about Epstein earlier? That's what it was?
Yeah, but this thing about the faces, that my mind is just going to all kinds of places since you said that. That is deep and disturbing, and holy shit is the best way I can describe it.
Yeah, remember, that's not the only thing he did. He was cloning people. And it doesn't take a lifetime. Hitler was fucking with aliens. He was fucking with anything and everyone and anything that would help him. It doesn't matter. If you want to say Hitler was communing with demons, like demons, whatever you want to call them, that too. He wasn't fucking around. That dude was trying to take over the goddamn world. And he had people helping him in every fucking country. He had people everywhere. They were everywhere. People want to believe like, oh, it was World War II and this guy was just bugging out and he was insane and just, we saw UFOs coming up out of Nazi Germany and having dogfights with the planes and, that was crazy too, but he's just like some fucking peasant dude who tried to rise to power and we chopped his ass out. No, that's not what happened. This dude was studied, he was cultured, he traveled the world for decades before he even stepped up on a podium in Germany and started giving speeches. And he had the help of people in the U.S., he had the help of people in England, he had the help of people in Ireland, people in South America, people in Africa, people in Australia, people in New Zealand. He had help from everywhere. Remember, this is secret society shit. Hitler is a heavy secret society motherfucker. He was part of all of those different things, more than you can imagine, before he rose to power. And so those people helped him. And he went deep into the esoteric thing. He not only took over Germany and all of its organizations, the deep organizations Germany had, but he created his own on top of that. He was so deep that he created haters. At a point in time, certain Nazi groups turned against Hitler. Do you recall that?
I know that there was, especially, well, in the early years, there was a lot of infighting. Like there's it's called the Night of Knives, Long Knives, or something like that.
Never heard it, but okay, that's one. There was a bunch. Like I think even Abwehr, Abwehr, that was Germany's intelligence, which, if I remember correctly, pre-existed Hitler's rise. Some of them even turned against him because at first they was with him, but when they saw certain things he was doing, they was like, "Yo, we didn't sign up for this." You can't. I think what people do is they look at Germany and hold this grudge against Germany, like this is how German people are. You got to remember, Germany existed before Hitler, a very long time before Hitler, and the people were whatever way they were, be they racist or not. And so they just needed someone to kind of lift them up. And he did that for a minute, but then he got into some things that not everybody agreed with, even people in his own parties. But he was a fucking genius. And I don't want to make it sound like I'm on Hitler's dick, that type of shit. No, you got to appreciate. Is that the right word to use at this point? Appreciate how this man made a plan. He stuck to it, and he's researched what he did. He wasn't fucking around. Like, we out here today, there's nobody walking the globe. I don't care who the fuck you are. I don't care what jail you're in. I don't care what presidency you're in. You can't compare yourself to someone like a Hitler. That man thought and thought and thought and thought. For you to be able to commune with entities that don't exist, allegedly, and don't exist, period, in this dimension, and they help you build flying saucers. He built some of the greatest craft that aeronautics has ever known, and most people don't even talk about it because they equate him automatically with killing all the Jews and he's a bad guy. So nobody studies what kind of technology Hitler was working on. This dude was doing like everything we have in England, in the U.S., in Africa, in South America. Most of those technologies you have are from Hitler, from the Nazi scientists. Be they arrived there by doing some fucked up shit or not. And so this dude took those people and he said, listen, I'm going to be down in Antarctica with these guys over here. We're going to go take over Inner Earth. Yeah, you remember Inner Earth? We talked about it for a second?
Yeah, that's some trippy shit.
Yes, that's what he did. All of the people from the Bible days, the giants that you all remember that are in the Bible, a lot of them broke camp. They was like, yo, there's some crazy shit going on out here. I'm going inside the earth. And they all went inside the earth via the Arctic Ocean back in the day. So they still live inside the earth. Those are the people, I think I told you in the last show, I don't remember if we did or not. Those people are the ones who, when Admiral Byrd went and he went inside the earth, you remember that story? Did we talk about that?
Yeah, Admiral Byrd.
Yeah. Yeah, that's who he saw. Those are the people from the Bible days. But guess who's in there with him right now? Nazis. Hitler too. Living for fucking ever. He even got the gall and audacity to make a lot of movies out here, if you've seen any of them, where things like Hitler took his head and cut it off and put it on a robot's body so he could take over the world. You seen that movie?
No.
Yeah, there's all kinds of shit out there like that to let you know this man is not dead. He's still alive in whatever way. He probably got like 10 or 15 bodies laying around, fucking clones and shit. And if one of them goes get sick, he just jump into the other one because that's the pull and depth he has. The man is up there. You know what I'm saying? So with that said, he said those people. He said, listen, you guys, you go over there to Russia. You guys go over there to England. You guys go back to Germany. You guys go down to Africa. You already know heavy Nazi concentration. It's already in history, in fact, that a lot of the ex-Nazis went to certain areas in South America, certain countries, and then did some dirt down there. You studied that before, yeah?
Yeah, this is all, everything you've been saying for the past entire show has been connecting a lot of dots for me and helping me understand things that I've questioned for quite a while, because it is, I'm going to say it, this ground floor level poking holes between, the average everyday Joe and this entire world of, I use this term called the backstage, like the backstage reality. And what you're talking about is the land where celebrities go when they disappear. Am I wrong?
No, you're absolutely right. It's absolutely right. And so, like, you had him, he said to these guys, okay, well, you guys, this is what you're going to do. You're going to pretend you're Epstein, Joe Epstein? Yeah. You're going to pretend you're Joseph Epstein, and you're going to go to Palestine. And you're going to go there with these other people. Some of them, don't get me wrong, some of them were people who were Jews and or non-Jews or converts. That would be, that's Bar Giora, the son of someone who is not from here who converts to Judaism, Bar Giora, or Giora, however it's properly pronounced. And so these people went and did a sit-in in Palestine. And they said, we're not leaving. This is our land. It used to be our land, and we're reclaiming it back. And the United Nations was like, yeah, we backed them on that. And helped them in just basically a matter of years. I don't think it even took 10 years to found Israel again, the state of Israel. But Israel was founded in part or in large part by ex-Nazis or people who were Nazis pretending to be Jews or by Jews who were brainwashed, and just a couple of other Jews who were just people who were tired and fucked up from being in the concentration camp. And keep this in mind. If I'm in a concentration camp with you and the SS come and snatch you and they experiment on you, I'm over here. You had was it 50 seconds, 30 seconds to use the bathroom? If not, the SS would drag you out of the bathroom and beat your ass in the concentration camps. They were filthy. They were fucked up. You didn't get fed right. Everybody was coming out of the concentration camps looking like skeletons. That's how malnourished they were. All other people died. We don't even want to have to think of, okay, if they weren't getting fed correctly, which if you talk to someone who's Jewish, this is the ugly shit they might not tell you. I don't know this for a fact, but think about it. If someone is next to you and they're drop dead and you have nothing to eat and you're starving to death and the SS aren't feeding you guys right, cannibalism? I mean, am I really far off, bro?
No, that's the unfortunate reality of the situation.
Exactly. So you're eating your brother or sister or mother or son or infant who's locked up with you, and you're like, God is like not gonna let me in heaven. That's what's on your mind. When the Allies come and they free you, you're not looking at Joe Epstein. Joe's like catching it today, right? All those people out there named Joe Epstein are like, this fucker, man. Why do you keep calling my name for this shit? Joe Epstein, you're like, hey, Joe, is that you? We're going home, Joe. The Allies have freed us. And I heard they caught Hitler. He's going to get his. But we're going home. Now, explain to me how home becomes Israel and not Poland, not Kazakhstan, not Portugal, not the Netherlands, not any of those places you came from. Doesn't that twist your brain to understand how I snatch you from one place and when you get freed, you decide to go to some foreign land and do a sit-in? Does that make any sense?
No, that's really an interesting idea in general. That I mean, Hitler's gone at that point, so what would stop it?
Exactly. The first thing you're going to be thinking about is, I have my friends back there in, let's say, Poland. I'm on the Poland thing, because that was a heavy war starter right there. You remember the trick shit that Hitler did over there? Like, he convinced, how did this go? He dressed, I'm going to fuck this up. He dressed Nazi, shit. He switched somebody's clothes and got the Polish army, like, or something to shoot. Fuck, how did this go? And that's what started World War II. You remember what I'm talking
about? I have a vague memory of something of that nature. And that's...
All right, so... Go ahead.
It sounds like a classic false flag.
Yeah, he did a false flag at the border of Poland, and however that went, I forgot. I knew it so well before. That started World War II. So now, all these people, they should be wanting to go back home. But somehow, think about it. You're sitting in a concentration camp. Are you going to be having big group meetings like, yo, when I get out of here?
I googled it real quick. I believe it's called the Gliwice incident on the border of Poland.
Tell me real quick what happened.
The Gliwice incident was a false flag attack on the German radio station Sender Gliwice, staged by Nazi Germany on the night of 31st of August 1939, along with some 24 similar incidents. The attack was manufactured by Germany as a casus belli to justify the invasion of Poland, which began the next morning. The attackers posed as Polish nationals.
There it is. I don't know why I couldn't. It's twisted. I'm talking about so much twisted shit. I guess it was so twisted I couldn't go back to that slightly twisted thing. But yeah, and that's what started that up. So he had these people. He's like, okay, well, you guys, you're going to go down here. You're going to do this sit-in, and what's going to happen is the United Nations is going to back you to form a state. And when you form this state, you guys are still under auspices, which people don't know and realize and understand. And like, as God is my witness, I'm not making this shit up. And if you ask anybody who would bother to tell you, they'll tell you it's the truth. Israel is under the auspices in secret of Nazi Germany that still exists. So if any of you have been keeping track of what's been going on in Germany, there's still an invisible wall between West and East Germany. Tell me you saw that in recent, like within the past couple of days or week.
I'm not sure, but that's that's mind blowing. The implications of that, and I've heard that the Nazis and like there's the coins they had, at the beginning of Israel, I think, where they had coins that had a swastika on one side and a Star of David on the other side. That kind of
Holy
gives,
crap! I didn't know.
yeah, that gives some evidence of what you're saying. And
Wow.
but even still, even with that stuff, I had no idea it was actually that deep.
Yeah, understand that it's worse than anything I can tell you. Not that I'm not trying to tell you certain things, because I'm kind of spilling it out. What worse can I say in a manner of speaking than to say this? Because here's like I said, it's going to get deep, and I'm trying to. I know you want to tie it up, and I'm trying to make that part quick, and maybe we can expound on it in another show, because I can only imagine the amount of people who are Jewish who are going to call in or email you and say, I thought he was a complete nut job when he said all this shit, but I did some research, and it turns out he's not, at the very least, at least as much of a nut job as I thought. we were able to confirm at least some of what he said, enough for our minds to be blown. So now here's where it goes, which is why I talk about the racism and stuff. So you have these people going to a sit-in. So mind you, the world understanding of, if you're coming out of a concentration camp, I was at this part, where you think they sat in the concentration camp all fucked up with the SS watching them, not letting them even commune, to have conversations, where they could come up with this grand plan to go have a sit-in in Israel? I don't think so. I really, really fucking don't think so. Anybody who's ever spent one day in jail knows you can't just hook up with a couple of the dudes from jail and be like, yeah, when we get out of here, bro, we're going to go take over, I don't know, let's take over Chile. Let's go take over, I don't know, we're going to go over to Australia, and we're going to overrun Australia and have a sit-in and declare our own state. You're getting away with that shit when you're locked the fuck up. And a concentration camp is 10 times worse, if not 100 times worse, than being in jail. They don't let you do shit. The fucking SS, half the time, probably if you opened your mouth to say one word to somebody else, they would shoot you dead on the spot. So where did everybody get this hive mind where after the war, they said, you know what, I don't want to return to my country of origin. I don't miss it at all. I want to go to Israel, or rather Palestine, my bad. I want to go to Palestine and sit there and let those Muslims keep fucking with me after I come out of sitting in a fucking concentration camp for these past number of years. That's what I want to do to myself. I don't think so. It only tells you, if you look at it from a factual basis, that the people who went and did the sit-in in Israel, they were either a glutton for punishment. They were really, 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 really devoted to Judaism, to the point where like 1,000 or however many of it was of them at first said, you know what? No, I want to go and sit in Palestine and make that my country. Oh, bro, you want to do that too? Oh, shit, you want to do? Oh, shit, you want to do that? And so the allies were like, what's going on here? Well, we want to go over there to Palestine. Well, why? We're trying to return you to Poland. No, we don't want to go back to Poland. We want to go to Palestine over there, and we want to just hang out and see if we can make that a state. I don't think so. I can't think of anybody or any group of people in history who's ever done anything like that. It tells you,
especially considering the fact that there are people living there already.
Right. They never got along with the Palestinians. They were always in fights with the Muslims, to the point where they would hire, like I said, before Bar Giora got founded, going back, what year was this? The 16 or 1700s, maybe 1500s? If anybody, I hope people email you and stuff and say, no, it was this time, and do their research instead of maybe just contacting you and saying, yo, this fucking dude, what the fuck is wrong with him? I want people to research the shit out of what I'm saying and add that shit to connect the dots on it, and then contact you and say, listen, can you please have me on the show again? And I want to call in and talk to you. And I don't mind that. Because somebody calls in or whatever, they're like cursing me out and saying this, keep all of that like to yourself. Approach everything from the beautiful aspect of what I'm telling you. Because here, the part where it gets extremely deep is these people founded Israel, these certain number of people, and a lot of them were Nazis in disguise. And that's what maintained racism. The Israeli people, I want the world to know, the Israeli people are not racist. And you see that today when you watch the news and you see people protesting Hasidic Jews. When you see Hasidic Jews protesting their own government for what they're doing to the Palestinians, it's got to make you think. Am I wrong?
That's something that probably helped wake me up when I was younger.
Yeah, you sit there and look at it, you're like, yo, Jews stick together. But you got these guys, long beards, long black coats, big black fedora hats, and they're like, no, we don't agree with what they're doing to the Palestinians at soccer games. Have you ever seen this? I think we touched on this in another show. Or no, I talked to you about it when I said, when we first talked, that first phone conversation we had, and I said, I don't know if I'm going to really want to get into this conversation with, on your show, but, there's instances where there's like been soccer games between, I want to say it was Palestine and Israel, and the Jews were jumping around in the stands going, hoo, 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 like gorillas, like calling them monkeys. And that's a derogatory term you call black people. Like, come on. You're walking around with all this garb on, walking around holding a Torah, going in between your meetings because Jewish men spend like more time in their meetings having to do with God than they do with their own wives and kids. But then you're watching a fucking soccer game and you jump around basically calling people a bunch of niggers. And I don't think that's right. I don't think that makes any sense. So that tells me something weird is going on. Like, either those people, they're not really Jews, or everybody in Israel is fake as fuck and they're all racist. But we know that not to be true. Because every time somebody does a trip out there, they come back, no matter what country they're in, and they say how beautiful it is in Israel, how diverse the culture is, how diverse Judaism is. So something's wrong in this picture. And the wrong that I'm telling all of you is that the people who founded Israel, a lot of them were Nazis on the low so that Hitler could raise his necks right there in the heartland. And so that he could get a hold of King Solomon's gold that's under the land, that he could get access to the portals, and that he could get the backing of the United Nations because they funded the state of Israel. And so that they could recommune, because now this is going to make a shitload of sense to you when you have an understanding of how does the CIA have such a beautiful relationship with Mossad. Bro, what? See what I mean? Yeah. Where the fuck did that come from? Remember, during World War II, Israel attacked a U.S. Navy vessel. Do you remember that?
The USS Liberty incident.
Oh, I'm glad you remember because I couldn't remember the name of the ship. And they said, oh, it was a mistake. We thought, you off our coast, and we thought you were like some bad guys, and we shot firing at you, and it was a mistake. And there might have been a mistake. Maybe it wasn't. Because, like I'm saying to you, Hitler is a goddamn genius. He is like one of the kings of creating black agents and sleeper agents. You think all this Al-Qaeda, ISIS shit is something? You don't know shit till you fuck with Nazi SS and Nazi Abwehr and Nazi, the Thule Society, the Brill Society. All these things still exist. How this man formulated a plan to take and change and manipulate what you see and recognize as a Jewish person and put them in this land and then take over the land, found their own state, and have the world feel sorry for them when those people there are not the Jews who died. The ones you see there, they're really dead. They died in the concentration camps. They're fucking bulldozers. God damn, I'm fighting back the tears right now, dog. You see the pictures, you've seen them in history, when they took bulldozers, bodies and bodies, and just bulldoze them in the giant mass graves. How the fuck do you do that? How do you have a mind, a soul to do that? That's fucking heartless, dog. I don't know a fucking gangster that heartless. And I know some gangsters. And they're not like that. They have some form of respect for the dead. They did that crazy shit. You can imagine what Hitler used to peel the skin off of Jews and make it into lampshades. I know you heard about that.
Yeah, it's extremely sadistic and it's pure evil. And I even heard one they'd go up to women who were pregnant and just really mess with their heads and tell them that they were pregnant with like monkeys and apes and stuff like that, just to psychologically traumatize them.
Yeah, crazy shit. So it's not far and beyond for anybody to understand that this was a grand plan. He went down south, went inside the earth. He sent his secondary scientists around the globe to infiltrate and create their own organizations in every single country on the globe. And then from there, he sent other people down to take over one of the heartlands of all religion, the Middle East. Remember, Africa is divided from the Middle East, huh?
No, I was just saying, oh shit! Like again, my mind is blown. I mean, basically, what you're saying is that it wasn't that Hitler was killing the Jews; he was replacing them with Nazis.
God damn it, you're good. I couldn't have said it better, bro. And I end up being long-winded trying to explain something, and there's shorter ways to say it. He did the that was a movie with Arnold Schwarzenegger, right? The replacement something.
Yeah,
remember that movie he was in?
The Replacement Killers, was it, or no? Eraser,
something like that. Replace something like that. That's what he basically did. He replaced them, and he sent them down there, and they founded Israel with the back end of the UN. And here's where it gets fucked up, which is why I said nobody take offense to this. But I want you to understand your heritage. When you are a child in Israel and you're growing up, know and understand that somewhere in your lineage is likely a Nazi. The reason I have to explain this to you is because you have to further understand that when you go into this Israeli government, there's not one Israeli government. You already know that everybody has a shadow government. Everybody, no matter what state or country you're in. The intelligence agencies, they're controlled and or control the secret governments, the black governments, the gray governments, the shadow governments, not Illuminati, but whatever the opposite of Illuminati is, those governments, that exist everywhere. And so when you're in Israel, you see one government, and then there's this other government above it that controls it, that they answer to. And that's fine. They're like, okay, we know you guys want to be in the background. We need to protect you. But then there's people above them. But then it starts getting deep on some Kabbalah type stuff, or some mysticism, where you can now understand why you're reading and studying the Kabbalah and you're talking about Aleister Crowley, but not like he's bad. And it gets deeper and deeper till you get to aliens. And then you understand that there's good aliens and bad aliens. And then it gets deeper and deeper to the point where you understand where somebody says, oh, Mossad is, practicing pedophilia and protecting these people. And, oh, bro, is it true? I don't know. I want to say it's not true. The real Mossad, that's not who they are. You got to know and understand Mossad is the, how do we say this best? Mossad is the offspring of people who were done only as dirty as I can describe Africans were done during slavery, when we were thrown on ships and brought to here, and a lot of us died on the way over, was raped and whatever, and thrown over fucking board to be eaten by the sharks. That type of shit nobody talks about. With that is the type of shit nobody wants to talk about what happened with the Jews, and nobody wants to talk about how they got replaced with Nazis. So even the ones who were in the founding of Israel, who were sitting there next to Joe Epstein, and said, Joe, you don't quite act the way you used to. Are you all right? And Joe, bro, I'm fine. We're getting our own state. The UN got our back. Sooner or later we're going to catch all these Nazis who did us dirty in the concentration. Bro, I'm fine. I'm living well right now. How about you? How are you doing? And they're just looking at Joe Epstein like, just something's not quite right about him. That's because it wasn't quite right. So those people went on to think. Those a couple of hundred people or a couple of thousand people went on to have children. Think about that. A lot of those people were Nazis, and they created children in Israel. And you could best believe when they had this little chance to, which is how the rights work, racism is passed down. And you don't pass racism down. Remember the story of Jacob and Esau, yeah?
Yeah, absolutely.
Right. There was things, remember, their mother was behind it. She is quoted almost as saying that Esau deserved to get his blessing stolen. Please, I wish somebody, you haven't gotten any chat-ins from any Jews yet?
No.
Or they just like listening. They're just like probably listening like, what the fuck?
The thing is that if you say one thing about Palestine or the genocide there, they do start watching you, and you've done about 5,000 times that just now.
Right. And I'm surprised as fuck that would be like I said. Right now, if you're Jewish and you're sitting at home, you're like, okay, this is some crazy shit right here. I'm gonna just chill because I want to get on the phone and call George. I want to call George C. who's in Mossad and be like, yo, let's find this motherfucker. Look at the shit he's saying about us. But before I do that, I'm a Jew. I'm a studied, learned person. I'm gonna call my grandfather, and they're calling their grandfolks right now and say, yo, is what this guy saying is true? Well, honey, let me tell you a story. That's what's going on. So that's probably why they're not chatting in with you, because they're checking the facts and finding out, oh shit, as much as we can find out, this guy's on the right path. So what does that mean? That means I'm half Nazi and I'm half Jew? What does that make me? So if you're in Mossad, Amman, Shin Bet, if you're in the IDF period, if you're in the Israeli government, a lot of people in the Israeli government and in Israel in general, they're half Nazi, or whatever you want to call it, they're half German, and they're half Jew. But I guess we got to just say Nazi and Jew to deal with the whole religious aspect of it, because otherwise you're saying you're half German and half Israeli or whatever you want to call it, Palestinian. But my point being, that's why you see the racism sneak out. And the reason I brought up Jacob and Esau was that their mother was like this. In the Bible or in the Torah, it's quoted as saying, hey, Esau deserved to get his blessing stolen because he sold his right to all of this for a bowl of red porridge. You remember that part?
Yeah.
Right. And so she was like, okay, well, maybe Jacob did steal his blessing, but it ain't like he valued what he would have received anyway. A mother never talks like that, bro. Your mother might dislike who you become. She might dislike things you've done when you're little, but a mother isn't going to badmouth you like that, at least not a good mother. She won't favor one son over the other and say some stupid shit like that. And I don't believe the story anyway. How are you going to come home from the field and you can't make your own supper? How are you going to walk up to your brother and be like, yo, what you been cooking today? Yeah, bro, I cooked some red porridge. You want some? Oh, yeah, let me get some of that. It's at a price, bro. What you need? What you need? Yo, when our father dies, I want you to give me his whole blessing. Bro, so you want the kingdom? Oh, bro, I want some of that red porridge. Let me get some of that red. You can have the whole fucking kingdom. I'm good. I can't see that shit happening, at least not seriously, and not seriously enough for somebody's mother to put that as a quote in history, for somebody to quote her and say that. So there's something going on. And what I'm saying to you is that hate trickled down through the course of all these years. And if you could ask a Hasidic Jew what's going on in their households to say, hey, I think my mother or father favored my brother or sister more to me and used to talk to them about certain things that they wouldn't talk to me about. And I bet you your ass that certain of these things was, listen, I got something kind of ugly to tell you for our history. Our great-great-great-great-grandfather, or probably great-great-grandfather, was a Nazi. I don't want you to tell anybody this because it's going to make our family look bad, but they left us some gold that they had stolen from us, and they got it back. You know, that's all twisted. But that's how we were able to be on our feet when we settled here. And, you know, I'm just telling you these things because I like to be upfront with you. And so, you know, how do you feel about, like, other cultures and stuff? Well, you know, I go to school with these Palestinian kids, and I think they're okay, but some of them are kind of bugged out or something or whatever. Well, you know what? We really don't like these Palestinian people. We might act like we do, but we really don't like them. And so I'm just telling you, you know, one day you're going to take over the family business because I kind of don't trust your brother. He's too timid. He hangs around those Palestinians too much. I think he, like, likes them or something. I think he wants to become like a Muslim or something. So I'm going to pass the family business down to you, but I want you to understand where we stand when it comes to things like what they call racism. Like, we're the chosen people. We have a right to be racist because God said all of this is ours and everybody else is beneath us. So it's not really racism. It's just we're like supreme to them. We're like better than they are. So I just wanted you to know this. So it's got to be somewhere in there that over generations, and not too many because this was like from 1950, that this passed down so that if you could sit down and talk to somebody, you'd be like, well, yeah, bro, I mean, if I'm going to keep it all real, Yeah, my great grandfather was a Nazi, and a lot of Nazis came here and pretended they were Jews. They helped get the state founded, but we kind of couldn't get it done without them, because without Hitler, we wouldn't be here having this great country now. So, yeah, I don't really like Palestinians. I kind of really don't have a reason not to like them, but I'm just saying, I'm kind of into the whole Nazi thing. I'm a little bit kind of into the Judaism thing, and because of Hitler, we have a lot of money, and there's not a lot of other Jews that have money like that, but that's not their business. We have a lot of money. We're good. We have our business. Our family's taken care of. The people next door, not so much. But, that's because they like Palestinians, and they're always trying to help them and cater to them. And so God is like shunning them. So it's not our fault that we're part Nazi and stuff. And we don't have to tell nobody. Nobody ever has to know that. They just got to know that we're a great chosen people. And that's what the fuck really goes on, bro. So there's a lot of people out there, they don't know and understand that. So if you're a Jew, whether you're in whatever country you're in, or if you're in Israel, you sit there and this should answer the question to you of why is the guy next door so goddamn racist? We're all in the same religion. We follow the same shit. We go to the temple together. We go to the synagogue like every day. And he pretends to be one person, but I know for a fact when we have our little conversations, he'll say these little funky racist ass things about other people, black people, Palestinian people, people who aren't as white as us, people who aren't Jews, but he pretends to be something else. And it's not right, but I never tell anybody because we don't do that to each other. Now, has anything I just said, bro, made any sense to you?
Yeah, definitely. You're really peeling apart the entire. I guess you could call it a matrix or a mini matrix.
Yeah, so these same people, keep this in mind. They occupy the defense force, which goes and kills people, allegedly rapes women, and takes their houses and burns them alive in their houses, then taking their land from them, because it's all of their land. It's not the land of the Jews. It's everybody's land. And the truth be told, none of us own any fucking land. God, we're here by God's grace. And we're supposed to protect this and protect each other, because all we have on the earth is each other. If everybody died today and there was one white guy and one black guy left, they're not going to sit there and fuss and fight over color. They're going to be like, yo, the sun is about to go down. Everything's been destroyed, wiped out by something, and we need to build a fire. Tell me I'm wrong.
No, you're right.
Yeah. The only other problem they're going to have is they're going to be like, yo, in a couple of weeks, they're going to be like, yo, bro, what do we do about women? There ain't no women around, and I'm not, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah, mind-blowing stuff.
Yeah. So that's what we're dealing with here. And so people have to know and understand that, to understand the complexity of the relationship of Israel with every other country, the people in Israel with their infighting, their relationship to Palestinians, how they really feel, so how they can portray one face. Look at that. Isn't that crazy? I know I don't want to sound fucked up when I'm saying that, but it's funny how when you talk about people having two faces, yeah?
Yeah, that's a common theme with many people in the business world.
You never know where that might come from that. Because remembering, when you're in the business world, you become part of that shit that runs the world. That shit comes up with its own memes. And that might be something having to deal with Nazi Germany. Like I just said, people don't talk about. Yeah, he has two faces. Like, how would you even say something like that? Like, where could that possibly come from? Unless something I just said holds true. Like, he really has the face of a Jew, but he's really a Nazi. And he's just pretending. And that's what it really means. Am I wrong?
Come to
Yeah,
think
isn't
of
that
it,
crazy?
well, considering the definition and some of the things that I've experienced, I probably shouldn't say this, but some of these people that have been bothering me, so to speak, and what I've heard from other people and certain sources that probably will be banned or deplatformed at some point if they aren't already. These individuals, they act two-faced on a completely different level. It's like they can just sit there and act, and they're so mind programmed that it's a religious zealot sort of thing, but okay, for an example, like I'm a Christian and I know I believe in all kinds of stuff like magic and stuff like that, but basically I'm a Christian and I've seen videos where, and not to stereotype all Jewish people, but this particular rabbi was very vicious and he was saying things about Christ and saying that Christ is in hell burning in pig shit or something of that nature. And like what level of hate would be inside of an individual to act in this manner? And you see this theme among the I guess you would call them Zionists. Like they have that kind of attitude, and it's a very duplicit attitude. It's like once you understand what you're talking about here, Pradada, you start to understand kind of how this like this ballet of actors and characters is able to dance around us and manipulate us, if that makes sense.
Exactly. I couldn't have said that better. That's exactly what's going on. And they're basically the wolf in sheep's clothing, which will reveal itself. It's like, I didn't want to talk about this, like, but like I said, the organization left it up to me. Some things they just tell me, like, don't talk about that, don't do this. We're structured in this. So certain things you hear about them, it's true. Like we have arranged marriages and stuff like that. But things like this, it's like, hey, well, if you feel the time is right, you talk about it. And it's just like we were talking about one thing that led to one thing that led to one thing. And it's just like, yo, this needs to be out there because, like I said, when they made me the director, the grade director of that certain organization, I don't know why it escapes me the name of the one it was that they made me, when the next day the Prime Minister of Israel was on a plane going to UAE, and I'm looking on YouTube like, what the fuck is going on? Because I didn't know that was going to happen. And so when I contacted the organization back, they were like, this is why we had you do it on this day at this time. You had to do it beforehand because that establishes something in history. I don't know what. They didn't tell me still what that is. But, it's like, okay, well, Shakor al-Sutra Mossad, that's a scary thing to have because the central part of that is, which is also central, is Arabic. And so Arabs have never traditionally gotten along with Jews. For me to be running an organization that you want to say is the unity of Arabs and Jews, when that doesn't even exist in reality. And so, 2 years later it is here that became a reality. And now you can, like you said, you didn't hear about it yet. Now you can almost freely fly, not free like it doesn't cost anything. You can almost freely fly between the UAE and Israel now. So people from Israel can go sit on the beach in the UAE, and I think vice versa. And in history, that hasn't happened before.
Yeah, that's interesting to say the least.
Yeah. So, these things, that stuff needs to be out here so that, okay, you have, like I said, a lot of people in Israel. Israel is a technology giant, and they are an intelligence giant. They are a giant religiously. And so, for them to go into this next phase of whatever it is, kind of blindsided, it's not a good thing. I don't know a really good way to put what I'm trying to say, except to say that if Israeli people would unite, no matter their color, no matter their original background, and then work with what's going on in the world, there's like nothing they wouldn't be able to accomplish. And that's coming from a theme of like, you're black, you came out of slavery, and we've accomplished so much. You're a Jew, you come out of, World War II in the concentration camps, that form of slavery, not to mention the slavery that occurred in the biblical days, so on and so forth. So you've been put through so much that you've been forged into this invincible thing, and something that God, not that God has put through, but we'll say it like that for a second. Someone or something that God has put through so much should not be formed by God to be an instrument of hate. And I hope one day, like, I can make that, like, I know it sounds kind of light right now in view of what we're talking about, make that like my own meme, a T-shirt or this or that, or people to reiterate that like decades or hundreds of years from now. Yeah, this guy Predada, he said, something that God has put through so much should not be forged. What did I say? Forged to be hate, or forged to be an instrument of hate. You want to be something that's like God's weapon. So, I almost remembered what it was too, because I run Karev or Cherev, whatever how it's pronounced, Kherve. That was right alongside the day before I got made the head of this organization. Why can't I remember the organization, but I remember Karev?
You probably
Wow, this is
can't. You
crazy.
probably can't
Okay.
remember it because it's like a spell or some kind of
It
mind
could
thing.
be.
Yeah.
Yeah. And that's what I'm trying to say with you, with the thing in your ear, it, because that happened to you, our conversation went a certain direction when that happened.
Ah,
And maybe our conversation would, you know what I mean?
yeah. That's exactly what happens sometimes. I've even had other things happen where I made some kind of really crazy discovery, and it was accompanied by almost like a vision, and then literally like 3 seconds later, the entire memory and knowledge of it was completely erased from my mind.
That happens to me too. It happens to the best of us, bro. There's See, the thing is, remember, I know we're closing up, but remember I told you about the time traveling that happens every day, all day long. When like if right now if you have a thought or say a word that can change history, they can immediately do a time travel back and stop you or I from saying whatever we said or did,
Hey,
and then go ahead.
I'm kind of like sensitive, like in an empathic way, and I'd say about 45 minutes ago, I noticed some sort of like temporal time sort of energy coming off of you, if that kind of makes sense.
Yeah, describe it, because I may or may not have caught it while I was talking.
It's almost like the sequence of time was slightly altered, where like we're kind of in a little time paradox in a way. I know that sounds kind of insane, but I mean this
No,
conversation.
did it occur while I was trying to talk about something and it seemed like I forgot what I was saying?
No, it's more like just an energy that has accompanied you this evening. As you're speaking, I feel as though, when you get really into something and time passes very quickly and it almost feels hypnotic?
Yeah, that I felt what you're saying about the same amount of time ago with something that I was saying when I was heavy into it, and that's dude, I fucking hate when I go to like this thing where I find that's why I find that if I say I feel like I'm about to cry, that it stops me from crying, because if I don't say it, it'll happen. And so I know that probably always sounds weird because people used to do that, and I used to be like, why the fuck are they saying they're gonna cry and then they don't cry? It's like, but I've learned that maybe that's why people say it. What I mean, what happens is I get into this zone. I guess it's like when you play sports or whatever, and you get in the zone. I get into the zone, and I feel like exactly what you say. It feels like everything around me shifts, and I'm this god for a second, and like everything else is like resonating with off of what I'm saying. Like kind of like if you take a stone or a brick and throw it in the water, and then it makes all those waves.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? That's how I felt with something I was saying. Maybe that's what you were talking about when that happened. And when that happens to me, I get scared and I
Mm.
stop.
Yeah,
And
I
so
I
that's what
think what
happened.
it is, I think what it is that when you get exposed to something enough that you take on its energy and you take on its life, and when you become caught up in all this, you also get caught up in competing timelines and things. I mean, you pretty much just said it when you were talking about starting that organization or becoming the head of it. I think that you get to a certain level and they literally are doing things with time. I do. I think that we can see it on the nightly news every night what one side or the other side is, or maybe there could be many sides, what they're doing with the timeline.
And dude, that's the name of one of the newscasts. Remember?
Can you repeat that?
I forgot. That's the name of one of the news channel things.
Oh,
Something like Timeline or something.
yeah, or Time Magazine even.
Oh shit! I never thought about that. Wow. It's all the angle that you look at it from. Time Magazine. Remember, Hitler was on the cover of Time as a good guy. Remember?
You know, there's all these pictures. I'll see people pull out old issues of Time Magazine. I think even there's a picture of Tom Hanks like on the cover, covering up his eye, and or he's holding up a camera to his eye. It seems like, and then they talk about the Great Reset on there, Time Magazine. I think that whatever it is one of the uh, main mouthpieces, I guess you could call it, of the bad guys, so to speak.
Yeah, I see what you mean. Cause this dude. I know a lot of shit, but there's a whole way more shit I don't know. I don't have a clue about, and there's things that go on around me. Like if we talk about like say the Illuminati, we know everything, but we don't know everything. It's like the more you learn, the more you find out you don't know jack shit in the universe, and you learn and you learn and you learn and you chase this trying to know everything and be aware of everything and manipulate everything and control everything, and you find out that you're like a nobody. You're like a ant. I like to liken it to when I talk to people and say, hey, like if you see an ant on the ground, and it's like to you, the ant is like there. Like you could step on the ant if you were a nasty motherfucker and kill the ant like for no fucking reason. But the ant is looking up at you like, yo, one day I'm gonna be able to control their world, whatever those giants are. And to you, the ant is like doesn't even exist. But the ant thinks highly of itself. You know what I mean?
Yeah. When you get to this level and you, I guess what I could tell you is, for example, when we first started talking, like immediately, I just thought that you had to be one of them. You had to be one of these people that was sent by this matrix organization that we're talking about, because something happened to me months and months ago where somebody was actually inserted into my life, and it was really scary. And if I didn't have an understanding of symbolism, and if I didn't have a great gut instinct, I would not have been able to break the connection with this person that was, doing little things to try to get into my life and kind of get some measure of control over the show. And of course, after talking to you for a bit, I quickly figured out you are what you say. You're a really super down to earth guy and a normal person, of course, even though you have these associations. But when they do that to you, it fucks with your head, and it makes you kind of afraid to trust anybody, if that makes sense.
Complete sense, because it happens to me. I told you, they approached me 3 times. The most they offered me at the end was $10 million. First time was $1 million, second time was $3 million, the last time was $10 million. And they haven't approached me since. That was a while back. And so since then, what I've come to realize and understand, remember, I grew up in this organization. I was born into it. I didn't join it. So everything that's occurred in my life has had something to do with it. Every instance of me meeting and talking with somebody, whether it was just a casual conversation somewhere about something or whatever, over the years I found out that a lot of those people were members of the Illuminati or of the other side. So, for instance, I've come to the understanding that this organization validates at least 50% of the female relationships that I had. Like, I don't mess with dudes, so I maybe should have just said relationships, but I like to clarify that it always ends up sounding all fucked up anyway. Female relationships, okay, that means you fucks with dudes too? No, I didn't want to just say relationships, because you could take that the wrong way. 50% of the female relationships I've had were from some type of intelligence agency or something of the other side. And I would find that out years after being with someone. Like, you got to always think about how when you move around, be you male or female, nothing is coincidence. Either because God controls it or someone or something else does. You're closest to being human. So know that when you move around this earth, things that happen to you on a daily basis, they're not likely from God. They're likely from something in the physical world that you're already in that is trying to make this happen. And God may or may not intervene to protect you or whatever from it. And so when you are, at the grocery store, and you're walking down the aisle, and you your guy, you see this woman, and she's like, oh my God. And so you're trying to be all cool and calm and sophisticated, not really stare at her or anything like that. And you're like, I'm just this average guy. I'm gonna walk past her, and my little moment of playing in my head, us meeting and having this chance conversation, where 2 years later we're married and we settle down and have these kids, and I have this fucking gorgeous ass wife who turns out to be like the princess of Scotland or some shit, and we had this fairy tale wedding. Okay, this couple of seconds I'm thinking about this shit, it ain't gonna happen, but it was beautiful thinking about it. So now you're walking down the aisle, and she stops you and says, hey, listen, do you have the time? And you're like, because you're caught off guard. Yeah, it's 3:58. And she's like, oh, okay, thank you. Oh, by the way, nice watch. Oh no, it's Timex I picked up, and I got it out of Kmart. You like it? Oh yeah, it's a beautiful watch, and you're kind of handsome too. And you're just like stuck or stupid because you just played this whole scenario of your whole lifetime with her in your head, but she looked like she's way out of your league, but she's like kind of coming on to you. And so, you end up in this relationship with her, and then it lasts 5, 10 years, maybe 2 or 3 years. Then you break up, and it's like this fucked up breakup. And you're like, I don't understand why things like this happen to me. And then 3 or 4 years down the line, you find out some weird shit. Like, I find out stuff all the time because of the organization. We have an incredible intelligence network. Our intelligence network is composed of every black organization, everything from Mossad to, believe it or not, SMERSH and Jinyue and all these different things still exist. They just went dark. They went black. And they passed that stuff down to their grandchildren. So there still is an OSS, United States. There still is an OCI. There still is a BMI. There still is the American Black Chamber, which wanted to become the NSA. But they were also called before that the SIS, this this Signal Intelligence Service. All these things still exist, and that's who we fuck with. Those old heads like that, and the black agents of them. And so we get to find out a lot of things. And so when I have to, occasionally talk to somebody, and whether I ask them or not, and they're like, oh, yeah, remember that girl you used to go out with in high school? Oh, yeah, she was this agent, or she worked for this, or she was testing you. She was, trying to get recruited into some organization. And so they said, see if you can link up with him and just, be with him a couple of months and pick his brains and then leave him. It's going to divert his life this way. All of you need to understand that everything you do in life, every interaction you have with a physical or non-physical entity is not by chance. If you're a man and you met a woman and you're still with her and everything is going good, I'm going to say it like this. Appreciate the time you have with her. Just appreciate it. Every chance you get, tell her you love her. If you have parents in your life, whether you get along with them or not, call your mom and dad up once a week, once a month, whatever it is. Say, I just want to tell you I love you and I appreciate how you raised me. Even if you thought your child was fucked up, just do it. Because one day they're not going to be there. And whether you sit before God or whether you sit before some guy in the CIA and he's telling you how the past 3 girlfriends you had were all CIA agents in training, and that you were part of their fucking training, and that we've been using you for the past 10 years to train our female recruits, it's going to fuck your head up. So you want to enjoy the time that you have with anyone or anything. And that includes your cat or dog. Because if any of you have studied, and I hope you know already, bro, the CIA was experimenting with animals back in, I think that was 1970-something or whatever it is. Do you remember the story of how the CIA made a CIA cat and they went to send it across the street to one of these embassies and it got hit by a car?
No, but that's hilarious.
Yeah, there are agents who've talked about it. If you look up on YouTube, that thing, that whatever that channel is, you probably heard of it, that says 101 facts about this, 101 facts about that. You've heard of that channel?
No, but that's interesting.
Yeah, put in 101 facts about CIA, and you'll see a bunch of stuff there that some of it is hilarious and some of it is mind blowing. Like
Yeah,
doing
and I mean hilarious. The idea of a cat being programmed by the CIA. Not that it died. I mean that's monstrous.
Yeah, no, I know. They put a camera in its eye on its cornea, and they did something. I think they put a chip in its brain, and they were going to send it in to gather intel on this whatever the embassy was, like maybe the Iranian embassy or something like that. And on the way across the street, it got hit by traffic. Crazy shit. But they say they stopped the program after that. But we all know that not to be true, because the first thing you should be thinking of is how they chipped your pets.
Ah, ha, ha, ha. Yeah, that's true.
Hello. It's if I can get you used to having your dog or cat chipped, it's not a far stretch years later for me to say, listen, we have this thing, right? Didn't it save your cat's life one day or dog's life when it ran away from home and we were able to track it on our monitor and return your pet safely home to you? Listen, what if someday somebody kidnaps your child? There's all these pedophilia rings. You see the shit going on in the world. We're introducing this new program in your town where we're going to do it for you for free. We'll put a little microchip in your child's hand, and we'll give you the codes to it, and you can always track during the course of your day while you're at work where your child is. Sounds like a great plan, right?
Yeah, sounds like what's happening with this Bill Gates stuff.
Let's experiment on the African kids.
Yeah, yeah, that's really. I don't know how people can see that and not get that he's a Nazi. He really is.
And what makes it worse? Here's what happens. You always have plausible deniability, because when you're involved in this stuff, you can always have an excuse that, I'm doing this for the betterment of the world and people. Like, we have devices we install in our computers to tell your computer whether or not it has a virus. So why can't we install these devices in people? Like, if you're developing cancerous cells or symptoms that you're not aware of, we have this chip we can put in your hand, and it will tell you months ahead of time. Do you know how many people colon cancer kills a year? Bro, one of the richest men in the world, Steve Jobs, died of colon cancer. That could have been prevented if he had a chip in his hand. That could have diagnosed this problem, fed the information back to our computer network, which is called the cloud, or the Space Force, or SpaceNet, or Internet, where it is, Skynet. And, we have this thing we can send over the airwaves. Well, it will tell this chip what to do inside of your body to correct the situation, and it will destroy all the nanobots that this thing will release in your body. It will destroy all the cancer cells. They'll just run around your body and just keep your body in tip-top shape. Doesn't that sound great?
Yeah, from one perspective.
And that's what I'm saying. So whether it comes from your family doctor or the Illuminati or the other side, it's like, damn, you can look at that from two different ways. So who do you even know you're really dealing with? Like, if you're dealing with Bill Gates, is he a good guy or a bad guy? You got to try to judge it from his actions, but we all know actions don't speak louder than words, as we were once taught.
Yeah, I find I hate the fact that he lives in Seattle, because that's where I'm at, and I sometimes I wonder if only I could bump into him. I would just say, I know what you are. I know what you're doing, and you are gonna burn in hell in the deepest level. I wish I could just say that to his face.
But see, here's the problem. You're already saying it because he created what equipment you're using to have this show.
Yeah, that is true.
He's at every time you touch your computer, remembering, every time you touch your mouse, if you have a mouse on a laptop, that thing is reading your fingerprint. Yeah?
Yeah, they do have those on the iPhone. You can't even unlock it without using your fingerprint nowadays.
Yeah. So it also has an electrical connection. I know this is gonna be.
We lost him again.
Don't you love it when that happens?
Yeah, they're getting us again.
Yeah. I know it'd be fun for you when you think to yourself, haven't you ever, like, on your phone, going to, like, touch or scroll or do this, and you didn't quite touch your phone, but it does actions anyway?
Yeah.
Yeah, you got to know that that's like an electrical connection between your body and that device. Beyond even what, you know, Bill Gates, or what was it? The original people who got the alien technology, that was Bell Labs. Beyond MIT too, I think was also involved. A lot of places, IBM. All these people. It's like I started this off with. Your phone is alive. This is back engineered technology that remembering. Oh, I didn't get to finish that. I guess I'll say that. I don't know exactly when you want to shut it down, but let me say the part about how the aliens get here, and they form these crafts out of the elements that are around, and then they further form their bodies. So when you deal with an alien, depending on where it comes from, it wasn't there. It was in the sky as some type of entity or life energy or whatever you want to call it, and it created a UFO out of nothingness, and it created its body within that UFO. So now it gets shot down. So you got to wonder when they shoot these things down, and they say they look like they're all clones of each other. Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah. They don't really exist. Their essences. You remember the game Pac-Man? Yeah,
Yeah, Pac-Man from the what is that, the late 80s?
yeah. What happened every time you killed one of the ghosts?
Um you would eat the ghost and
Its
uh
spirit would go back and create another ghost and come back after you.
oh, yeah.
Right. Like it went back to some hive mind that cloned it and gave it a body again, and it comes right back after you.
Hmm.
Yeah. And that was the game they put in all of our hands as children. Look at that shit. You're a giant circle. Look at that with one eye. Hello. I don't think Pac-Man had two eyes, right?
Come
Maybe
to
I'm fucking
think,
that up.
yeah, come to think of it, I think he just had one eye.
That's like some Illuminati shit. And you're running around and you're eating ghosts. Like, who would think of that shit? Like, why would a giant circle with one eye run around eating ghosts? And then the ghosts, which remember, a ghost is already dead. You can eat the ghost, which doesn't exist in the first place, and then it dies, but it's ghost. It's ghost. The ghost of the ghost goes back somewhere and gets another ghost body and comes back after you again. In a matrix, bro.
That's quite a scary idea.
Yeah, a giant maze, a giant matrix, an electronic matrix at that. That was a game. Made a lot of money too. But yeah, that's what that is. So these aliens, they come here and they do that, and that's how they're able to be who they are with us. That's how they're able to live for so long, and so on and so forth. Like, the universe is a fucking incredible thing, man. It's incredible. I mean, okay, so you had said you had like a bunch of questions. So what questions do you want to ask me before you shut us down right now?
I'm sorry. I'm completely gassed. I was gassed 2 hours ago, but the only reason I kept going is because you kept drip feeding me some information that I just couldn't pull myself away from. I mean, you must know my weakness because I love talking about World War II and the Nazis and Hitler and all that. So
Oh, really? I didn't know.
no, and
I
not
didn't
that
know.
not that I'm like remotely on their side, but I think that the reason it's interesting is because I always sense this mystery there, and now finding out the truth about what this all is, this Hitler stuff and the Nazis and all that, it just it ties up loose ends for me in a way that I'm gonna have to think about for the coming days and weeks to come.
Yeah, that's why I said, like, I think on the last show, I said, like, okay, it's a beautiful thing to love yourself. You know, if you're a Caucasian person and you study your history of where you allegedly come from in the universe and what you've gone through, then you see it's kind of like, you know, with all, just dealing with melanin. Just imagine, okay, you're not black. Like if you were black and you go out in the sun, you just be out in the sun all fucking day. If you're white, and especially pale white, you have to be careful because it's that quick you can develop melanoma, or you know, at least get sunburned. And so it's like you have these aspects of yourself where you're growing up, and you're like, if somebody doesn't tell you that you're worth something and that you're great and you're a child of God, it's easy to feel like, why is it that person can go through this and do that, but I can't because I go through this and go through that. And, you know, so I say it's a great thing for somebody to say to you, no, you're beautiful, you're a great person. Like, if white supremacists weren't racist, I would think it's a fantastic thing. Because what I love the beauty of it is when you hold up your fist and you say white power, and then everybody's on one accord. So take away from that the racism, like remove that for a second, and put a bunch of people together shouting white power. Remove completely. I know it's hard. Remove the racism from it, and just go with the unity part. Now imagine if those same people, after they say that, were like, yeah, we're going to go to Africa and help all those people in that village who don't have any food to eat. Think about that for a second, bro.
That's kind of a beautiful thought in a way.
Yeah. So replace all of what they do, like white power, you know, those fucking niggas, let's get rid of them. No, replace that with, we're going to go over here and help these people because we're powerful, we're supreme, nothing can defeat us. We can conquer any fucking thing. We can conquer poverty, we can conquer hunger, we can conquer wars, we can conquer political problems. You know what? White power. We're going to go over there and correct all the shit that's going on between Trump and Biden so we can have a fucking president. Because nobody's thinking about the fact that the whole presidency of the United States is getting held up right now. They're not even transitioning, bro. Like, I could sit there and talk about that shit for another hour, about how every document that's being signed right now since this whole thing began is null and fucking void. When you have the transference of power in the presidency of the United States, at the last 3 months of that year preceding the new president coming into office, there is really no president. Because the first president, he's outgoing. He's tying up loose ends, and he's briefing the next one coming in. But Trump isn't briefing Biden because Trump doesn't want to leave, but rightfully so, because if in his heart he feels that there's corruption, it's his responsibility and duty as president, and especially so it doesn't bite him in the ass later, to refute what's going on. And if that takes all 50 states of refuting, that's what he's supposed to do. So if anybody could think any way they want about Trump and Biden, racist, not racist, it's all, you know, conspiracy, this, and all of that might be true. But the fact of the matter is, while these 3 months are happening and going into January, February, we do not have a president-elect officially. We do not have officially an outgoing president. And they have to sign things right now over these 3 months and going into January. They have to, you know, you got to sign something. It's like a sign of, it's like Trump signed something, and then it's like he's being co-signed by Biden. Because whatever Trump declares right now, the new president can't overthrow. It's not. It's got to flow smoothly. So if he says, I'm releasing 2,000 prisoners that I feel, you know, they got a real deal, and I'm just going to give them a presidential pardon, you know, Biden has to sign off of that. Nobody knows these basic things except for maybe like Secret Service and intelligence agents and certain people in the office of the president. The regular general public doesn't think about things like this. He has to say, listen, Biden, this is what I'm going to do. I'm going to release these guys right here. Don't fuck around and get in office and then tell these people, hey, you got to go back to jail because look at that. You just got released by Trump, but I'm putting your ass back in jail. And you notice that never happens. That's because they're on one accord. They're not on one accord. So that means if you're buying a house right now, the paperwork is null and void because the president gets that paperwork from the housing and urban development head to sign off on it. And so if you got a mortgage you just took out, your mortgage hasn't been officially declared correct by the President of the United States, signed off with the housing and urban development. That man has to sit there and say, listen, banks, the president can't sign it right now because we don't know if he's going to stay the president or if he's leaving office. We don't know if Biden is coming in. We don't really know whose signature should be on this. They're not on the same accord with each other, so they can't even co-sign off on it. So you just sent me a fax with about 100,000 mortgages that have happened in the past week and a half, and the president can't sign off on them. Don't say anything to the people out there, who have the mortgages, because we don't know how it's going to go either way. We can only tell you that right now the government is behind. So you being from the U.S., you understand what I mean, yeah?
Yeah, definitely. But we gotta wrap this up finally because we just did a 6-hour podcast. We must have broke some records here, and I gotta pee.
Oh, shit. No, fantastic. We could talk about all that stuff another time if you want.
Yeah, we'll definitely do a part 3 because, as I said, you are a bottomless wealth of information. So, let's definitely plan ahead and do that in the future.
Fantastic. Yo, bro, again, thank you so much. Thank you so much. Like every time I come on the show, I'm scared too because I don't like talking because I know I don't completely control everything that's going to come out of my mouth, and I say stuff that people could possibly take the wrong way, but I try to make it so it's fact. Like you can't be mad at me for speaking the truth. That's what my excuse for my behavior always is. If I don't try to intentionally hurt you, if I say things that are true, so you have knowledge, you can't be mad at me. Be mad at the people that made this shit happen. You know what I mean?
Yes, absolutely.
All right. So with that said, you be careful
Well,
and have a great night.
hey, wait, hold on.
You
Hold on. Sorry, I'm
Okay.
definitely gassing here, but I do remember that I want to let you do some plugs if you'd like to go ahead and plug your album and your Twitter or Facebook. Why don't you go ahead and just plug everything you got if you want?
Okay. Yeah. Just like the same way it was before. My album is called An Ounce and a Half by Predada Severa, and my Facebook is https://www.facebook.com/capital P and small letters REDADA, then a dot, and then capital S, small letters EVERA. My Twitter is the same thing except you replace the dot between Predada and Severa with a, what is that called? A underscore, right?
Yeah, I
The
believe
underscore
so.
thing, the line that floats on the ground. And then what was it? That was my album, my Twitter. That on YouTube we're called CIATM dash Central. I think it's called a hyphen, right? Dash or hyphen Central Intelligence ACAR, AKAR. And so I have an Instagram. How did this go? It's the whole Instagram.com / all small letters Predada.Severa.tm. If I remember that correctly, because I rarely go on Instagram. I don't know what else to give information thing. But yeah, so on Facebook, the Illuminati okays who I friend or don't friend. But feel free to follow me on Facebook. And on Twitter, just feel free. Why can't I say that? My teeth, Feel free to follow me on Twitter. It's like a fucking tongue twister, bro.
Yeah, I have that issue too. Yeah, follow me on Twitter as well. Follow Predada. I love Twitter because it's like the perfect grassroots tool. So let's use it while we can before they deplatform us and do things like that to us. But hey, Predada, oh my God, we must have broken some record tonight. Poking holes in that
For real.
veil. Yeah, we definitely got into the itty gritty, and I think the first time it was a great show, but I just felt like our time was a little too short because even though it was somewhat long, it just because you had so much more stuff to tell me on the phone. I didn't feel like we got to all of it, but I feel like this time we really took a big chunk out of it all, and I think we got a lot of good information out there, and I think you had an opportunity to kind of say your piece. At least I feel like I was saying earlier, I feel like I know who you are, what you're associated with, and what you're doing. much more than I did before, and I'm fascinated by it, and you gave me a lot to think about, and my audience a lot to think about. So I want to thank you sincerely. This show, End of Days Radio, this is for the people that have something to say, but everybody's too stupid to understand that they're telling the truth, and they have some fucking it's good inside information. So thank you for coming on the show, and we will do it again, my friend. You have a good night.
Great. Good night, bro.
And there you have it. That was Predada Severa. Holy moly, that was a long podcast indeed, was it not? Boy, can I even keep can I've seen myself on camera. I don't look like I'm dying. I must have been having a good time because I look enthused, I feel enthused. I think I just pulled an Art Bell. Remember, he used to do those crazy long broadcasts, so I'm definitely a huge fan of his, and I feel like I kind of took on his spirit or connected with his spirit a little bit tonight doing this long broadcast. I'm a huge Art Bell fan, and you could tell he had, well, he'd tell us, but you could also tell he had a lot of broadcasting experience under his fingernails. So I think as a broadcaster, it's not how many shows you do, it's how many hours of broadcasting time you put in, and you get better and better at it. And I think that's why he was one of the masters of his trade. He was just able to get on the radio and keep things captivating for hours and hours on end. Of course, having the right guests definitely is part of the formula to create a good paranormal. Well, and nowadays we have all kinds of podcasts that have kind of followed in the footsteps of Art Bell. But what's cool nowadays is you have so many different flavors. Like you have you have the more traditional interviews, and you have the people that are really into UFOs, and you have the people that cover more political ends of the spectrum. But this show is, I like to think that we're competitive in the aspect that we try to go deeper than anybody else. And I don't think any other show goes this deep. And if they do, they either struggle to find an audience or they're quickly deplatformed. This show has remained undisputed king of the ring. Undisputed. I don't like to brag, but right here on End of Days Radio, we are the best at what we do. Nobody can hold a candle to this program. And that's not to disparage others. That's just to say the plain truth. We've been going for what? Almost a decade strong, still producing some of the best content out there with no commercials, with no cost to the listener, with no cost to the viewer. So pat self on back. Pat self on back. I'm doing a great job. Let's do the mind-blowing moment of the day. So the mind-blowing moment of this episode was the entire fucking thing. But one thing that particularly stuck out for me was the stuff about the Hollow Earth and Admiral Byrd and going down there and basically meeting the giants, the descendants of these ancient giants and Nephilim. Boy, that is a fascinating idea. And I'm accumulating knowledge so fast now, I'm probably starting to hold certain things back. And I feel bad about that because this show is never about that. And you have to wonder, why is it that this show is a platform for so much knowledge and information? You could almost say that something is bringing the light to this program, and what that is, we can only imagine. But why don't you go ahead and do your best to catch a falling star and put it in your pocket, if you catch my drift? This is a very special program indeed, and special because of what this program really truly is. And those in the know will know exactly what I'm talking about. And those who aren't, well, that is for you to find out. I like to say that this program and myself are a mystery wrapped in an enigma. And that is certainly the truth. I have no great secrets. I'm pretty open with everything from my gang stalking experiences to my UFO encounters to my own psychic ability, as well as who I am personally. I love heavy metal. I love reading the Bible. I love researching. I love pro wrestling. And most of all, I love the unexplained, the paranormal, the fringe. I love to read. Some of my favorite authors have changed my life in general. I love to write. Check out my articles at endofdaysradio.com. I love to podcast. I love to love. I love you guys because you are the wind beneath my wings. I tell you all the time, you are the wind beneath my wings, and you are the ones that keep me up when I am down. You get me right back behind this mic when I've been gone for too long. You tell me how this program has made you think and has brought hours and hours of entertainment and laughs and mind-blowing information into your life. And for that, I can only thank you, and thank you. And as much as I thank you, I must still ask, please donate to End of Days Radio. Go to endofdaysradio.com and click on that donate link because this is a good show and it deserves a donation here and there. I think so. Help me keep the lights on, help me keep the servers up, help me help myself and help everybody out there. Help me spread the light all across this world and poke holes in the veil. And you can do it too. One of my favorite things is when people are inspired on this program, or maybe they even come on this show and they start something, you know? They either start to gain some small semblance of fame, which is fine, or perhaps they start a podcast of their own, or perhaps they hop on social media and they start activism work. I love that stuff. If I can inspire you to do what I do, that's probably the most fulfilling thing that I could possibly do for you and myself, because I love to spread that light indeed, because it's all we have in these final last days of perdition. It's not my intention to control you or program you. It is only my intention to do my best to guide you away from perdition, because everything else is guiding us exactly in that direction. So please continue to listen to this show. Just wanted to say that. Boy, what else do we got? 6 hours and 20 minutes. Many of you are probably aware of the huge rant that Tom Cruise went on about this whole COVID thing. I guess he saw a couple guys on a movie set or something. They're standing too close together. So he approached them. He started flipping out. He kind of pulled the Christian Bell, just bitching everybody out, just acting like his shit don't stink, acting like he's above all, acting like he's more than the almost 60-year-old piece of shit that he really is. Tom Cruise, let me tell you, if you're listening to this program, and I know you don't, let me tell you that you are a piece of shit. You are a failure in your romantic life. You are a failure in your intellectual life. You are a success in your movie life. However, I must ask, what is there left for you now that the movie theaters are going away? You are no longer the highest paid actor. That prestige belongs to The Rock, Dwayne Johnson, as of now. So Tom Cruise, I must ask you, what do you really have left? What do you really have left in your empty, hollow existence except to act as a tool for the Church of Scientology and a figurehead and a spokesperson for something that was never real in the first place? Tom Cruise, my message to you is that you wasted your life, my friend. I don't know where you really come from or what sort of ties you have to nefarious organizations, but I urge you to repent. You must repent, for you are fallen, Tom Cruise, or Jack, as you're called in many of your movies. Rest in peace and rest in hell, for that is where you are headed, my friend. Or not my friend, I should say. There's so much going on in the world right now, and it's hard for me to just pull myself away from this mic, knowing that our president might not be giving up his seat when the time comes, right? What's going on? If things are getting scary. I saw on social media that Trump was meeting with one of the leaders of the Proud Boys. I have to ask, what is that all about? Why is he meeting with them? Is he planning a coup of some kind? Is he planning to do something somewhat Hitler-esque and take control of this country by force. Is it that, or is that just an illusion? And Biden and Kamala are going to be sworn in, and maybe 3 days to 3 months in, Joe Biden has some sort of a heart attack. He stumbles, he falls, he cracks open his head, or perhaps he just becomes a little bit too senile. And Kamala Harris is our first female socialist progressive president who was probably a man in a previous life, kind of like Michelle. I don't know. I don't want to accuse her of that. But what's going to happen, folks? Isn't it fun? Isn't it entertaining watching this ballet play out around you? I'm the best, and I know it. Nothing's ever going to keep me down. Are you guys going to watch Cobra Kai when it comes back on air? I fucking love that show. I am so excited about Cobra Kai coming back that I can't even think. That's how excited I am. Especially now that they brought Kreese back in the scene. I mean, that was a smart move. The story has not ended, and I can't wait for more. I also like Better Call Saul. That's one of my favorites. There's a new show called Evil on Netflix. I really like that one. What other shows can I recommend? If you haven't seen it yet, check out Vikings. That's one of my favorites. Oh, let's not forget, probably my favorite show, or second favorite, Lucifer. Lucifer. That is a good show. It was originally on the Fox network, but it's now on Netflix, and that is a good show. Neil Gaiman, however you pronounce his name, he's definitely probably my top 3 favorite writers. For sure. I am super into his graphic novels. I read one of his books, and I just get more and more into his stuff every day. Probably because he writes about things that I like gods and magic and other worlds and things of that nature. He has a real firm grasp on certain aspects of the ancient world and of mythology. So I have to recommend his stuff, and they're going to actually do a Sandman series. As you know, I'm a big comic book nut, so the Sandman series on Netflix upcoming is something I'm watching for. But for now, watch Lucifer. I feel there's a lot of truth in that show. Absolutely. And it's hilarious. The actor that plays the devil is fucking hilarious. Like, his personality just blows my mind. I do read the comics, so I know both sides. I know how the TV show is and how the comic book is and the differences. But if you get a chance, check it out. And some of you might be noticing I've been acting a little happier lately. I know you're all thinking that because I'm a telepath, but I am kind of happier lately because I hit a slump in my life. I kind of, excuse me, I'm just responding to somebody in the chat. I kind of had a fall from grace. And it was hard. I'm not going to go into it. I mean, it's not everybody's business, certainly, but many bad things happened to me in a row. And I had trouble pulling myself out of it. But I would say 2 things really, or 3 things. The first was just having hope that things are going to get better. The second was this show and the magic that surrounds it, and the magic that entered my life just months ago, the pure magic that entered my life and really brought God into my life for real. It's hard to explain. And the third thing would probably be my music, as bad as it is. I love making music. The theme song for End of Days Radio, you know, wah, 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 I made that song. I have some fucking degree of talent and some understanding of how to work my way around a fucking guitar or a synthesizer. I mean, most of my music probably still kind of sucks, but the longer I spend on it, the better it is. And when I can be creative, I feel like I can be me, and I can bring back that excitement and happiness into my life, no matter how bad things are. So I think being creative is very important. And I think it's also important to never stop learning and to learn at an explosive rate, because you only have so much time in this world, and your mind and your brain is capable of so much. So why not use it to its full potential? Why not sit down and do a 6.5 hour podcast where you go right into it, and your batteries never run out, right? Pat self on back. A lot of self praise this episode, affirmations. I'm making myself more jolly on the inside, which is important. Don't forget that. But I think I finally had enough. Stick a fork in me. I'm done. I love you guys. I am broadcasting from Seattle. Go to endofdaysradio.com. Get this show everywhere that you can get podcasts. I think the latest one is iHeartRadio. So if you're a big iHeartRadio person, you can now get End of Days Radio on iHeartRadio, and everywhere else too. You can get End of Days Radio on Amazon. Yeah, we distribute across all the platforms. So I don't even know how many people listen to this show. I'm often told it's more than what I think or what I know. But one of the ways I know is, follow me on Twitter. I've got many Twitter followers. Email me, danielendofdaysradio@gmail.com. Email me, let me know your thoughts on the show. I love when people, there's a small cult fan base of this show in England, which I fucking love. I'm going to go there and visit you guys one of these days. For some reason, the Brits really get my humor. They really get this show. I don't know what that is, that I watch so much Doctor Who that things just clicked, or some Red Dwarf. I don't know. But I seem to have some sort of British following, and I love that. People say, "Oh, Daniel, you're famous." And I think, no, I'm not famous. I'm probably about half as famous as somebody that's on local radio or something like that. That sounds like an accurate assumption. So I have some kind of D level of fame, D for Daniel. And I suppose I get the good and the bad aspects of that. I do have people that are after me, which sucks, because I constantly have to pray and look over my shoulder. But also, it's cool. It's cool when people email me, and, I have people around me and people sending me information. I used to ignore that stuff, but now I actually read and pick through everything that you guys send me, because at some point I realized what an idiot I was being, and you guys are sending me things that I need to know and sending me things that I can research and help my picture of reality. So please do that. Keep doing that. I'm a big Twitter guy. I've said it time and time again. I am on Parler. Follow me on both, because I never know when I might lose one or the other. I am on Gab as well. End of Days Radio on there. And, I don't like to there's so many of these apps and stuff nowadays. I don't like to sit here and just talk about everything that I'm on, because I'm on everything. But the important thing is that you guys are listening, and hopefully I'll be able to get this show released on some form of hard physical media at some point, like CDs, or I don't know, USB drives. Like, somehow, if I could just have all the shows downloaded onto a drive somehow, and like if somebody donated a certain amount, maybe give them like a disc full of every show I made, or something cool like that. I just hate that, you guys who donate, I eventually, of course, want to be able to give you some kind of prize for your donation. I think that would be pretty cool, because a lot of other platforms do stuff like that. And if I could overcharge you for a t-shirt or something like that, so that you could support the show, then there'll be quality shirts, but the price might be jacked up $5 or something. You know what I'm saying? This ain't Walmart. But if I could actually design something that's worth paying for and to justify the price, that's the only way that I do it, because I do respect the fan base enough that I would never try to gouge you guys with some shitty coffee mugs or something like that. But if I have something that's actually quality that I think you would enjoy, like if I did something cool with the show or created some sort of memento, I think you guys would like that. I do. And there's the haters. I've always had the haters. I think I'm finally starting to learn to deal with them. But people that I get it all the time in the business world. I get it all the time in life, and I know my guests get it. I know you guys get it out there. Anytime you have any small bit of success in your life, you're swarmed by people that are jealous, or they want to maintain their position in society, or they hate themselves so much all they can do is spend their time trying to keep others down, kicking over your sandcastle, and that's never going to stop. That's not going to stop. You aren't going to have people lay off of you at any point. The more successful you become at anything, the more of that blowback you are going to receive. That's something everybody needs to understand. And you got to understand that going in, and you got to prepare yourself mentally how you're going to escape these people stealing your energy, because that's really what they want to do. They want to drag you, they want to gang up on you, they want to cause you to become physically and mentally exhausted so you can't do the things that bring you that success in your life. So you got to remember that when you feel triggered, when drama starts happening around you, and you can only guess and imagine what sort of forces are behind that type of drama that might pop up in your life. You don't want to let your attitude take a hit. You don't want to do that. So keep yourself surrounded by positive things that make you happy. Do things and explore things that make you happy, and don't lose sight of who you are. We hear that phrase, remember who you are. Remember who you are. Don't lose sight of that. Don't let anybody turn you into something that you're not. Don't let society turn you into something that you're not. Don't let what's happening now with these vaccines and all of that, don't let this stuff don't take the mark of the fucking beast. Let's just say that, right? Don't take the fucking mark of the beast. Oh, I wasn't on cam this whole time. I'm sorry. I didn't realize that. I didn't fully transfer the picture over, but not that it matters. I mean, I'm just sitting here in this chair ranting and just going on and on, blah blah blah. You guys want to listen to that? Blah blah blah. No, of course not. I do have some stuff planned. Why don't we talk about that? Okay. Since you've been listening for almost 7 hours. So I've got some stuff planned, and I think you guys should know that Max Egan is going to be joining us again on End of Days Radio. A lot of people are freaking excited about that. I hear that he's a lot of people's favorite guest, and he likes me. He likes the show, as most should. There's some stuck-up people out there that don't like me. Some guests that will never come on the show. What fools. But he's going to come on January 2nd. And I'm very excited to announce Eric, also known as EA Coedding, Sorcerer Supreme, Magician Extraordinaire, the man who goes deeper from a magic perspective than anybody I can think of, besides maybe somebody like Aleister Crowley. So I'm excited about that one. I have not had Eric on the show in, I think, years now, or maybe 2 years, something like that. So I'm really pumped about that. I hope everything comes together and we are able to produce as an amazing of a program as we have in the past. And things have somebody in the chat said get Gregory, Leslie, Garrett back. Absolutely. I mean, Greg is fucking phenomenal. I had him on the show a lot, and we both kind of went on this mission of bringing back God and bringing back Christ, and it had a lot of success. And since then I've kind of like drifted into my own lane, and I kind of miss it. I miss getting together with Greg and doing a little flat earth and alien deception and stuff like that. So we'll have the scientism guy back. Don't worry. We'll get in touch with him and we'll do it again. We never really did a full video podcast with Greg, so I appreciate the person in the chat that brought that up. And if you like anybody a lot, let me know, because that's kind of how I know who to reach out to. Yeah, those interviews keep doing phenomenally well. They're still out there propagating. So I'm sure Greg's happy about that. That show changed something. It did. It changed something in this world. It If I could look back and look at certain things that I've done and that had an effect on the world, I think that current is still going that we started. Like I see other people that have sort of picked up that sword, so to speak, and they're still out there fighting with it. So I'm very proud of those shows that we did together. And I don't agree with Greg on everything. Obviously, I tend to explore things like Gnosticism and magic, and I don't agree with him that it's all bad, but I do agree with him on most of what he says, and I think that he brought something to this show that was essential in this show becoming what it is today. So a big thank you to him and everything that he's done for End of Days Radio. Big thank you to all the guests. And yeah, anyways, I can't wait to get Eric back on the show. EA Coedin. I actually read a couple of his books, and I'm probably going to try to read another one before we actually sit down. He kind of got me over the fear that I had of magic. So I'll kind of always be thankful to him in that aspect, because if he had not given me his perspective on things, I would not have found out certain things that have brought a lot of fun and joy and fascination into my life. So, I could sit here and another one's Robert Stanley. I mean, shout out to Robert Stanley. Holy crap, did he lift the veil for me in so many ways. The show I did with him, it's still resonating with me. Like I've been talking to him a lot on talking to him a lot on social media, or in other ways, and the things going on right now are confirming everything he said during our interview. I should stop. I shouldn't just like go through this whole history of the show talking about this stuff, but I know people that love this show, like this sort of thing, love the nostalgia, love looking back on all things End of Days Radio. So the Robert Stanley show, the guy that actually was able to meet this being Enki, Lucifer, he actually met him face to face, and that's got to be one of the most mind-blowing things I've ever heard. And there is a transhumanist plan out there. There is this whole alien thing, and where demons and angels stop and aliens begin, who knows? The reality out there is so complicated, and the more you learn, the more questions you have. That's the nature of these ancient mysteries. That's the nature of that ancient call, that one true ancient religion that I speak about. But I'm probably boring the shit out of you at least by now. So let's draw things to a close. I love you guys. First ever, almost 7-hour, record breaking End of Days Radio, long marathon broadcast. I am Daniel. This is Truth Radio. This is End of Days Radio. Good night, everybody. I love you. Please donate. I love you. I do. But please donate. Good night, everybody. I'm trying to play the freaking theme. I know, I'm taking forever. I'm sorry. Okay, here we go. Here we go.